Hello. I'm not sure when the stream technically goes live, so I guess I'm just gonna wait for people to show up in the chat, which I've helpfully put on screen for the first time ever, which is apparently something you're supposed to do when you're a streamer. Nobody informed me of this. I wasn't aware that was something you had to do, but I mean, I guess this was the stream that made me realize, like, there's all this fucking blank space on the side of the screen. What's up, EY? Congratulations on getting the first comment, and you didn't even have to say first or anything. I always wonder, like, how many people are gonna even notice that I'm streaming, because I never stream. So who's expecting it, right? I mean, I guess if you're watching Twitter, is that where you guys came from? Oh yeah, so now that people are here, I realize I'm gonna have to explain this like 50 fucking times, because it doesn't make any sense. I admit that it doesn't make any sense. But I have this thing where I wanted to play Earthbound with one hand. There's this cute little thing in Earthbound where you can easily play the whole game just using L, select, and the D-pad. And yes, I'm using a real Super Nintendo controller hooked up to one of those little converters. So I was like, I could be wrong on this. Please correct me. I'm happy to be wrong about this. But as far as I know, there's no runs of anyone running Earthbound one-handed. Like, is there any proof? Like, I'm sure someone has done it. I know for a fact, because I'm not like the first person to discover this one-handed shit, but like, has anyone out there like done it on camera just to prove that they could? Is there any proof of this? I don't know. I looked for a little bit, but there's no one-handed category on the speedrun site. So I was like, okay, I could have a camera pointed at my one hand, but that's kind of lame. So I was like, I could just hold my hand up. That's also lame. So I was like, you have to be holding something. So I was like, I will hold, I'll just hold something. And then in my mind, I was like, what would be funny if I held a tomato as just like a tribute to the guy Tomato, you know, like the Earthbound guy. But then even in my mind, I was like, that's kind of stupid. I mean, that'll be like a placeholder. I'll come up with a better idea. And then I didn't. Have this ever happened to you where you like have a placeholder in mind for so fucking long that you just can't get over it, and you're like, now I can't think of anything. I can't think of a better, like, I can't think of anything else. It's the only thing I can think of. So yeah, that's what I went with. If you don't know who Tomato is, he's the guy, if you ever played Mother 3 in English, you can thank him for that. I know it wasn't like 100% him, like he had some help or something, but like, you know, he's basically the guy. And also, he literally wrote the book on Earthbound's localization. It's this book. It's a really good book. Look how big it is. First of all, look at this nice purple-ass book. You can't even like hardly see it on camera. It has this really nice texture to it. Oh god, see, it's like reflecting light, and then the chroma key is freaking everything out. It's a really nice book. And if you're a big dum-dum like me that needs like pictures and stuff, look, I just flipped to a random page. It's like, it has all these like comparisons between the English and the Japanese text. And there's so many little things in Earthbound where I'm just like, why is it like that? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I just in my mind, I'm like, that's just a quirk of the game. But like, a lot of those things like have reasons for existing. If you played it, if you understood Japanese and understood the Japanese. Anyways, I'm not getting paid to shill that book. I just like it. I just think it's a really neat book. And if you like Earthbound, if you're like a big Earthbound head and like you love Earthbound, if you're like some guy that's like me, you're like, oh, I love Earthbound, and you haven't read this book, you're fucking up big time. Big time. Okay, might as well get started. I think enough people are here now. Hold on, I have to click inside the window. I mean, I have to be legally playing this game, whatever. Okay, now let's do it. Does anyone, first of all, I should have asked this first place. Who here has even played Earthbound? And who here is just some, like, kid who's like, Earthbound? You mean Earthbound from Super Smash Brothers? He's my favorite character. He inspired my favorite game, Undertales. Because, yeah, whatever. It's not, Earthbound has this, like, reputation now as, like, a hipster game, which is so weird to me, because I just played it as a kid, and I was one of the few kids, my dad was cool, he was like, yeah, this looks like a good RPG for my kid. I'm gonna buy him this big-ass box game, which has the guide included, which was a nice inclusion, because I'll explain why later. Anyways, oh yeah, I was gonna say, out of the people who play here, what flavor? Do you guys use, like, flavored, the different color, because it just changes your text, the battle window color of your like guys in battle, and the borders. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word border. I'm more of a plain flavor guy. Is that boring? Hold on a sec. I need to slightly increase the size of this chat. I finally picked a game, unlike Sonic, unlike Minecraft, where I can actually like read the chat and like pay attention to what people are saying. I'm sorry, I know it's boring as fuck, but you know what? Fuck you. This is my stream. I'm just gonna be default Andy. I don't care. I'm gonna be default Andy. I like playing, and I don't wanna be one of those wacky streamers. I'm gonna name my guy after my guy. First of all, something that always kind of slightly bugged me about Earthbound, which makes more sense if you understand the Kana versus English characters. Like, you can only fit 5. There's only 5 characters per name. That's like nothing. I mean, that's a lot more in Japanese, but anyways, Pooh. What a great name. Okay, here's the thing though. Like, why do you have to name King? He doesn't do anything. He's not like Boney. He doesn't really join the party for any extended period of time. It's such a weird, like, it's just like a, you don't get to like name your parents. It's just like mom and dad. So it's just like, it's just King. Peach, Sparky. I love all the other like default names nobody ever talks about. Peach. Rex like Rover, but like Misty? What the fuck? Anyways, I am gonna name the dog something different. I'm gonna name him Dog, after my old dog. Dog. Who was a good dog? And actually, he was a lot like King, because they're both white, fluffy, good boys. Oh, I typed Duke by mistake. That was an accident. They're both big, fluffy, good boys. They're white, fluffy, and they're both cowards. They're both huge cowards, which is something I loved about them. Oh, thank you for the donation. Oh god, the donation box is over the chat box. Thank you, Cubic, for the $5. Yeah, this is the first tomato % run, whatever you want to call it that. No, I'm not going to put the tomato down. Dog. Favorite homemade food. Is there like a good meme? I can't fit chili dogs. I could just do chili. I guess I should just say tomato, right? My favorite food, tomato. Yeah, that'll do it. No, I'm not doing pussy. Come on, you guys. Grow up. Don't do the silly names. That's stupid. My favorite thing here. You guys are gonna like this one. Yeah, someone guessed it like instantly. Okay. That's it, right? It always in my mind is so you have to name so much. So it's like 7 things. The dog doesn't matter. You barely see the dog. He doesn't matter. By the way, I'm gonna be constantly like pushing, like not holding it in frame. If it's ever like out of frame for an extended period of time, you're gonna have to yell at me in chat. I apologize. I promise I'm not like secretly putting it down to like play two-handed. That's the point. It's not hard to play the game one-handed. That's like the reason. I'm not doing it because it's hard. I'm doing it because it's easy, which is stupid, but that's what I'm doing. And yeah, I should mention, I don't like having face cam on. I hate it, in fact. I don't even like being on camera in my videos. And then it's like a million times worse for some reason when it's live. But I have to. I didn't have a choice. I didn't think this through. I wasn't like, I can't just... What am I just going to tell you guys I'm holding a tomato? And you believe me? No. No. Now we get to watch the beautiful beginning of Earthbound. Such a comfy game. I love this game so fucking much. By the way, I have no idea if the audio levels are all fucked up or not. Will I eat the tomato? Maybe. I might eat it. I might take a huge bite out of it the second I beat Gygas or Gigas. I think it's technically pronounced Gigas. Like Geeg is how it's pronounced in Japanese or something. But I always said Gygas in my mind as a kid, so it's just Gygas for me. So you're just gonna have to deal with that. Oh yeah, I have another one that's gonna piss off people. I'm gonna call it Onett, even though I know it's Onett. It's just in my mind as a kid, I couldn't like it's the pun of Onett, Toos, and 3, like, but in all the other town names, you actually pronounce the thing. So you're just gonna have to forgive me. Certain things I can learn to pronounce correctly, like Aerith. That's the correct way to say it, I guess, now. They changed it. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's not even the only weird way some people say want, like all in one syllable, like want, you know what I mean? Look at this game. Look, I'm finally actually playing it. Now this is like the run has begun. And I know all the secrets and tricks. I know about getting the cracked bat. That's not really a secret. I think your mom tells you to do it, but oh, I know about doing it. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, part of me wants to do like the fun playthrough where I just talk to every single NPC, because that's like the real fun part of Earthbound, right? Talking to the NP3s or the NPCs. Excuse me. I really am bad at reading chat and playing, and even like talking and reading chat. Like I don't like. It's one of those things I completely. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in my jammies. I don't give a fuck. I don't. You can't even skip the. You can skip the jammies This time you can go get dressed if you want to. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be a cool guy. I'm gonna talk to the fucking guys. Because what's the point of playing Earthbound if you're not even gonna talk to the guys? Am I right? This was a great game for This game red pilled me on you can't trust cops. Cops will always be needlessly bureaucratic, closing off the roads for no reason, beating up kids. You can't trust them. This game, yeah, put me in that mindset pretty early on. Is Picky in here? I guess he would be, right? Yeah. See, I never fucking like. I haven't played Earthbound in a long time, but like every time I played, I'm just like, boom! I'm blitzing through this first part of the game. I haven't talked to Picky before Pokey in like, I don't know, since I was. I don't even know if I ever have, to be honest. Yeah, God. That's right, because his parents aren't here. They get back later. That's right. Okay. See, it's all coming together. I'm remembering it all. Now, yeah, let's do it. See, when I'm playing Earthbound, I have to say Pokey, Band-K8 or Band-Cade. I don't know why. It's because it's in the game. It says Pokey. I understand that his name is really Porky. Oops, my other light went out. I had a light shining. Whatever. I'll fix it later. Like in this game, it's called Pokey, right? Like he's called Pokey. So, you know, I can't. I'm not. If I try to call him Porky, I'm gonna read Pokey on screen, and it's gonna fuck with me. You know what I mean? So I might as well just call him. You know, I might as well just call him what his real name is. In this game, this is a weird thing. Like, if you don't even know what I'm talking about, like, his name is Porky, technically. Oh, thank you, Busy Bee. Thanks, yes, I am as handsome as Big the Cat, I would say. Yeah, my hand is going to get tired. This is one of those ideas where it's like, this is such a bad idea. This idea doesn't even make sense to do. But in my mind, I was just like, well, I had to do it. And then I mentioned it offhand on the Minecraft thing, and then I mentioned it again on my Patreon Q&A video. And now I've mentioned it too many times that I can't not do it. I already agreed to do it, so it's happening. Yeah, you know what's so fucking weird, Glowy64? I did like the Porky boss fight in Brawl, but why did they remove it in Ultimate? They, like, removed all references to Porky, and some people are, like, desperately hoping he's gonna be, like, the last playable character. Like, they would never do that. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, theoretically, if they were gonna re-release Mother in English, like, and that'd be a good hype character, like, why would they do a character for no reason? That just seems so weird to me. Anyways, but it's so weird. I mean, I guess it's because it's a spoiler for Mother 3, but they also just didn't care about that during Brawl when it was actually closer to when Mother 3 was. Or like, that doesn't. Why would they only care about spoilers now? That doesn't really make any fucking sense. Yeah, Liar Exaggerate. That's another character. It took me a very long time to get the pun in his name because, again, I was playing this as a very young child. This game, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it hits different when you play it as a dumbass kid. Maybe that's why, I don't know. I feel like if a lot of people, modern people, like if you played a lot of RPGs and you play Earthbound, you're like, I don't see the, what's the big fucking deal? Like, I can sort of understand that perspective, honestly. Like, I love this game, but it's not that, mechanically, it's not that, you know, amazing. I don't know. Rolling HP meter is pretty cool. Now we rubberneck, and honestly, Pokey's such a fucking fun character. He's such a, like, a little shit. He's one of those characters, like, you love to hate him. I don't know why I love these cops so much. I love them in that they're funny. I don't love the cops, like as I already explained, but they're such funny, like they're just so needlessly, like, he's like asking if you're friends with Pokey, and you're like, no, I'm not friends. Come on. They're more afraid of fucking Pokey than me. So yes, this is the first, like, event flag in the whole game, is you have to talk to Pokey, and they have to walk all the way back to your house. I understand the beginning of this game is really not that exciting. You have to walk all the way up the mountain, and then you have to walk all the way back down, and then you have to walk all the way back up again. Yeah, I already fucked up. I already said something that's gonna get clipped out of context. Great. Oh well. It is what it is. Oh, what's up? We got Chow Mix in the chat. We got all the big names in the Sonic community, of course. Yeah, Vasilla. Dude, that knock is actually kind of spooky. I agree with you that it's like, I don't know why. Something about it just was like, it's weirdly, like, it's so off kilter. I don't know what it is. Well, I guess the chat will get to see it. Yeah, I should probably explain again. More people have showed up. I can't tell, but like, whatever. The point is, Oh, I missed a fucking donation. I missed from CyberShell14. This is you from the future. You're gonna want to put the tomato down. Shit. I agree with you. I was trying to get on this train of thought earlier, and I got distracted. Like, this is a bad idea. My arm is gonna get so tired. It's so stupid. It's not even funny. Like, it's funny. It's one of those ideas that's like funny for like 5 minutes, and then it's like, okay, it's not funny anymore. But now I have to do it for the next like 20 hours. How long is Earthbound? Why didn't I look this up before playing? Like, I've beaten it, but it's been so long. Like, this is one of those games I used to beat it like every year, but I haven't done that in like a decade. So maybe not even every year. This wasn't like a Banjo-Kazooie where I can knock it out in one sitting. Look at that fucking knock. Oh, we got Game Apologist in chat. What up? What's up? What's up, lad? No, I'm not going to eat the tomato. If I eat the tomato, then I wouldn't have anything to hold. I was thinking it'd be like really funny, just like smash it against my face, but then I would be holding a dripping, like half smushed tomato the whole time. What's up, Tony? How's it going? How long did he says 28 hours? That can't be right. I have to, oh my god. I'm gonna have to use my Earthbound knowledge to speed this up. That can't be right. I guess it could be right. Fuck. It is kind of a long game. Fuck. Well, I never said I was gonna do it in one sitting. If you're expecting this to be one sitting. Yeah, the Earthbound speedrun is crazy. The ending percent, you can like clip through the wall. Because the whole game is like sort of like, it's all like one connected map. I don't really know how to explain it, but it is. Sorry, I haven't been like explaining the plot, and I've just been like blitzing through all these like text boxes. I can't even imagine not knowing the plot to Earthbound. You know what I mean? It's just like, this is funny though, when you can be like, won't you help me find my brother? And you're just like, no. And you're like, if you refuse, I'll say something that'll cut you like a knife. Will you come with me? You're like, no. It's like, okay. I won't say anything to hurt you. And of course, I mean, every RPG has this thing where it's like, you have to save the world, yes, no, and then, you know, it's such a trope. It's a TV trope, you might even say, except it's not. It's a video game trope. But whatever. Also, I'm never once during the stream, I'm going to look into the camera. It's so weird. How do you look? That's so unnatural. It feels so weird to look in like a little black pinhole dot. Like, what am I, talking to a robot right now? Oh yeah, I've talked to my mom, talked to the dog. I will take the dog along, and I will equip the cracked. Oh, I did. I got the cracked bat, didn't I? But I didn't equip it. I'm being a goofball. I'm not even equipping my items. Yeah, here we go. This is the thing. You have to press select to bring up this little thing, and then L to bring up the actual menu. So that'll definitely get annoying. That'll definitely get fucking annoying after well, long enough. Let's do it. Bump that offense all the way up to 6. There's also no reason for me to have even set up a green screen because like I'm occupying a part of the game is in 4:3 and the stream is wider, so it's like that doesn't even make any sense. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Tracy gives you a cookie. I was gonna say, I almost forgot that I was gonna say I remember now she does the Escargot Express thing where she can hold on items for you, but that's not that useful. In fact, it's like almost pointless this early in the game, but whatever. I don't even think you have to take the dog, but I will. I will take him. Good dog. Honestly, my thoughts on Ness in Smash, like, I don't know exactly, that's kind of a vague topic, but I do love, honestly, I kind of just love his, like, I just love that he was included in the first place. It just seems like such a strange pick, because he was like the secret character in the first game. Every Smash game has like a weird character. Like, Melee had Game & Watch, you know what I mean? Like the last character you unlock. I guess you didn't have to unlock Ness last, but I don't know. In my mind, he was the hardest one to unlock. He was the one I unlocked last. Oh yeah, I should explain it again really quick now that more people are here. I'm holding the tomato just to prove that I'm beating the game with one hand. Because if you see me holding the tomato with my one hand the whole time, then you know that I'm using my actual other hand just for the game. And, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? I'm not crazy. That makes sense. Okay. Let's do it. See, I was thinking, like, if this takes 28 hours to beat normally, and I'm already... Look how long it's taken me to get... Not even... I've only gone up the fucking mountain once. I haven't even gone in my first battle yet. Oh, Waylon PK asks, what was my first exposure to NES Earthbound? I played it as a kid. My dad actually bought this game for me. It was my second RPG ever. My first RPG was, Super Mario RPG. That's a great baby's first RPG, honestly. You know something else great about Earthbound is I can just set it to auto fight. And look, now I can hold the tomato with 2 hands, and the game will just play itself. Beautiful. Oh god, the smash? All that green light is probably gonna fuck up the chroma key. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, now that... In my mind, hand cam was more of a hassle, but now I realize holding up the tomato the whole time, that's definitely gonna be way more of a pain in the ass, because, like, I have to keep it in frame. It's such a narrow, like, window where I can hold it, you know what I mean? That would be hilarious. Honestly, if someone like went to all the effort of like, it's like a separate element in Streamlabs, like I already like pre-recorded me holding the tomato. I promise that's not it. I don't know how to prove that's the case. Other than that would be insane, right? Yeah. This is an emulation, Bandcade. Oh boy, another one. Promise I'll still eat the tomato. I'm not gonna eat the whole tomato, but I might take a big bite out of it. We'll see. That would be a pretty hilarious, like, climactic moment, right? Just take a big bite out of it. I'm not gonna do it. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna do it right now. We'll see. If you want to see a man take a bite out of a fucking tomato after waiting for 20 hours and 28 hours of anticipation, this is gonna be a stream for you. Are you right or left-handed? I'm right-handed, which is why I chose the tomato, because I have to make sure I don't drop this for even a second. And then, I don't know. Well, it's just because it's left, like, the D-pad is on the left side of the controller, so that's why I'm using my left hand to play the game. Let's do it, guys. Level 2. We're doing it. It's happening, guys. We're gonna be able to beat this whole game, and it's gonna be great. And hopefully the tomato won't be, like, moldy and old. It's gonna get all moldy by the time I'm done beating it. I'm gonna, like, take a bite out, and I'm gonna die. And then I'll be like, the streamer dies from the dumbest thing ever. I don't know. That'll be what the news articles say. I still have my copy of Earthbound. In fact, if I didn't have such a freaking sentimental like attachment to Earthbound, I would have gladly sold it years ago. Because this game goes for so much fucking money. What the fuck? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, it makes sense. It's rare or something. I don't know. It makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't literally make sense. It's just like it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, thanks, Gavin DeGrape. It is a nice chair. Actually, I had a shitty just office chair for the longest time, and I was happy with that. I liked having a shitty chair. Oh my god, am I gonna die? Because I'm not even paying attention to my health. Am I the first person who ever dies before they get to the fucking meteorite in Earthbound? Hey, maybe. No, of course not, because they give you life up. So I got myself covered on that front. Oh yeah, but you know what I was thinking? I was like, I mean, Secret Lab, this chair's all right, but I mean, I don't want to give him like free advertising. Maybe I'll just take off the pillow so the name isn't there. But then the name is there. It's there beneath the pillow, so whatever. It doesn't. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Look, I promise I didn't touch the controller before I picked the tomato up again. Look, see. All right. Does he have different? Of course he has different dialogue. What do you got to say? Too busy to investigate. But I heard a child's voice out there. Like, this lines like this, I never understood how funny they were as a kid. I'm a busy man, but when I do a job, I do it well. I'm a man's man. But he's like, I'm too busy to investigate that crying child. This game is so fucking funny. It's funny in like a way that's like weird. I don't even know how to explain it. I mean, that wasn't what I meant, but like, it's funny. It's not like laugh out loud setup punchline humor. It's just like the whole game is such a strange thing. Poor scared dog. He can get in like 2 fights with you. He helps more than Pokey, which is hilarious. I love that Pokey like does nothing in battle. That's so funny. Very funny. Again, that's just a funny like, oh wow. Have you ever had an RPG where you have a party member that's like groveling to the enemy and stuff? That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, offbeat. That's a better word for it. This is so much easier than any other game I've ever had, and I'm still like forgetting to look at chat for like 5 minutes at a time. Yeah. Let's do it. Now, here's something I can't show off because and I really should have thought in advance. One of the weirdest Easter eggs. I don't even know why this is a thing, but like if you've played Earthbound before, look this up on YouTube. You can actually control the beam of light that Buzz comes down in with the second controller. Isn't that so weird? You can like flip it upside down. It's bizarre. It makes no sense. I don't even know how they discovered that. But yeah, isn't that weird? So funny. Buzz is such a great character. 10 years in the future. Wow. Never really hit me like 10 years in the future when I was a kid. Like, oh, that's so far in the future. 10 years. That's like that's pretty soon for the world to be ending, I guess. Oh yeah, this is another great Pokey moment. Like there's this whole prophecy bullshit. Like this is great dialogue with the music. It's like all setting on the mood. Yeah, I guess this is the whole plot of the game. Maybe I shouldn't skip over it. Like, Ness is destined to fight this great evil. Something I always liked about a guy, I guess, is like you could barely even understand what the fuck he is. He's just like some nebulous, malevolent force that somehow affects people's minds and shit. But it's hilarious because he's like, there's gonna be 3 boys and a girl, and Pokey's like, what the fuck? That better not be me. I'm not doing that shit. So funny. Yeah, I sort of agree with you, Sanctus Militia. Like, I kind of wish they explained Buzz and all his lore more, but it's kind of nice that it's all like, yeah, I'm not one of those three, am I? Because I'm not into this kind of thing at all. So funny. And it's another weird thing where it's like storytelling through the gameplay, which is so weird. I never think of Earthbound as that kind of game. Do you have different dialogue after I rescue Picky? Oh, he's selling. Oh, interesting. See, I'm so used to speedrunning this fucking part of the game. I can't remember last time I talked to him on the way down from the mountain. And it's so funny, like I explained how Pokey's like scared of the enemies. That's a great little gag. And it's also cool how they make you feel like, oh, Buzz is so much more powerful than me because he can do these crazy attacks. You know what I mean? Yeah, I do think it's a sort of, I don't want to say everything's like a subversion or whatever, but like, it is sort of a subversion that you have this epic, cool protector from the future and then it gets swatted down so easily. Maybe I should stop spoiling everything like 5 minutes before it happens, but yeah, this is just a cool sequence. Starman Jr. comes in and then you get to, well, this is almost like, it doesn't even matter. I'm just gonna go on auto fight because it doesn't matter. You can't like lose this fight. It's just part of the, it's like a scripted encounter. Yeah, you know, that was something I immediately noticed about Papyrus the very first time I saw him. I was like, hey, he's got the fucking Starman insignia on his chest. Actually made me like think he might be secretly a bad guy or something. But then they explained in universe that it's like cosplay or something. I can't remember. Yeah, that's another thing. That's a good point, Windows Squeegee. Like, Buzz seems so powerful in this fight because he is so much more powerful than you. But by the end of the game, you're like eclipsing his damage numbers by a huge amount. And what's up to all the people who are apparently from LS Mark's channel? What's the word? Channel members? Channel patrons? Whatever it's called on Twitch, because I'm seeing some LS Mark emotes in chat. There's another thing one of the reasons I never stream. I'm always like, it's so easy for me to like, maybe I'll stream today, but then it's so easy for me to like talk myself out of it. Like, oh, I don't want to stream if someone else I know is streaming. Oh, what's up, Splashy Dashy? You know, and that's the other thing. I think Germa's streaming today, which is where I'm always like, why would you ever watch this stream when like an actual good streamer is up? That's another thing about the tomato, where it's like, there's no reason to watch me play Earthbound, but like it's like everything. There's just something about the internet today. You just need a dumb gimmick to get people's attention, and like having just the one-handed. That's sort of a good dumb gimmick, right? Yeah, that's right. Mother 2 was sort of a subversion of the like that was one thing that made me think it was cool. Like, oh wow, it's an RPG, but it's not Dragon Quest. It's not like medieval or whatever. It's just a modern setting. It's just a modern, which used to be like, I mean now, I guess like, you know, there's like Persona and Shin Megami Tensei, so it's not like it's so unique. It's the most unique thing ever, but you know, it was definitely the first time I had ever heard of something like that. Right. Can you try to, I was gonna say, can you go in your house? There's just nothing. You're supposed to go and like, do you get an extra dialogue from mom or something? Oh, I want to talk to dog. Oh yeah, that's the line he'll have for like the rest of the game. If you come to this game, and it's so annoying when your ear itches beneath headphones. He'll just be saying that until the very end of the game when Onett gets like invaded by monsters or whatever. By the way, spoilers for the very end of the game. Max, should I join your like if you want to join my Patreon? It's honestly like you're not supposed to say this, but it's not really the best Patreon. Like I'm trying to come up with more Patreon exclusive content. Why don't you have some tomato? Oh, that's right. There is extra dialogue. Because if you talk to your mom with Pokey in the party, because of that line. What's my favorite RPG? I don't know. Maybe Earthbound. I don't know. I just have such a sentimental attachment to it. It's hard for me to like look at this game uncritically. You know what I mean? Oh, anyways, to finish my thought, I'm trying to work on having more Patreon exclusive content. I just put the first thing out not ever, because I had the big post I written about my unlisted videos, but I put out the Q&A video, which is just for patrons. I am plugging it, but to be fair, I didn't bring it up. That was a legitimate question. I have to talk to you first. That's right. This is a interesting bit of censorship. I have to resist the urge to just regurgitate things that are from this book. But in the Japanese version, it's like a different sound effect that's more obvious that they're getting like beaten by their dad or whatever. And then if you go to Pokey, he's like, "Ow, my fucking ass hurts," or something. I don't remember the line. He doesn't say that, obviously, but in Japanese, he's like, "My ass hurts," or something. I can't remember. The point is, and there's also another line where he's like, Yeah, whatever. That was the point. I'm easily going to just be regurgitating. I have to resist the urge. That's why I plugged the book at the beginning. You should just buy the book. Whatever. It'll be better to read about it at your own pace, anyways. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that there's like I explained the premise of this stream, and I showed off that book in like the first 5 minutes, and then I keep forgetting that people haven't been here the whole time. I didn't even name the book earlier. It's called Legends of Localization, Book 2, Earthbound, by Clyde Mandolin, who's also known as Tomato, which is why I'm holding up a tomato right now, just sort of as a tribute. I couldn't think of a better thing to hold up. That's the other reason. And this is a very sad scene where Buzz dies. It's funny, but it's sad. I don't know. It is a great book. Does anyone here actually have that book? You read it, Sanctus Militia, or are you just like parroting what I said earlier? Listen to my final words. And he has this whole little speech. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I never really understood what the fuck is going on with the Soundstone and the Sanctuaries. Like, what? Like, your power is joining with the Earth? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it's like, whatever. It's just like, it's just a plot thing, you know? Just go to these 8 places. It's just a video game thing. But I always like forget that the Soundstone is even a thing. Like, you can check it in your inventory at any time. And if you like go to a sanctuary without the Soundstone, you don't get to record it. It's so weird. It's not like a key item, right? Or it is. I forgot. It's been like over 10 years since I played this game. There it is. There's my Soundstone. That's one complaint with this game. That's pretty legit. This game does not have the best inventory system. It's a little tedious at times. But did you want to hear? No, I don't want to hear it again. See, even I have been PTSD, like, I have accidentally asked to hear that story again so many times. I guarantee someone right now thought that I was just gonna be mashing it so fast that they were gonna have to hear the Buzz story again. But I didn't. I did remember to do it, so I didn't forget. So yeah, whatever I said, that's what I said. All right, now let's do it. This is something really funny might happen, which is all the green light might make my face all look weird because of the chroma key. I don't remember. It looked weird when I tested it, but that was on like different lighting conditions. That's why that other light set up. Okay, it looks fine. It looks fine. I love that little transitionary moment of the... It doesn't really make sense. Like, it's still nighttime when you walk out, and then instantly transitions daytime. But God, I love that moment so much. I don't even know why. I can't even explain to you logically. Oh wait, let's do it. Let's go check out Liar Exaggerate's house. Again, I can't even remember the last time I did that. I love autofight. What a great feature. It gives me just a moment to actually talk to chat and not pay attention. You really shouldn't rely on that, by the way. Don't rely on autofight during like boss fights. But I mean, it probably works fine for grinding, right? Yes, Gabriel, is a Lisa fan game. That's exactly right. That's another game I love too. I love a lot of games that have been inspired by Earthbound, you know. Obviously, maybe that's why I like them. But yeah, I was a big fan of Lisa and Undertale, like I already mentioned. Yeah, I like Undertale. It's a good game. I'll say it. Hopefully I didn't piss anyone off too much. Yeah, it's one of those games that's been memed to death, but I still think the core fundamental game is good. And I was one of those people lucky enough to had a great experience with it, because I just got to play Undertale. I didn't have to hear one single person tell me that I needed to play it, or that it's the best game ever. I just randomly bought it, and I was like, I'm gonna play this game. Like the first day it came out. It was so weird. It's such a weird, lucky coincidence, but yeah. I literally played Undertale like when it was brand new, before it had an obnoxious fan base. Believe it or not, that's a factual thing that happened. You know, I've never played Yeek. I've only watched a bunch of reviews about it online. I watched Jack Saint's video, to Snaker's video, and of course the seminal Running Shine Yeek video. Thank you, Suzanne C. I recognize you, one of my lovely patrons. Yeah, dying before the first meteorite would be the equivalent of drowning in the pool in a Sonic Adventure, because it's like, no, you should never be dying that early. It'd be ridiculous. But whatever. It is what it is. I need to be a little more mindful of my HP so I don't... If I game over or whatever... I mean, you don't game over in this game. You just lose, what, half your money? I can't even remember what happens when you die in Earthbound. You lose half your money or something. But you don't, like, lose progress. I mean, it puts you back at the phone, so you lose progress in that regard. But you know what I'm saying. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say was I'll just give myself a little bit of life up, top myself off, because I'm gonna talk to Mom and eat some delicious tomatoes before I go down and fight the sharks. Auto fight. Yes, I agree. Running Shine's video is good. Oh yeah, I freaking forgot. I told Mello he could like be on this stream. Well, if he shows up in chat, I'll I'll call him on Discord, maybe. We'll see. I never stream on a schedule, so I feel bad telling someone like they could or should be on a stream with me, you know what I mean? But I'm usually sort of open to the idea, because I'm so bad at solo streaming. I'm really bad at it. I can barely focus on talking to chat. At least when I'm like talking to another human being, I like sort of seem like a normal person, right? Wait, is that you for real, Mello? If it's you, send me a message on Discord. Well, or maybe you already did. Hold on. Oh, you already did. Great. I'm gonna need to talk to chat. Make sure your audio levels are okay for a second, though. Okay. I called him, but he said 1 sec. We'll get that figured out in a minute. Let's finish the liar exaggerate scene first. This is some epic foreshadowing. You might not have even known about this shit if you never went up here again. There's some epic foreshadowing. First of all, there's this song. I always loved this song. I don't know why, but it's like so creepy. It's not that, like, I understand it's not that creepy, really. It's a silly, kind of goofy sound font. But this song used to creep me the fuck out as a kid. I don't know why. What's up, Arcade? Yeah, that is funny. That is some funny timing. Oh, what's up, Glink? How's it going? Yes, I love that. That's not... Is that the Onion, or is that, like, the hard drive? There's some other gaming parody site. Or is this that article where it's, like, huge Earthbound fan excited to play it for the first time? Look, it's the Manny Manny statue. Did you even know that was here? And it plays that creepy sound effect. Did you even know it was here? Maybe you did. I don't know. It's probably not that secret. Is this stream title still playing Minecraft? If so, then shit. It was the hard drive? Damn, I called that. Those guys deserve some credit. Shit. Hold on. Is it really still say fucking... I hate doing this on the middle of the stream. Twitch.tv. I think it's because I said it properly. It's also going to give some fucking echo feedback or whatever. I set the title to Earthbound... but then I went live, and when I went live, Streamlabs overrode it with my previous one. God damn it. Okay. Where were we? Well, hold on, I need to close this. So many windows, it's so annoying. Here we go. Where were we? Okay, so how long have I been doing this shit? It's been going on for ages. Okay, so now I need to close this window to see what my donation was. I apologize for anyone who actually tuned in to see Minecraft. Sorry about that, Sarai. He's overthinking. But yeah, God, I got turned around and everything. I've been streaming for like 5 hours, and I haven't even touched the main part of Onett. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. But whatever, I'm having a good time. This is one reason this is why I had the idea to stream Earthbound in the first place. Because it's such like, I can't really embarrass myself too badly playing Earthbound, right? Because it's fucking Earthbound. I almost just got like the red battle swirl from the snake. I probably should have just let that happen. I should have just organically let myself look stupid on stream. Because those make the best clips, right? Oh, what's up? Oh, he's here. My man is here. But hey, I guarantee chat. Everybody. You're going to be tuned way too low. I'm going to have to fucking audio mix this up. So we're just going to have to talk for a while, and then I'm going to get yelled at, and then we're going to figure out how quiet you are. All right.
I can always boost myself if anyone needs me to. Also, I got a whole like audio setup, so.
Right.
He's a quiet guy, is what people are saying. Here, let me put myself up a little. Whoa, that's a lot of decibels.
Does that sound any better, chat? Tell me when he's at least like, tell me when you can at least hear him. I might end up drowning out the game in the background, but, you know, it is what it is.
Where I can right now. I see you're at the hill.
Yes, so. I am. Sorry, I got my tomato in my lap off camera. I gotta make sure I don't want anyone thinking I'm trying to play this game with two hands.
I was watching.
It'll be embarrassing, honestly, to have to use two hands.
I was watching you play this, and I was like, dude, like, you can't just keep your arm up like that.
Oh, I can. Forever. I will. I'm just gonna do it, man. I know it doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna get so tired. I'm just gonna do it anyways. I should have just had like a better like wide shot, so I could like have my arm resting comfortably instead of having to like awkwardly like hold it up. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I should have just gotten like a string and like made it look like I was holding it or something. I don't know. There's a million things I could have done.
Easier.
Like a million ways I should have treated this and like tricked people into thinking I was doing it properly, but I kept putting the stream off. I was like, I don't want to do that. I mean, I want to do it. I want to have done it, but I don't want to actually do it. You know what I mean? It's so stupid.
I think people are still saying like I'm kind of quiet still is what I'm getting the gist of.
Right. Oh yeah, I need to boost
again at any point.
I need to boost. That's right. Oh yeah, I need to turn OBS. Wow. I have my desktop audio turned really quiet.
Oh, is that why?
Is that better? Again, this is literally going to be me asking chat, is that better? Is that better? And then making small adjustments like 40 times. But we will eventually approach equilibrium. Yes. I appreciate the feedback. Thank you, Tony. God, now my thing is...
Yeah, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
God. My progress is so slow, and I'm already like nervous at like how long this game is gonna take. So obviously this is gonna take more than one sitting, but I'm still
You're not gonna be able to marathon this. You're gonna have to, for sure.
Well, I was thinking, I was like, oh, you know, am I gonna die in auto battle?
You might.
I was gonna say that he keeps dodging me. If I die in its auto battle, that's not my fault. That's the game's fault. It's not my fault for choosing the bad, like, you know, option to use auto battle in the first place. It's like a nice little feature though, right? How many other RPGs have auto battle as like a that's like part of Final Fantasy 13 or some shit, right? Oh yeah.
Yeah, it took a while for it to really catch on as a great feature.
The idea, Salad Plain Zone, is to use the same tomato every time. So when it takes me like weeks to finish this, and it's like a moldy, disgusting gray like blob, and I have to like take a bite out of it at the end. And I die. That's the goal here. But I was thinking like speedrunners can beat this game and like even what's the glitchless percent like record? Because that's got to be long as fuck, right? This game doesn't.
Kind of interesting. I remember back in the day, Fangamer would do like these really big marathon playthroughs where they'd send a cartridge like around to a bunch of different people.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
And then it like those were all guys that like played this game like so many times. It's crazy, and it took them still like probably like 14 hours or something similar to that. I mean, it's a pretty long game. There's no run button really. It's kind of hard to speed run it.
It's so funny.
It's got a big speed run community.
It's so funny. The game like laughs in your face if you want to go faster. You have like two options. Well, I guess you have three. But the first two are you have the skip sandwich, which is like you have a very finite amount of inventory options. So what are you gonna just stockpile those? They last very short amount of time. They're just not ideal. And the other one is the fucking bicycle, which you can't only use until you get Paula, which is so stupid, but I love it. And then you can use it at the end of the game.
Yeah, that must have been a joke.
Why? It's like a joke item, right?
You don't even get it. Yeah, you get it. And it's so cool. And this has like this happy face on it.
That's the only time he really looks super happy. He looks so like taciturn the entire game with that just regular face. Also, that's a feature I love so much is that when you're over leveled to the point where you would beat an encounter in one fight or one attack or move, I guess, it just instantly ends the fight. Like every RPG should have that. Like why is that not a standard feature? Like this game is so weirdly archaic sometimes, and then it has like perfect features like that. Like what the fuck is going on?
It's got some out of the box thinking for sure. I wonder how many of these ideas were like kind of Ape or Hal's ideas, and how many of them were toys themselves.
I always wonder how much influence did he really have over this game? Because obviously it's a Shigesato Itoi game, but like, did he write every single line of dialogue himself? Like, what is the?
He wrote every single line of dialogue. So
that's
like,
interesting.
From what I understand, like there was a programmer there to like kind of write out the text in the assembly or C or whatever they were writing this game in, and he would basically just tell them like, I want them to say this now, and I want them to say this now.
Right.
Which is kind of simple when you kind of think about it, because the text is pretty simple in this game. It's just like you open up a text box and you have little pauses and then little options, selects like there, like I want to borrow the map or I don't want to borrow the map. Like it's pretty nice because of that.
I love the weird fourth wall breaking. I know it's not like, especially nowadays, breaking the fourth wall is like whatever, but you know, just feel like the X button is located near the top. Thank you, Tomato's Fate. Will you eat this tomato? Appropriate username, by the way. Will I eat at the end? I don't know if I'll eat the whole thing on stream, like a apple, like you eat the whole thing, but I might take a big bite out of it for the memes. And also just the lady outside the library was like, I got some good information on Earthbound, which is just like, as a kid, I was just like, you can't say that in Earthbound.
That's the game I'm playing.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? And there's like that sign in Forsyth that's like Earthbound 2 planning meeting, which is so funny. And this line always gets me. It's not necessary to turn the map now. Come back in the year 2001. So that's 20 fucking years ago. And now you see in the future, guys. When I played this game for the first time, that was in the future. I was like, oh, that's so long from now.
It's kind of interesting that you kind of brought up how like fourth wall breaks, they were like kind of really interesting for a time in like video game writing, but nowadays it's so like quaint, like everything does it now.
It's not like I hate fourth wall breaking necessarily, but like I do roll my eyes a little bit if you're a quirky indie RPG and you're instantly like breaking the fourth wall. That was something that did me about Yeek, which was that like instantly it felt like it was trying so hard to be quirky or whatever, where she's like, just be naturally quirky, which doesn't really make any sense, but you know what I mean?
Well, I was even playing No More Heroes again recently, and it's like I remember when that game first came out, it was a huge thing where it was like, oh my god, like it's hilarious. That kind of makes fun of video games. There's a lot of like fourth wall.
There's some good fourth wall breaking in that.
It was, and people, it was so like cool at the time, but I feel like if you release that game now, like it wouldn't really be considered all that crazy, you know?
Yeah, there is a lot about the game that I really like. I don't know. Part of me wants to say the game aged really well. But then, like, I don't know. I just, as a pure gameplay perspective, I really do understand why people wouldn't be so keen on Earthbound. You know what I mean? Like, I try not to hate on someone too much. You're like, oh, Earthbound it's whatever. It's mediocre or whatever. Like, I don't know. I feel like Mother 3 is just so much more accessible. You know what I mean? It has like a nice coherent story and everything. Like, Earthbound's not really about the story. It's about the setting.
The thing I'd say is that, like, Mother 3 feels kind of like almost like an inspiration from all the dragons. It feels much more straight, whereas Earthbound feels like flat out like parodying Dragon Quest and RPG.
Yeah. There's like elements
and kind of like
this game feels way more like, parody. Yeah, you're right. Like
let's have all the crazy, you know, JRPG stuff, and let's put it in like random middle America kind of town. And like, I mean, just like when you think about, like, I was thinking about how it's funny how like in all of these games you always get like it's either Paula or Anna in those games, and they're like these like all-American girl type characters, but then they just have them be like the most offensive magic users in the world. Like
right.
I imagine
that was okay. It's not really that special, but the fact that your Ness is the healer, not like the offensive magic guy, is like, that's just like a weird choice, but I like it. You know what I mean? I don't know why.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's really interesting. Yeah, I do think it's kind of interesting that Ness is like the healer of the group. He's kind of keeping everybody from dying all the time.
Right. Yeah, until at least Pooh sort of lightens the load at the end. Max, thank you for donating and asking what patron tier do I get. You donated $1 to ask that. I mean, I guess you could do the $1 tier. That'd be appropriate, right? That would be awesome, Hidden Secrets, if there was a hidden secret in this game that, like, you know, took more time than the Fungi Forest Rainbow coin, which I know what you're talking about. There was that coin in DK64 that didn't get discovered for so long. That would be amazing if there was a secret. I think this game in particular has been too well decompiled. The fan base of Earthbound loves it too much. If there were any secrets left in this game, they're basically in here, so just... I don't know why.
Yeah, Starman. I miss Starman.
That was such a comfy, like, I never really posted there, so I can't pretend like I'm some old, you know, friend from that site. But like, I did lurk all the time. And some of my earliest web posting, or not like posting, but like web, like, I added to my favorites list. I made shitty Sprite comics I didn't even post anywhere. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, that was like very nice, chill community.
Yeah. I remember I used to like listen to the Fan Gamer podcast. Those guys are like adorable. They just love Earthbound. Like,
right.
So.
It has such a fucking dedicated fan community. Like, I guess it's kind of like... I'm intentionally like going around walking all these buildings like that I never normally do. Like I said earlier, usually when I play Earthbound, I make a beeline for like, just do it as fast as possible, get to the fucking sharks as fast as possible. I don't know why I do it that way. I just like, I can't help it. You know what I mean?
I like how he slowly pushes you out.
Thank you, Ellis Mark, for the raid.
Interaction.
Right? Yeah. See, like if you try to talk to the mayor before you get permission to talk to the mayor, he's like, they're like, get the fuck out of here. See, that's one thing I just love. There's so many just NPCs. I love all the Brian Griffins in chat. I really appreciate that. Mark's video about Brian Griffin was really good. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be that good. Not like, I don't know how to say, I'm not insulting Mark, but like, I was like, he made me go like, damn. Brian Griffin actually like used to be an all right character, and then they ruined him, which is like, I only really watched the first few seasons of Family Guy. I never really watched much. I watched like the first season after it came back on Adult Swim, but it's one of those shows like The Simpsons where I can't believe it's still fucking going on to this day.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same camp.
Thank you,
that.
Team
like,
Nookie.
So from what I understand, Brian Griffin kind of became a character where he kind of just is, like kind of.
Yes, he's Seth MacFarlane's mouthpiece. Kind of, exactly.
Yeah,
it's
just
very...
kind of uses him to spout whatever he wants instead of something more interesting.
Ooh, the dog knew about the, oh, that's such a weird way that, like, you get money in this game from beating up enemies, but you don't get, the enemies don't drop money. It just secretly correlates to money that your dad will deposit in your bank account.
I love. There's something funny about that because it's like it makes it seem like it's not even because you're beating enemies. Your dad's
Right.
just
That's how.
giving you
As a
bigger
kid,
and
I swear to
bigger
God, I didn't even put
allowance.
two and two together, even though it makes perfect sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
And
should go
that's
get that
another
hat.
thing where that's another thing where somebody may think like,
Oops.
oh, you know, like what's the point of that? Like, why can't I just get the money right away? But it's like I don't know. It's one of those cute things where it's weirdly satisfying to go and just get it all at once. It's cool to like go to the phone and I've just deposited $55,000.
I just accidentally pressed off instead of continue, which is so weird. The game, remember, it doesn't like end the game. It just like it locks you into the screen.
Yeah, it locks you. You got to reload the ROM. Yeah.
Yeah. Reset. Is that?
Using Z-SNES?
Yeah, man.
Oh, gee.
Is that not good? All my like emulation knowledge is like trapped in like 2008. You know what I mean?
No, Z-SNES is great. I still have it on like some of my old computers. It's a great. I don't know. It's not super hardware accurate, but it's very cozy to use.
Right? Yeah. I mean,
And
there's
it
something
doesn't
so
take a lot
there's
of
something so
CPU.
cozy about like programs like Nesticle, which like go out of their way to be like gross and like not an
Offensive,
official.
yeah.
Like you never like this is illegal. Like fuck you. Like we're doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh yeah, there's such a funny little thing that you get homesick. Ness gets homesick, and you have to call mom. Like what a great
Yeah,
little
I love
status effect.
that.
I love weird status effects. That's one reason I love Lisa so much. Lisa has some incredible status effects like that, like drunk and depressed and stuff.
Yeah, is Lisa the only game where it's like
Graffiti.
you can be dealing with your what is it? You're dealing with all of your
You have to deal with being a
kind of-
drug addict.
yeah. You have to deal with your withdrawals.
Dude, I didn't even understand how like withdrawals they're brutal. I just tried to power through them in Lisa, but you do like no damage. It's insane if you try to beat the game without joy. You really have to lean on your party members. It's not impossible or anything, but yeah, Lisa's a really cool game. I really like Lisa. I love Raffini. I know he's just telling me a bunch of stuff I already know, but I just love. Now he's like I'm possessed by the spirit of the fucking game designer and shit. I don't know why this game is just so. Oh, it's such a cute game.
You can tell that there's a lot of heart in this game. It is somebody brought up earlier in chat I saw, which I thought was interesting, which is that it's like this Iwata basically saved this game from dying because I think.
Oh
it
yeah,
was a
I
lot
remember
of
hearing
new
that
people
story. That's
making
so
this.
crazy. Like he stepped in and like saved the game from getting like shelved. It was like had such a rocky development. He just had
Yeah,
such
I think-
in-depth technical knowledge. He could like it's so weird to hear stories about him. Like he just came in. He's like the reason you can go to Kanto and Gold and Silver. It's like what the fuck? Like that was such an iconic moment of that game for me. And the fact that he helped this
Yeah.
game, it's really cool. He's a cool. Rest in
Yeah,
peace, Iwata.
that was a huge like flex on his part. It's like, oh, like you guys can't fit all of your game on the memory. Like, hold on, give me a second here. Here, now you can put the whole first game on it now too. You know, it's crazy. Like that kind of like knowledge of memory and just how to like completely and utterly like save space like that is kind of a
It's
lost
really
art,
fascinating
because
to
now
hear.
you have no reason to ever really be concerned about that stuff nowadays because you kind of got infinite
Yeah,
space.
memory is such a non-issue. It's weird. That used to be such.
Yeah.
That was like the limiting reactor for like most fucking games. You know what I mean? Like, just can we cram it onto the fucking thing? You know, it's such a. And there was all these problems. Like we're gonna go to CDs and Nintendo stuck with cartridges. It was the whole thing, and that was mostly about storage
used to-
space. And by the way, hello
used to fuck
Feebucks.
with
I'm glad you could finally watch one of my streams. It's not in pure Euro misery hours. Normally I stream like way later. I don't know why. I'm terrible at streaming Euro friendly hours.
Yeah, Arcade let me know. It's like, oh, you're Cybershell streaming right now. I'm like, oh shit.
It's
that's
funny.
really
I
cool.
actually organically, maybe I did. Maybe I was seeing someone in chat say something, but I swear I was like, oh yeah, I told you you could be on the stream. I forgot, and then I remembered, and I was like, well, hopefully he'll just see it. And you're like, oh, I'm in chat. I'm like, okay. Where is? God damn it! I keep spawning these dogs. I'm trying to find that place. Oh, it's closer to the entrance to the town, like your like clubhouse or whatever. You know what I mean? The people that will give you
Yeah,
that
you
hat.
gotta go get the.
You gotta get
Mr.
the hat.
Baseball cap.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're fucked. Your whole playthrough is ruined. And these fucking
There's
guys.
this great. I can't remember what it was. It was like some book following. I think it was some ladies were playing Earthbound. I don't know if you know about this, but it was like. I know Tomato translated it. It was like this book where they were all talking about like, oh, you know, we were playing this, and I think they got the Mr. Baseball cap and like kept it on the entire game.
Oh, that's
And,
Pog.
like, at
That's
one
hella
point-
Pog. Oh no,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
did the
one
thing where
person-
I got the red screen. I'm so embarrassed.
No.
so fucking embarrassed, dude.
But I know, like, at one point it was, I think Winters, they're like, okay, we're gonna sell this now. And, like, they had a real fight over it. They're like, no, that, like, has sentimental value. Our friend gave
Dude,
it to us, and you can't just sell it. Like,
I used to unironically be that guy. I would get, like, sentimental value to, like, weak weapons in RPGs, which is so stupid.
my dad gave it to me, dude. Like, you can't just go and get, like, what is it, the Master Sword with Link and Link to the Past? Like, your
Right.
uncle or whatever gave you the, you the little rinky-dink one you get.
Hold on a sec.
I'm gonna get some water, actually. Give me 1 second, everybody.
Go for it. How do you fucking... I'm so bad at using, like, these... Oh, here it is. Yeah, let me just remove the filter really quick, because... Oh, yeah. First of all, check it out. Fucking Tails gets trolled drip. Is that Pog or what? But I actually turned the green screen off because I wanted to show this sick updog drip I got. Check it out. I had to turn it off because the green of the shirt would get interrupted by the green screen. I tried to do it earlier. I had to pick a shirt like this, which is no green anywhere on it, nice and blue.
Oh my god, that shirt.
Anyways, that was literally the entire reason I turned off the green screen. Now I have to turn on the green screen again. Let's see here. Filters. There's really no reason for it to even be on, because it's just like, what's the difference between having a black background and a green background? There's no difference. There's no reason to have it on. I just want it on, okay? I set up a fucking green screen, guys. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, that's pretty professional, actually. I would never do something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Way too much trouble.
Okay. I still have barely made any progress in this fucking game.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, you haven't even fought the sharks yet.
I haven't even fought one shark yet. God damn it. Oh well,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
okay. Here's a lookout. Yeah, these guys are like Ness's friends. What's like the lore on these guys?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. You never really get to talk to them after this one point, but yeah, so you gotta get the hat, and then you gotta fight sharks. I know what... It's kind of
This is the only part of the game where you have to grind a little bit, like because if you go in underpowered to Frank, you'll just get walloped. You know what I mean? You have to fight a couple sharks, which can be annoying. This is probably like the least engaging part of the game from a pure gameplay perspective, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah,
this guy's like psychic. What's the deal with this guy? He's got this crazy. After all, I'm single.
It's also weird just asides like that in this game.
I know. I love the fucking dialogue in this game. Like it has such a specific voice to it. I guess it's Itoi's voice, but you know, it is what it is.
Ooh, someone says, what about Peaceful Rest Valley? Yeah, that's a pretty tricky one.
Oh yeah, okay.
Those trees and stuff.
Yeah. Those trees are they're so annoying and bad that I almost like loop back around to liking them. Like the fact that a tree just explodes. And like if you're playing the game for the first time, you don't know not to fight the tree first, and then fighting the tree first and killing it before the other guy is like a death sentence. Yeah, Peaceful Rest Valley is pretty bad. I'll give you that, honestly.
This is definitely one of those weird games where it starts off difficult and then gets easier as you know, get more tools and more.
It's just like more party members inherently will make it more easy, you know?
Yeah.
Something that some people bring up against Mother 3, which is that the very beginning of the game, you spend so long with one party member, which is a little, or it's a long time before you get the full party, I should say.
It definitely takes a while with that game.
I love this guy. Do you want a hint? And then if he says if you say no, you're just like, oh, you're on your own. If you say yes, he's like, go get a hint from the guy who sells hints. Which is just hilarious. I love that there's a guy who sells hints, and I'm gonna start paying him money just because. I don't know. I just want to see what he has to say. I never talk to this guy. It's also funny. It doesn't scale, does it? I think it's $35 the whole game, which is like that's like half my money right now. But like later on, that's fucking nothing.
It's nothing.
But I'm still gonna do it.
What's he say?
Just buy those dang street punks, all the sharks. I guess it's not. I guess it's really not like that obvious that you have to beat the sharks. They sort of just let you walk into Onett and just do whatever. Oh, Feebox Terra asked about the tomato. Yeah, I'll explain it again. I already said this at the beginning of the stream. I've explained it like 20 times because people are just gonna keep coming in and out. Which is that I just wanted to not prove, because it's not hard. I'm playing Earthbound with one hand, and I just figured one good way to communicate that would be to be holding something in my other hand. The whole fucking stream. I don't know why. Yeah, I know it's not a good idea. That's just the idea that I had, and that's what we're doing. And why a tomato?
And it's a shout out to.
It's a shout out to Tomato. Exactly. That's right. Clyde Mandolin, who is just a cool guy. If you know anything about Earthbound in the Mother community, you're gonna know about that guy. Let's see what's going on in the hotel.
I think it's fair to say there's nobody in the community of Earthbound community that's like more kind of done more for it than I think Tomato has in terms of organizing the whole Mother 3 translation and
that alone, like that alone would make him a legend. But like, yeah, it's all these other stuff too. He's just been a part of the pillar of the Starman and Earthbound community for like as long as forever. I don't know why Gabriel mentioned this, but he said you watch Madness Combat. Well, I mean, I think that's what he meant to say, which is, yeah, I do. I love Madness. It's great.
Dude, I used to watch that stuff like back in the day. I was like 9 years old or something. It was like one of the first internet things I saw was Madness Combat.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just have had such a long history with that. Okay, I always forget. There's 3 types of sharks, and then there's like a hierarchy. They get more and more dangerous. I forget. Is Pogo, are you like the least dangerous one? Yeah, he's like the least dangerous one because he's always like falling over. Yeah, see?
Yeah. I think the skateboarder ones are the more dangerous ones.
I think you're right. And the hula hoop one, I can't remember. Whatever. I think you're absolutely right about that. Do you want to start a fight? It's just funny that there's like NPCs you talk to and then you fight, but they also have like the actual like enemies on the map. Yeah, they actually
fight you after. I love that. That's actually kind of a fun little thing they add to this game. Yeah, yeah, he took a lot of your health. That was like a third of it.
This is one of those things you don't want to put on auto fight. Oh, see, that's why the sharks are so brutal. They can like gang up on you. Like this is brutal.
Those enemies are really cool though. When you're like later, like when you're in the happy place, that's a great place to grind.
It's a great way to get a shitload of experience. The fobbies or whatever, they're so weak and they give you so much experience. It's crazy.
Yeah, the fobbies are made for you to just level up and take them down.
Yeah, that, oh, thank you, Sunny TM, by the way, for the raid. Everybody who raided. I already thanked Mark. I have no idea many people are watching right now. Is that even something you'd see on OBS?
Somebody's asking, Homestuck? Man, that's one of those things I never got into.
I also never got into it. I feel bad because I have some friends who are like really into it. And now it's like, I just feel like I sort of missed the cultural zeitgeist. And I know like if I said that, they would tell me, no, you're wrong. You can still watch it and get into it. You know, it's not like, and I will, someday I really will. I intend to, but.
What's Andrew Hussey even up to? Isn't it like not making his game?
He just did Cyclonials. He did this like new thing. It's sort of like a visual novel. Again, I didn't watch it or play it, but apparently this just came out. But yeah, I wish I knew more about Homestuck lore, honestly. Seems pretty cool. Seems kind of like just an interesting, like, I'm sort of aware of like the MS Paint adventure thing before I was even aware of like Homestuck, and then I was like, oh, I guess that just exploded in popularity. Oh yeah, and I did just watch Sarah Zed's videos about them. I guess that's why I even have anything in my mind about it. Oh, you're welcome, Team Nuggy, for getting introduced to Tales Gets Trolled. In fact, there's a really good podcast. It just went up today. It was recorded 2 weeks ago, but yeah, me, Laserbot. It was an interview of Laserbot on the PCP podcast, and I was also there. Pretty good. I feel bad because I'm now like, you're not allowed to watch it. You have to watch me stream. In fact, I don't ever want to say you have to watch me stream, but like, Earthbound is getting some weird legal shit lately. Like, Sony released a CD of Earthbound music. And, am I full health? Okay. And now you can, like, get, like, Chugga Conroy had some of his Earthbound Let's Play videos removed. Not demonetized, removed. So, like, it's possible I'm going to try and upload this big, giant video onto YouTube and then it gets deleted. So you might never be able to see this unless you're watching it right now, which you are, because if you weren't, you didn't just hear me say that, unless it's on YouTube. Oh yeah, this is funny. Do you want to be a member? And you say yes. He says, come back after you finish Earthbound. And I was like, you can't say that, and you can't even progress unless you say no. So it's, what a cheeky little moment. What a cheeky little.
I love that kind of dialogue though, because it's like it kind of makes sense. It's like you have to insult them for them to want to fight you to get them out of the way. Like, right. It's cool. I love the hula hoop sprite, like just the way they.
I love the sharks. Like... Yeah, the sharks are awesome. Such a great little gang. I don't know why. I just loved that the first major. It's not even a dungeon. It's like 2 rooms. You don't even have to go upstairs. But like one of the first major areas you have to go in the game is an arcade. I don't know why. I just like that. And like this random.
Yeah, somebody brought this up. That it's like, man, poor Chugga. It's like, yeah, Chugga always gets messed up by YouTube. I feel like
it sucks,
back in the Nintendo days. Like I remember he got messed up with that. He got like really sick one time for like months.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Yeah, Chugga's been around for so long. He's been screwed over by like multiple versions of the copyright bot. You know what I mean? And like it used to be just it would delete everything, and then it got really demonetized. Happy. I don't even know, man. I have a lot of respect for people still doing Let's Plays.
if you had like a vendetta against somebody, I remember you could just like put a DMCA on it, and YouTube would just take it down right away.
It was so easy to abuse the DMCA system.
Yeah.
Someone back when Retsu Prey was making enemies every single fucking time they uploaded, like multiple people did that
Always DMCAs,
and abused it. And yeah, I had to personally file counter DMCAs on their behalf. How many times do I get to tell this story? I love telling this story. I told this story like 58 times in my life, but like, yeah. Oh god, I'm getting double teamed over here. I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting just to leave without getting. Okay. Let's see here. I guess I'll go after the skate punk. I guess I could just run away.
Yeah, just run away, honestly, because this is gonna be brutal.
Yeah. Are they both faster than me? They're both faster than me. Oh,
yeah,
goddamn. Well, stream over. Stream's over, guys. Stream's over. I'm done. I'm done. The stream's over. I promise I'm not gonna be dying all the time once I get Paula in my party. Okay, I preemptively made excuses for myself dying this early. You know, well, I could have avoided that. I could have avoided that by just being aware of my surroundings and like juking in and out of the, you know. Should I go look for a butterfly or should I just go back up to my house? I guess I'll just go back to my house.
Yeah, I always just go back to the house and get.
It's a free hotel. Why would you ever pay money to stay at the hotel and Onett when you have the house? I mean, I guess it's just there for consistency's sake, so it's not like weird that there's no hotel there.
Yeah, I wonder if that actually is why. It's just like, oh, every other place has a hotel, so we should make sure this one does so it's, you know, fits.
Oh, what's up, Kenny? We got Kenny in chat. Kenny Lauderdale. Dude, did you hear about that, Fuck, I'm having a complete brain fart moment. What was it, like the Daikon 3 intro or some shit? Like, some shit just got announced where they weren't allowed to release it because of Gainax, even though they did all this work on it. Kenny will know enough to know what I'm talking about to fill the rest of the people in chat in. But I just saw him talking about that. I was like, what the fuck is this bullshit? God, I hate copyright. I hate big studios, and I hate copyright. Everything should just be free forever. And that definitely is a completely logically coherent viewpoint that nobody should challenge me on. Yeah, you know what? Let's just get Kenny on the call. Is there an easy way to do this? Do you know how to use Discord?
I can add him.
You can add him? Okay, go ahead. Add him for us.
Somebody says Slow Beef is a cool dude. I've actually been watching him play, what is it, Kingdom Hearts recently.
Yeah, he's been getting into Kingdom Hearts. I haven't actually watched it. I've just seen his tweets about it. But I love watching someone get into Kingdom Hearts. I don't know why. It's just great. Why am I going down here? There's no reason.
Well, he's so like, at first he's like, this is so silly, but kind of halfway.
You can't help but kind of enjoy it.
It's so really
it's fun. Yeah. It's fun how silly it is and all this other stuff. Oh yeah, okay. Kenny needs a second to get his mic, I guess. Oops, I talked to that dog. I didn't mean to talk to the dog. Eat some tomato. There was only 6 characters, guys. I couldn't fit in multiple.
There's a thing that happens when you start like playing this game or when you stream in general. It's like, oh, like your brain just shuts off and you like stop being able to, especially RPGs. I don't know why. It's like,
oh yeah, also
such an autopilot game. But
here's another embarrassing thing I just did. Speaking of autopilot, you just reminded me. Like, I don't think I even equipped my fucking hat. So I've been walking around with like half my defense that I needed. Whoa, well.
Can you do this with one hand, or does it require you to press the start button so you can? I guess you can do like a big reach with your thumb.
Select L brings up everything you need. I mean,
really?
Yeah, you can do it all with one hand. That was why I said it's not just like you can play Sonic the Hedgehog with one hand. It would just be a huge pain in the ass. This game is actually like designed around like you can easily play it with one hand. If you ever lose a hand in an accident, then well. Don't forget about Earthbound. You got a good game. Are there any other good one-handed games in chat? Anyone know? You guys know any other one-handed games? I love that feature, man. Just even though it's like not even worth doing, you only get 1 experience for fighting these fucking snakes.
Well, it's really satisfying. You get like that big flash on the screen, and it gives you the victory music. It's like
it is.
Oh, I'm so good.
This game has some nice like visual audio design. You know what I mean? I wish I could be more specific than that. I'm honestly not the best like game analyst. Like. Maybe if I wanted to like sit down and like really think about Earthbound, I could write some nice little essay on it, but I don't know. You think what level am I?
I don't know, probably like 7 or 8 or something. Somebody says someone says Pokemon kind of has it also, which is true because I think Pokemon Game Freak was made up of people from Ape, I think. So it's probably a feature they put in, and then we're like, oh, let's put it in this game too.
Whatever, fuck it. I'm just gonna go for it. Actually, no, what I'm not
Sometimes
going
you
to go
get
for.
lucky with this fight. It's interesting. Like sometimes like he'll just make mistakes,
What's the worst that could happen? I just have to die again, embarrassingly.
lose some money.
It's also kind of just hilarious to think, like, some guy's gonna start stabbing a kid for no reason, basically, just because he came in the backyard. God, that's just so much
this
fucking
game
damage.
is super. This game is like really violent in like weird places.
Okay, as long as I have enough HP where I can do 2 attacks both between heals. Oh, God.
You don't have your.
I really... Here's the thing. Here's my big brain critique of rolling HP. It only matters in, like, the last quarter of the game. That's the only time your health bars are big enough to fucking matter. Like, you're not... Like, the time it takes between, like... You know what I'm trying to say? Like, when your fucking... HP is so low, the rolling is almost a non-factor.
It would be the way it probably should have been done is it should have been like relative. So it should have been like when you're at this percentage of your HP, right? It goes down.
I understand.
Amount. Instead, I think it's based on it's kind of fixed. It's like it goes down by like 5s or 10s or something, which means that it only really becomes a relevant factor to the game, kind of like halfway into it when you have a lot more.
Right. I might have been a little, it probably comes into play a bit more early than that. It's just, it really doesn't matter, like, this early in the game, but...
I'd say around the halfway point when you kind of have, like, at least Jeff in the party is kind of leveled up and you're all kind of...
When you're trying to save one character from dying, and, like, it doesn't really matter so much, because, like, even if I miss it, even if you miss a revive on a rolling HP, you can still just use an item to revive them, you know what I mean? It's only bad when Ness is your only party member, like, because then it's really, like, you don't have a lot of wiggle room, is all I'm going to say. Bancade asked my opinions on Mother 1. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a fake Mother fan. I never actually have, like, beaten Mother 1. It just seems, like, really grindy, and I know there's, like, you can get the ROM hack, which, like, makes it easier and stuff, but...
Yeah, easy ring.
Yeah, the easy ring, that's right. So it's like, I should just do that. And I will eventually. But, it has some weird shit in it. Like, I don't really know that much about it, but, like, it's not like you get a permanent party the same way you do in this game. Like, you have, like, Lloyd, but you can also get that other guy, like, who is it, Teddy, the party member guy?
Yeah, you can get Teddy, and I think you replace Lloyd with him, which is kind of funny.
That's interesting. That because it's like 3 is like your... I remember I was really, really surprised when I first learned that for some reason. I was like, what? You can't have the whole party? Can't have the whole gang together? And I know there's that one infamous part everyone hates, Mount E-Toy or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you get that robot, which is really cool. One thing I do think about all the Mother games that I kind of like about them is that they all kind of have their own, like, unique kind of aesthetics and... kind of like tones to them.
I do really like how different Mother 3 is from Mother 2, but you can still, like, you can instantly tell it's a sequel. Obviously because of the art style, but, like, even just from the tone of the way people talk, like, it still feels like a Mother game, but it's not just a parody of RPGs, like, trying to be its own thing. Has a nice little time skip. I love any RPG with a time skip, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, I like that stuff too. I love walking diagonally in this game.
Yeah, 8-directional movement is such a nice little thing, and they have all these, like, it feels good to walk on the sidewalk or just, like, on the road, you know what I mean? I don't know why.
Yeah.
What happens if you go to the police early? Can I talk to the chief? No, wait, I can. Can I?
Somebody says, can I play Mother 3 without having played Earthbound? Yeah, you can play these games basically in any order you want.
You absolutely 100% can, and you would enjoy it. You wouldn't, like, not get it or anything. I will say... Well, I guess I don't know why I'm being all coy. I literally was just talking about spoilers earlier. But the Porky reveal doesn't quite hit as hard because you don't know that. But, like, it really isn't, like, that. It's really, right, like, it's like a little twist at the end of the game. It doesn't change most. Like, you can still fully comprehend the whole game without doing that, you know what I mean?
Someone says you can skip Mother 1. Yeah, Mother 1 is all the stories are very self-contained. Like
they are all self-contained. They really are.
To play another, even though they're kind of always like a little bit supposedly take place in the same world and like actually are chronological. Like there's no real things from Mother 1 that really are a factor in Mother 2, aside from some people that think that like Nintendo is Ness's dad or something. But like that's again not important.
Right. Like theoretically, like Geeg and Gigas are like, oh god, they're like the same or something. Like. I don't know. Look, you can strategically bait one of the sharks out. That's the way to do it, guys. Oh, he almost caught me, but he didn't quite get there in the end. I think there's like a moment at the end of this game where like you don't beat the Geek by praying. God, I'm playing. Come on, Ness, stop fucking missing. You beat him by like singing, right? You sing the melody or whatever at the end of Mother 1. And there's like a moment at the end of this where Porky like makes fun of you. He's like, "Oh, you think you can just sing a song?" It's like a little taunt. It's like a little sort of metatextual.
Yeah, there's
but it's nothing like you have to play it though. Like if I gave that vibe, you don't have to play. You definitely don't have to play Mother 1 to enjoy Earthbound. But
Do you think that are there maybe more references in the original version that maybe got removed in translation? Because obviously, like Earthbound is a kind of a slightly different script than
yeah, I always sort of got
Mother
the
2
feeling
is,
that
aside from just some-
they were very similar. Like it sort of Mother 2 definitely feels like a sort of remake of Mother 1 in a lot of ways. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there were some like little references that aren't super obvious. Oh yeah, did you guys just see the Earthbound 64? Like a little bit of extra footage came out.
I
I thought
did
that was
see
so
that.
fucking cool.
Yeah, it's
We're never
interesting when
gonna
they
get the
combine
ROM,
any
but at least
new-
we'll get a little bit of
No.
extra footage, right?
I don't think there was
I
ever.
heard
it
somebody
was-
say anime.
Oh,
Am
what's
I in
up?
the right place?
What's up, Kenny? How's it going? Does he sound
I'm
okay? I
running
assume,
over.
if I fucked with the audio to get Mello sounding okay, I assume Kenny sounds okay, but just let me know, Chad.
I did a stream like earlier, like a week ago, that some guy wants to do like a, I don't know, like a hand-drawn animated version of our conversation, and I sound like I'm talking through like a tin can with a string coming out of it.
I loved seeing those
So-
animated conversations, so that guy is my blessing. But yeah, I know what you mean. As soon as I got a better microphone, now I can't listen to any of my old videos because I'm just like, ugh, what a bad microphone I used to have.
I don't know, I feel like
Audio's-
that gives them a little character.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like the viewer will never care a trillionth as much as the person making the video cares. You know what I mean? Oh, I thought for sure I was gonna sneak up on this motherfucker.
Yeah, he turned around last second, didn't he?
Oh
So it
well.
says, "Hey Cybershell, I like your content." That's Ramsey the hero. Thanks.
Thank you, Ramsey. I appreciate it. Davey Hames says the Daikon 3 discourse begins. So yeah, what's your take on that, Kenny? You know more about it than I would.
My take on that is, I may have even mentioned this to Femboy Films, which is the name of the Twitter account that's doing these
I thought that was so
restorations.
funny that it was like this official sad announcement from
Yeah,
Femboy
yeah.
Films. It's a great name.
I feel like I mentioned that to them, where I was like, hey,
You might get fucked
should you
over.
be, like making
Yeah,
a public
see,
announcement
that
about
was the
like,
thing where
this
it's like-
legendary copyright, like
right.
Storm, because it contains Godzilla characters,
Star
for some
Wars and all this
reason.
crazy shit and these,
Yeah.
it's so funny to me. Like, yeah, that was part of me. Like, I selfishly was just like, guys, you could just do it all in secret, release it, don't give them a chance to DMCA you or whatever. That's the same thing with Nintendo. If you want to do a Nintendo fan project, do it. Just don't give them a chance to like DMCA you. I don't know.
Clearly very, very passionate. You don't scan an 8mm film, color correct it, remove all of the little scratches, all the little grain
Yeah.
from literally every single frame.
Takes
of
a lot of
shorts
fucking work to
if
do
you
that.
don't care about it. Yeah.
The fact that they couldn't just
They just went about it
come
the
to an
wrong way,
agreement.
guess.
I understand the copyright makes it all fucked up, but like there's got to be something. I mean, I know Japan specifically has kind of weird rules about copyright. Like you're not even allowed to do parody, right? Like wasn't there some manga that just came out with one chapter of them parodying a bunch of like isekai protagonists and then it had to get like pulled because it was
Yeah, you're talking about that guy who got really, really upset that they canceled his isekai, so he made his own isekai story about his character killing off parodies of every other popular isekai series.
Yeah, I heard
and then he
about
had
that.
to publicly apologize for it. Yes, I'm aware of that.
That's pretty funny, honestly. Gotta admit.
That reminds me.
That's
of,
hilarious.
I
I
know-
want to read that guy's works now.
There was a point in that's like something Robert Crumb did. I think after like the Fritz the Cat movie came out, he was really pissed off about it, so he like killed Fritz the Cat in his own comic book.
Tragic, truly tragic.
But yeah, as far as that whole situation goes, off the record, I guess it's on stream. I guess I could say it here. There's lost media that I know of that's like completely lost. However, there's a slim chance once or twice a year it might pop up on eBay. And I don't go like telling people online, hey, here's this VHS tape, guys. It's lost
Right.
media.
You're just
If
gonna drive the
anybody
price
has
up.
this, it's potentially worth, worthless.
That's such a
it's
catch-22 because
potentially-
you want to draw attention
Yeah.
to it, but you can't draw too much attention to it.
Yeah, that's the problem, because it's like
Level
the
up sucked.
second that people know that something is lost media and in demand, if there's only one copy that's going to show up like every 2, maybe even 5 years on eBay, you can't tell people about that, it's a shame, but you know,
Brutal.
yeah, that's just kind of how it is with media preservation. It's thankless work, is what that is.
It's
For
tough.
Cybershow, one thing I'd say you should I think you got to get the was it PK Rockin' or whatever you said it to.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that's what you got to use
Yeah.
to get Frank. You got to get that spell. I mean,
Right.
that's
That
I
is
think it's out.
100% mandatory if you're going to even have a chance of beating the fucking Titanic hand. I always make sure I have it for that. Yeah, definitely. It's great. It's best to have that for Frank. Just to hit the motherfucker hard. You heal. It's better to heal with the hamburgers. Use your PP to just absolutely blast
How
the
often
motherfucker.
do you guys play Earthbound? Because I've beaten it like one time.
I have played it
Uh,
many times, but not recently. But I have
This
beaten it
used
quite
to
a few
be
times.
a yearly game for me. This used to
Pretty
be
much
like
for me
a thing
too.
where I'd play it like
I think it was like every other year for me. It's a little long for yearly, but like it's a lovely game. I love it. I do have the yearly tradition with a lot of games. Usually just easier to do in one sitting, like Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, for me, it's Breath of Fire 3. I'll play that once a year, every year, because it is the perfect RPG. It says the classic RPG right on the box. But the game is it gonna lie to you?
They can't. That'd be
Those
false
old
advertising.
Capcom RPGs are really good, actually. Not a lot of people really talk about them.
Yeah, I hear people talk about that. I actually haven't played that one. I'll put it on my list. You know, if you give it that high praise, I'll actually put it on my list of RPGs that I will actually play before I die.
I'm extremely biased. I want to say like maybe 30% of the reason that I love it so much is it has the best fishing minigame in any video game whatsoever.
That's a good fucking reason to like a game, in my opinion. A good fishing minigame.
Oh yeah, that could have been its own game. Like, you compare the fishing minigame on the PS1 and Breath of Fire 3 to any Super Nintendo or like Nintendo NES fishing game, blows it out of the water. It could have been its own game.
It's always crazy when there's like a sub game or like a mini game in a game that's so good that you're just like, why is they spend so much effort on this? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like why didn't this just be a game?
Final Fantasy 8.
Yeah,
My
like
favorite,
Big the Cat.
I like in a Cruelty Squad, you can fish in that game, and it's like
it is fun.
It's actually shockingly fun to fish in that.
There's
game.
this weird thing you can do where you can like catch a fish, and once you hit it reel in, you can like run away from the fish as it's reeling in, and you can just like jump around the whole level. It's such a stupid thing to do, but it's really weirdly satisfying.
There's so many like funny physics quirks to that game that make it so fun.
Oh shit! I had to turn my phone alarm off, and I got double teamed here. You know what? I'm gonna learn from last time and not take this encounter.
I still say the Big the Cat minigame in Sonic Adventure had to have had some sort of Sega marine fishing or bass fishing controller.
The thing about that is,
incorporation of that, because it's
so weird, right?
So oddly for a Sonic game.
It seems like the perfect avenue to like sell a fishing controller, but they're not even compatible, right? Like that's such a strange thing that it is. Like, why is it like that? But I mean, I feel like I'm so eager to give Sonic Adventure 1 like excuses for being like ambitious. I understand a lot of people don't hold up ambition to the same degree I do. Like if a game's ambitious and it fails, they're just like, well, it failed. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'll excuse shit like Big the Cat, even though I know it's like objectively, gun to my head, does it really belong in a Sonic game? No.
I think it's important to kind of praise something for trying something new, just because like I think because even if it's not executed well, somebody that knows how to execute something well is going to use that and say like, oh, I can take that, I can twist that into this kind of thing. I mean, Toby Fox even did that with Undertale. I know he kind of, his idea for that game was kind of based on this really obscure like Japanese RPG where you don't have to fight enemies. Like it was for PlayStation or something like that. And apparently it's not even that fun of a game, but you know, the fact
just
that
got a
it did something
translation,
different
which
led
is
to
kind of
something
crazy. Tim
interesting.
Rogers did the translation for Moon. It's on Switch. I don't know what else it's on. It's probably on a bunch of other stuff.
Didn't he do an Earthbound ROM hack with his own story? Or
yeah, Toby Fox is like, I think that's the true origin of Megalovania, right? It's from the Earthbound Halloween hack.
Yeah, it's from his Halloween hack.
It was famously featured in Homestuck, but that wasn't the origin. So funny to me. That song is like the ultimate meme song.
I love how like that game is so like vulgar.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
it's,
yeah.
Like, so.
Well, that was just how it was back then on the internet.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
it's like I love those old time capsules where it's like, man, people just used to talk so differently.
Yeah, Feebucks raises a good point about the Big the Cat shit, which is that it's serviceable when you're trying to catch Froggy, but it's such a pain in the ass when you're trying to get the higher ranked bullshit.
Oh yeah, you have to get the lures. That's a weird thing about it, is that it's not even really about like getting a good fish. You gotta go get like the lures hidden around the overworld, and then once you get that, then the big fish just appears and you just gotta look for it. It's not even really harder to reel in. I don't even remember.
Bad. I turned this into the 30-year-old boomer PS1 RPG minigame fishing stream.
I let 4 fucking guys show up. I should just fucking go fight
You're
Frank.
getting messed up here.
I promise, normally when I play Earthbound, I'm like laser fucking focused on it, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm not making mistakes like that. I'm like, I would never let 2 fucking enemies sneak up on me like that, but I'm trying to look at chat and I'm trying to talk to people. I can barely do one thing at once, let alone talk to people, look at chat, and hold up a tomato.
Yeah, thankfully this game gets easier and easier.
It does. It really does. And again, I know that's like, I'm not doing a great job making this game look super fun to play, but I promise when it really does open up as soon as you get Paula in your party.
I think most people hanging out in stream are, you know, at least are familiar with Earthbound. So
right.
I think it'll be
well, I was asking that earlier, like how many people like I'm sure most people are introduced to NES through Smash Bros, which is totally fine. But like,
Yeah,
how many
for
people
sure.
actually like go and play Earthbound? I just don't know. I never really thought to do a temperature check on that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I wonder if Earthbound. I mean, not even I wonder. It's crazy to think that if NES wasn't in Smash 64, like a lot of people probably would never have.
Yeah,
played
how
these games
obscure
or
would it
really
be? It would
heard
it
about
would be
them.
way obscure, wouldn't it? Huh? I mean, it's really hard to imagine like to get a true look at an alternate timeline, but like it would be a lot more like without that point of entry. It would just be that, oh, that game, that, that obscure game. I wonder if Mother 3 would have even happened. It might have. Because, I mean, the game was a financial success in Japan, I believe, but it definitely wasn't a huge success.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously,
here.
the Mother series ended because eToy wanted it to end. So I
Right.
actually do think Mother.
Yeah,
3
everyone
was
who's,
decently
like,
successful,
clamoring
it's
for
just-
Mother 4 is, like, I mean, apart from that fan game, I'll address that in a moment, but, like, if you want eToy to make a Mother 4, like, he doesn't want to make one, so there's no, like...
It's not gonna happen.
If he ever changes his mind, sure, but, like, he just, like... Seems like he kind of got everything out of his system in terms of making video games with Mother and Mother 3, because, like, Mother 2... Like, he got a nice, perfect little parody of RPGs, and then Mother 3 got to, like, tell a nice little self-contained story, mostly self-contained.
He did what Kojima wanted to do, which was make the things he wanted and then kind of get out after he was done with it. Like he
Right.
got stuff.
Well, it's just so funny.
Kojima's
Like,
a
he's not a
shitty
video
stuff.
game guy. He never got trapped in video games the way Kojima
No.
did. He's known for like being a TV guy and a copywriter. He's like, I don't know. I don't really fully comprehend what his celebrity status is like in Japan because I'm not an average Japanese citizen. But like, yeah,
Yeah,
they know him
it's
for like
very-
crazy
These are really
televised
unique
shit.
games because of that. Because it's like they're made by like an auteur, who's kind of an outsider, which so he kind of brings his own kind of unique touch to it. Which now it maybe doesn't seem so unique nowadays because so many people have kind of like taken it for themselves.
I
and
still
done
feel
their own
like
thing.
auteur game development, especially in the 90s, was like a rarity, right? Like, I mean, apart from
Oh, yeah.
Kojima, he's like the big name you think of, but who else? Who else?
Itoy needs to get back to basics. And make more fishing games. He did one for the Nintendo
Yeah.
64.
Right.
I think on the Super Nintendo. Neither of those are translated. Why can't I play?
That's fucked
the
up,
Itoy
dude.
Fishing game?
You'd think
What
at
the
least
hell?
one crazy Starman.net guy would be like, we got to translate those fishing games. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
think
that is-
some things got translated, like the manuals or something, but the games themselves, no, haven't been ROM hacked. I don't think.
Well, Nintendo 64 ROM hacking is probably a lot harder than just replacing some text files.
No, yeah. I know ROM hacking in general with text is correct. I know when I was following the Mother 3 translation, like I remember I was following it when it was still in progress. and
Yeah,
it's
me
just-
too.
they
I remember-
had so many issues with just
Right.
getting the text in the box. And
You
not
don't think
break
it's so
and,
hard to do text? Like, it's
marvelous
just
mess.
changing the text in the fucking, like, translation, right? But the way the text is handled is so different because it's kanji and katakana and, like, they had so much less space available to put for these
Yeah.
boxes, and it was just such a pain in the ass. I remember also reading those. I was getting super excited every time they posted. I remember
Yeah.
getting excited for the Mother 3 updates before Mother 3 was out on the official webpage. Even though I was like, I'm not gonna be able to play this game for fucking years, you know what I mean? I was just like, wow,
was a-
look at this screenshot.
There was a great thing about the game when I remember we were talking earlier about how things got removed from a lot of these companies are kind of going and removing fan games, but I know Tomato, I think it was Reed Young actually, the fan gamer guy, he was talking about like how like the day or like the night before they released the Mother 3 fan translation or something, like they got some email from like some kind of, I think like Nintendo of America employee or somebody saying like, hey, you probably shouldn't release this.
Right.
Like they got like an official person that was like basically going like, yeah, this could probably get you some bad things.
You know,
like
I rarely will say this, but hats off to Nintendo for not aggressively going after Tomato for the Mother 3 shit. They could have easily
Yeah.
been way more. I mean, it's not like he's hosting the fucking ROM file or anything stupid like that.
no. But he did say, yeah, it's interesting because he did say like, yeah, like they did like somebody from the company contacted us and then we just kind of like just didn't heed the warning and they never did anything. So
I'm really
it's
glad we don't
weird.
live in an alternate reality where like the Mother 3 translation never came out. That would
Yeah.
never have happened. Like worst case scenario, they would be
It
smart
would
enough
have
to
been
leak
delayed,
it or
but, like,
something.
people
Yeah.
were way too passionate about Mother and
Right.
Earthbound for that not to eventually happen. It's
Have
crazy
people
that it happened
figured
so
out why it
soon.
hasn't come out or no?
Like the official reason Nintendo hasn't released it. I don't.
Is it just
they've
like
never-
because
People
of the
just love to
Gypsies
say,
and Mother
"Oh, it's
3,
because
like
of the
it touched your what?
Magypsies." People say they'll point to all these things. I don't think there's ever been an official
don't-
reason.
yeah, I
so
actually
it's all
think it literally
speculation
is-
as far as I can tell.
Yeah, What I think is literally they just don't. They wouldn't use Tomatoes translation. They'd have to make their own.
They would. That's
And-
true, and it would be worse. I always say this. Like, I don't even want. I mean,
Yeah,
not that I
it would
do,
be
it's not that I
worse.
would hate it if they did it, but like, I'm not like desperately clamoring for an official release because like the translation would be worse than Tomatoes. There's genuinely no one on earth who could like knows more about translating Mother games in general and specifically those two games than him. You know what I mean? It's just
Also-
like I don't know. I mean, I
yeah.
guess I'm being a little hyperbolic, but it's just really hard for me to imagine a scenario where it's even as good, let alone better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And also,
people think about a lot of it. Like I remember even for a while people would speculate the exact same things with Earthbound. Like why isn't it on Virtual Console? And people thought like it was because there was copyright issues because they sampled.
There are
like,
some music
Dear
sampling
Dre from
things.
the Beach Boys
True,
and all
true.
kind of stuff like that. And so
That's
people are like
true.
that's why it's not getting released. People made all these different
Legit theory.
speculations as to why it would never ever get released, and then it just
And then it
didn't.
just did,
So
yeah, yeah.
It's not,
They ended
so
up
it's
editing like one thing. There may be like one small
right? There's
edit
probably
they
a
made.
few
Maybe,
little things.
like a red
Yeah.
cross was somewhere in the game or something like
Right,
that.
that's so funny they had to remove the red cross in the English localization because that's like a copyrighted thing.
yeah, it's a big copyright thing, and I don't know if it's copyright. I think it's like the Red Cross
Yeah.
takes it very seriously.
It might not
when
be
you use their thing.
copyright because they're like an international like medic type organization or
Yeah.
some shit. Like it's less like I don't know. I don't know the right
I
word
think
for
it's a
it.
situation where it's like you can't just use that to represent hospitals because it represents like our organization and our ethics and stuff like that, and so you can't just put it willy-nilly on anything. I think that was kind of the issue, not so much. It was a little more complicated than just
Right.
like.
It's not like they
using
were
the
upset because they were
copyright.
trying to sell fucking Red Cross T-shirts. You know what I mean?
Red Cross T-shirts, Red Cross.
Oh my god,
hats.
that's so many fucking.
Isn't
You ever
the
had
Red
that been so
Cross
many
in,
sharks
like,
load on the screen that the whole game starts like lagging? It's fucking like
I love
Jesus.
when you play it on a pirated version. Like if you didn't. Have,
Oh yeah,
Like
it spawns in
its
so
copy
many fucking
protection,
things.
It would
That's
spawn
such
a
a
bunch of
brutal.
stuff later on in the
I'm
game.
sure most people know this because a billion YouTube videos have been made about it now. But yeah, the copyright protection, like, it just makes the game like almost unplayably brutal with the random encounters. And then right at the very end, at the final boss, it'll delete your save. It's like cruel, the copyright protection, which is so funny.
Could you imagine going through all the work of like setting up one of those floppy disk drives for a Super Nintendo, making like
Yeah,
one of those
exactly.
Sega Genesis towers for the Super Nintendo, only to have the game end up like spawning a billion enemies?
It's so funny because like they probably wouldn't even like realize that it's copy protection is the thing. So it's like how they're just gonna think the game sucks. You know what I mean? It's like it's so weird.
Yeah,
It's like deliberately designed just to punish them. It's not like a screen that comes up saying, "Hey, you can't do this." I mean, I think they have a screen like that, but I guess it's like if it detects. The funny thing is, like, you know, no one emulating is ever gonna have to deal with that bullshit. It's just for like the physical piracy protection, which is like such a small amount of people
a lot
probably experienced
emulators
it.
have that stuff all figured out at this point. I know one thing I wanted to get back to though is that I do think that that's the real reason why Mother 3 just hasn't been released is because they have to spend some money to translate it, and Mother 2 Earthbound didn't sell well, so why would they even bother?
It's a
I think
meme
that's
to
kind
like,
of the-
yeah, and like Reggie's aware of it, but like just because they're aware of the meme, does that mean they probably did some cost benefits analysis and like we wouldn't
They
make a
probably did.
profit?
I-
Because
I
like
don't
if they
think
did a cost benefit
people-
analysis and it said
yeah.
we'll make a profit, they would have
It's not
released it.
available on the Switch, right? You have to buy a Wii U, which is like one of Nintendo's least well-performing
Yeah.
systems ever. And then they're like, "Oh, hey, the Virtual Console version didn't sell, and
Oh, you
now
know
we're
what?
not going to put it on Switch, and now it's going to
That's
sell even
right.
worse. 'Cause it's not
Okay.
available."
Yeah.
Oh.
I made a mistake in saying that it did because it did sell when Earthbound was re-released on the Wii U. It was like their top-selling Virtual Console game. So, and I think Earthbound Beginnings too was like very successful. So I don't think it's an issue of, yeah, I don't know. Maybe because now at this point they do know that it's like, oh, this could make money. Maybe it is just a thing of. There's probably some weird reason they're not just gonna take some guy's fan translation. Maybe they just don't want to do it themselves. It's weird. I don't know. Obviously, only Nintendo of America knows.
Yeah, it's probably some boring reason, honestly. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't even matter. Like we already said a billion times. Like if you want to play Mother 3, you can find a way to play Mother 3. It's easy to do, and do it. I still haven't learned the fucking thing yet. I'm gonna fucking try and fight Frank again. I'm too lazy to get another level.
You're pretty leveled up.
I'm
like,
pretty
you
sure I can
give
do it now.
another
Yeah,
shot.
I'm gonna go get some PP. Hilariously, psychic points.
I
Is
love,
that what it's
I
called?
love when they
PP.
call it PP. I love it. I love when they
Yeah,
call it
PP.
PP instead of MP.
Yeah. It wouldn't have made sense
Very
to. I think
mature
it just means
screen,
it must mean psychic power or something because MP is a traditional magic
Power
power.
points or something. I don't know.
This fucking snake is like still trying to attack me. Like, what is your problem? I always like that. Like, once you beat the boss of an area, the sanctuary, like the enemies will run away from you, which is cute.
I love that little detail of it. Yeah, it's a great little thing. How they run away from you. And yeah, I don't know what Nintendo is doing with the whole that Switch Online thing. I know they just released a couple new games. I like that they're putting out some more obscure ones, but it is odd that like Earthbound
I do like
isn't
that.
on
It's
there.
just, come on, the Switch has been out for years now. The collection of games, the amount is pretty pathetic when you think about how easy it is to get a fucking ROM set nowadays. I mean, not that I'm expecting them to have that level of amount of games, but I don't know. I feel like it's like people wait 3 months and then they deliver just some games nobody's ever heard of. Again, I like that they're obscure games. I shouldn't shit on them for that too much, but like, I don't know. They don't even have all the classics up there. You'd expect them to do that first. It's just like annoying. Like once the next successor to the Switch comes out, we're gonna have to start all over again with a new library. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the issue.
Like if you built up a great library of games on the Wii Shop, you just got fucked over.
Like the thing I like about it is I like being able to play. I do like that you can play online. I wonder if that is
a very nice feature. I do appreciate that.
Maybe the net play is hard to get working on some game. Oh, but Earthbound's a single player game, so it can't be that issue, right? Like it has to just be like something weird. And I don't know. Maybe people have hacked. I don't know if people with hacked Switches have been able to put games on there, and the rollback is just universal. It works good on everything, or
yeah, I don't know. I don't know the specifics enough. I don't know enough about technology to know the specifics about that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was some bullshit like that. No. Yes, I want to leave the cookie behind. A cookie is a useless fucking item.
I do like how they give you like little items at the beginning of the game, though. Kind of like teaches you how to use them. It's like, oh, you should, you can recover HP with this stuff. Like, I don't know. There's little things in this game that are like clever.
I really do love this game. If you ever catch me bitching and moaning about Earthbound, it's coming from a place of love. I promise, chat. Oh my god, look at these fucking sharks.
10 times,
right?
And the little things that are annoying kind of just become more apparent as you play it over.
I like preemptively was like apologizing. I was like, this game doesn't really have the best gameplay, blah blah blah, and it really doesn't. But like, yeah, it's not about the gameplay. Not every game is about 100% about the gameplay. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's about how it makes you feel.
It's got.
It's perfectly fine, standard.
Fun,
Yeah.
Well, it's filled with personality. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. As a kid,
standard gameplay.
I never thought about
the aesthetic makes up for it.
Exactly. The cool backgrounds. I mean, I love the backgrounds of these battle fights. Like the fact that you can get effects that cool and trippy on the fucking Super Nintendo is just like, wow.
Those effects add a lot to the game. That's something where like people probably might think like, oh, that's not so. Like, what's the big deal about adding a bit? Why can't it just be a still image? But like those little graphics give this game like a lot of its character and its personality. Like if they weren't there, it wouldn't feel like Earthbound.
It really wouldn't. I always love that you can sort of tell that like this particular game is like Donkey Kong and this one is like, I don't know, Galaga, one of those shooting type games.
Oh, you know what I mean? God, I never actually
you
noticed
can see the
that,
red beams that look like a girder,
Donkey Kong
right
there. Is that Frogger or? Yeah,
oh, that could be Frogger or something. I don't know. I forget what Frogger looks like, but that could easily be something like that. I just think that's kind of cute. Again, I like that an arcade is one of the first major locations. I feel like I'm forgetting like equip something. There should be something else I should have bought by now. But whatever. Let's do it.
I think one of those was like Space Invaders, which is just super, super influential in Japanese society. Like just the word invader. If you say it to someone Japanese, they'll know that you're specifically talking about a Space Invader.
Interesting. It's crazy. Like Japanese just have a different ecosystem of what games are super duper popular. Like how crazy popular Dragon Quest is over there. Like it's truly unfathomable from a Western perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's also things like they had a completely separate arcade scene from the US also. Like obviously the Famicom and the NES share a lot of games, but like they kind of had their own.
Oops, I did not mean to fucking try and run away to Frank. You can't run away from the boss fights. That's okay. It's the only thing I'll say about playing one-handed is I guess that's really on me. I'm just sort of getting lazy and like, I wouldn't be making some of these mistakes like saying to my dad that I want to stop playing if I was using two hands. That's all I'll say in my defense. Honestly, Frankenstein Mark II sucks.
He's not that good,
he only attack every other turn. It's not even, I forgot in my mind, like Frank is more devastating than Frankenstein Mark II. Oops. I should probably heal.
I love that it's Mark II.
Right.
There's some really fun things in this. Like I love how there's one guy upstairs that's like, Frank's got this crazy weapon if you get the weapon. And like I think I literally did think that it was a real weapon Frank would give me if I beat him.
Right. Yeah, I would always have weird misunderstandings about lines like that in a video game. For sure, dude.
Isn't one of the actual weapons in this game like a 1 out of 10,000 drop or something
it's
like that?
Only,
there's
it's only
nothing crazy
128.
like
yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
very
128.
Much, Wormo Wizard. Yeah, they. Someone said something about writing those trans rights. Yes, very much trans rights. I'm pro of that. Thank you very much. Someone said Sonic at the Olympics. I just want to get that out there. They played Starlight Zone at the Olympics. They played a lot of different video game music, but yeah, they played a lot of them. They played like Frog's theme from Chrono Trigger, and I don't know, it was awesome. Go look it up.
You know what's
Frog's
weird
theme
is
is one of
like
the coolest songs in that game, so that's great.
what's
Yeah.
weird is like I like Chrono Trigger more than Earthbound. I'm gonna just put that out there. I think it's just to my personal
It's
taste. They're both,
objectively
like,
a better
equally
game.
good.
I
just
prefer
prefer it.
Earthbound, but Chrono Trigger is just so perfectly, tightly designed. Like it's so good. Chrono Trigger really
Right,
is
but
almost
it's
a
almost
perfect
too
game.
perfect.
Right,
Like
it kind
nobody
of is.
talks about Chrono Trigger
Right.
anymore.
Yeah. I never gotten in heated debates about Chrono Trigger. Everyone just like agrees that it's good. You know what I mean?
Chrono Trigger is such a good game.
Sorry,
like
Fee, I have not played more Minecraft yet. I will, but I wanted to do this Earthbound shit first. I haven't given up on my dream of being a pro Minecraft
you just
gamer.
Beat Frank and you just beat like Frank.
It only took me 2 hours to fucking beat Frank.
Yeah. Now you can actually go to the mountain.
Right.
And can have a good
I have
time,
to. Well,
right?
I have to talk to the mayor first. But yes,
Is
you're
this
right.
like a
Right.
speedrunning
Oh, yeah, you
category,
do.
holding a tomato while playing Earthbound? Are you
No,
gonna
were
be
you
like
not-
the only person on the leaderboard?
Were you not here for me
that?
explaining the premise? Yeah.
Where are the
Earthbound is
splits?
infamously being able to play. You can play it all with one hand pretty easily, which I am doing. But I figured the easiest way to prove that would just be hold something in frame with my other hand, and I just picked a tomato as a tribute to tomato. And I was under the impression, no one has corrected me about this yet. I don't think there's any other runs online available of someone proving that they've beaten the game with one hand. I'm sure that people have, but I think this might be the first run with proof that it's all done with one hand. I could be wrong. Again, I'd be happy to be wrong. I loved if there was already a run like this somewhere.
I kind of feel like somebody in history has said at some point I could beat Earthbound one-handed.
Right. Well, I mean, it's
So-
like a well-known thing that you can do the one-handed trick with L and select, but like whoever proved that they did it is all I'm saying. It's not hard. Like I'm not doing it like it's not like a challenger. It's the opposite of a challenger. I'm just trying to raise awareness. If you have one hand, if you are a one-handed Twitch
Raise
watcher,
awareness for this great
feature,
thing you can
this
do.
is an accessibility feature. This is an able.
It actually is. It's
feature.
very
It literally,
nice.
honestly, is like. I've seen threads of like someone on like V who's like, "Hey, I mangled my hand in like an accident." And they post a pic, and everyone's like, "Oh, it looks all fucked up, gross." But here's a bunch of games you can play that only need one hand. Like there's a lot of like
Yeah.
4X games and like Civilization and stuff like that. Like and a lot of RPGs.
kinda
Most
sad,
RPGs
like-
you could probably handle.
feel
Oh
like
yeah, I
a
also
lot
love
of
that the
people,
mayor
like-
is also like, I won't have to take any responsibility, right?
Oh, yeah, I love that.
Oh wait, is
Yeah,
he?
I
Am I gonna
think,
not have room for this? Oh, I do have room for it. Never mind.
What do I think? I think the whole one-handed thing, like I've noticed that with accessibility stuff in games a lot of the time, like people kind of tend to focus a little, I think, too much on the difficulty of a game or like how hard it is. But I think like it should be more focused on like giving people the tools to actually play things, even if they've got issues. Like there's some guy that's blind, I think, and he's able to play Street Fighter. He's able
I
to
know,
play like
it's so
Street Fighter
insane. I'll hear about
competitively.
blind people playing like Pokemon and like they'll know when there are because they can like hit a wall and it makes a bumping sound and they can actually identify
Makes a
every
bumping
Pokemon based on their cries. I almost thought the cry, like for each Pokemon having its own unique cry, was almost like a vestigial feature. Like it's almost like what's the point? But like actually, that's how some people identify their Pokemon. It's cool. Yeah, I'm always
It is very
in a
cool.
support of like accessibility features in games. I know a lot of people have
I do think
heated
the best
opinions
thing
about
you
it, but
can do
Last
for
of Us
that-
Part 2 had some insane amount of customizability with their accessibility features, which I thought was cool.
I think the best thing that you can do is just like allow people to remap controls as much as possible.
Yes,
like,
that should be in every
especially the
game for
external
real, because that does so
controllers, 'cause-
much, right? To just be able to just
Yeah.
remap things to your leisure. Like if you just have weird, fucked up hands, you know, then you should be able to remap the game and play it so it's comfortable for you. Like that's just a fact, you know. I don't
Your
know.
fingers like longer.
I
than
feel
all
like
the other
most
ones.
games do that. Nintendo might be like not doing it in every game, but most games have features like that. Right? Like every PC game, pretty much nowadays, you can remap shit, right?
Like, I mean, I don't know. Some of those things are kind of nice even to me. Like obviously, Cruelty Squatch I played recently, which is like for such an insane visual mess that game is. Like, it's great to. It's got a little like the camera will kind of like warble a little, kind of to get this motion sicky kind of feel, and you can kind
Right.
of turn that off, which I did because it's like,
Right.
oh man, like this is actually like fuck. I don't even normally get motion sick with games, and it was not good. But I like that they give you the option. You know,
Dude,
it's
the
nice.
effect when you're up against a psyker and it like grabs your field of view and like zooms in on them is
I love that
so
so much.
disorienting. It's genuinely like frightening the first time it happened. And yeah, it always fucks you
Dude,
up.
that
That's a
game
cool
is
enemy. Yeah.
Actually, it's scary. Like it can be
Yeah.
a scary game.
It's
Like, it
definitely
works pretty
spooky at
effectively
times.
As a horror game.
Yeah, I definitely was getting spooked in the police station for sure.
There's also like there's weird things in the mall. You can find like the zombies there. And
Right.
There's like what is it, in Paradise, there's the little basement cabin
Oh yeah,
area where everything's
yeah.
all fucking dark.
You
and
go
can't see
underground and like it's not like a little bit dark. It's literally pitch black.
shit. It's literally pitch black. You have to identify soldiers
Yeah.
and stuff, like their helmets and everything. It's so
Right.
oh, it's so cool. That game's awesome.
That is a really good
People should
game.
play that game if they haven't.
I completely
played it.
walked all the way down to the bottom of Onett when I
Yeah.
realized I needed to be going up to the fucking place I saw.
focused-
I'm completely on
you were-
autopilot right now.
you were focused on the conversation
Right.
at hand.
That is funny, Bancade, the way your dad's just like, I deposited $650 in your account. You know, go nuts.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, that's what every father should be like. If they're going to be an absentee father, they should at least be giving you hundreds of dollars just for beating people up. Oh yeah, they actually make you use the key. which
What's
is
up with these
mildly annoying.
clowns? They're weird. I don't
Yeah,
really
they're
know what
traveling
the hell it is.
performers or something, but I don't really get it. Oh, I completely forgot that you could get that from talking to him. What the fuck? I completely was just talking to him for the
Travel
lore.
charm.
What does travel charm even do?
What does it do?
Didn't improve my
it
stats at all.
didn't up your anything. Does it have a description?
Travel charm must be equipped on your body. It protects you from paralysis attacks. Okay, hey, that's not bad. I mean, it's better than having nothing equipped, which is what I was already at. Way cool. Now, this is a good little dungeon because there's like a place halfway through where also, yeah, I love that the Traveler's Shack is just all busted and you can walk out the back. I love that there's also that place you can buy for
forgot about that.
$7,500 and it's like a busted ass house. That's such a funny little, so many funny little jokes.
That's a
like
great
that.
little visual gag because it looks really nice from the front and you go in and it's all fucked up in the back.
The mouse is an interesting enemy because he's very weak, but he has high guts, so he'll be getting smash attacks on you, which is very like. For the first time, I was like, "What? You're not allowed to do that. Only I'm allowed to get smash
damn.
attacks."
Yeah, first one.
Yeah, it's really high. His fucking guts value.
When you get like the smash and the screen like flashes green like that, it's like one of the coolest things.
It is cool. Also, sometimes it'll hit my face, and then the chroma key will get all upset, which it looks kind of funny. I don't know how bad it's been
Yeah.
this stream, but it looked kind of fucked up during some of my test streams.
Oh, somebody brought up the Microsoft Adaptive Control. That's what I was thinking about with like remappable controls, that it's like not just remappable anywhere on the keyboard or like a controller, but like really as many input devices as possible. Like a lot of engines make it really simple to plug, to have it so that like you can just have it so it's just like waits for an input from the computer of any kind, and then once it gets it and detects it, it'll just map it to that. It's like that's probably the most useful thing you can do with accessibility. There's honestly not even much more you need to do in terms of like people that may not be able to play in some things.
Right. Also, I love the little bug sprites are like 2 pixels tall or like wide. You can barely see them. These fucking ants are also kind of brutal.
Stereo goes a long way, actually. It's kind of crazy because it's like I saw this one video of this guy that I think he was blind or like close to blind. He was playing Ocarina of Time, being able to beat like the first dungeon without.
That's so crazy to me. It's so funny because it's like in my mind, I'm like, how are you doing that? But to them, it's like they're just doing what they always do. You know, it's not even like.
I because I worked with a blind person actually. I had like a game dev class, and it was mainly about like game AI for programming and stuff like that. And when I was doing it, I was working with this one guy who's blind, and he was telling me like, oh yeah, like people think that it's all audio, but it's actually like what you really get good at when you're blind is you get really good at like spatial awareness and like just understanding like your position relative
Right.
to where
Yeah,
other
you
things
just like
are.
have to make a
that's what
really
you get good at.
detailed mental map, and they're probably like so good at doing that because they just do it
Because
all
you
the
have to do
time.
it
You know
all
what I
the
mean? It's
time,
like
that
it's
your
not even a
brain
feature they
kind of
think
just
about.
adapts and is
Right.
able to get
Like
much
if you
better at it.
are in a house that you're very comfortable with, you can probably close your eyes and walk around it based on your mental map, but you'll still feel that feeling of like, oh fuck, I can't believe I got hit from behind. That's real.
Someone in the
embarrassing.
chat is saying Rhythm Heaven is a cool game because you can play the whole thing blindfolded and it's still based around sound cues only. I played
Yeah,
Rhythm
crazy.
Heaven on the Wii, and I've beaten that game with like every single medal. And you really don't need to look at the screen.
That
It
is
is
cool.
just audio cues.
It's rhythm. It's rhythm heaven, baby. That is such a great series. I personally haven't played it that much, which is very embarrassing because I always think of myself as like, oh, I have bad sense of rhythm or whatever. I wouldn't enjoy it, but I like watch people play it. And I'm like, oh, it's such a fun, charming little series. Well, I love watching the mini games like escalate. I do love mini game collection type games. You know what I mean, like WarioWare
same.
and stuff. Something weirdly
Yeah, well, made
appealing
by
about
the
them.
same team, R&D1, I think.
Right,
It's the
right.
same guys.
Great team.
So I think. Oh, excuse me, but I do think if we're still on the accessibility thing, one thing I will say is that it's like I was playing like some of that stuff can get a little bit silly because I was playing obviously No More Heroes, so I wanted to look at some stuff with it after I was done. And I remember like it was this one review of the new Wii one I saw, and they were talking about how it's not very accessible. And I was at first I'm like, I can understand that because this game like it fucking works your arms out kind of like
Yeah, you know, that is the kind of weird thing about the Wii. It's like if you're not physically like fit or like you just have a weird body, it's kind of like fuck you for that generation. It's kind of weird.
But the thing about
So check
it
it
is
out.
that
PSA Sonic A. That's
that's
gonna be my one funny name that you're gonna have to see tolerated throughout the whole playthrough. My Sonic attack.
But what was so weird was that they said it wasn't even that they were upset about. They were like, it's too difficult at times. Like, what the hell? Like, that's not
That is
the
a weird
issue.
thing to get different. Like,
The
you
issue is
know,
I have to swing when you fall into the hole when Holly Summers, where you gotta like waggle the weird mode and then you get out of it and then you fall into another one. Now you gotta waggle the.
there is a
nunchuck
fair amount of
and-
waggling, but I don't know.
You
Yeah,
gotta
it's
mash
not
it.
I've
hard.
beaten No More Heroes on bitter mode, which is like one of the most difficult
That
things
is
I've
tough.
ever done. Because like that
Yeah,
final
bitter's
fight
tricky.
against Henry was like no joke, like an hour of
That's
just
crazy, man.
mashing on a
I
button.
remember I haven't
and,
personally
like,
done
trying to
that,
dodge.
but you have my respect for doing that. It seems like it'd be very difficult to do, honestly. Yeah, like there seemed like
Yeah,
there was
it's
not
not
that much
fun.
margin of error. You know what I mean? Like it's very easy to just get fucked over.
Well, the
by some
dodging
sticks.
windows are bigger in two. Like
Mm.
you can just mash on the stick left and right, and you'll automatically go into that bullet time
arc
or
step.
whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Yeah, that's
one
a
of the
great
big
game.
things I don't, yeah, because I didn't play bitter mode after I beat mild. I was like, oh, it's got a cool new game plus thing, but I was like, I don't want to do bitter because apparently it just makes the bosses like. I mean, I think they
Yeah, they're
adjust the
just
AI
damage
a bit.
sponges. Like I
Yeah,
said,
That's
Henry
so
took, like,
annoying.
an hour.
It's like-
I really hate when games bump up difficulty just by massively increasing the damage pool. You know what I mean? I'd much prefer when like AI is improved and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know. That's something I liked about God Hand hard mode. Is when they lock the thing to on level die. Like all the enemies have different attacks and stuff. They only do on that mode.
I saw somebody do like a 30-minute review on God Hand on YouTube recently, and he gave it like a 6 out of 10. It was complaining that like, well, you know, why don't they let you choose the difficulty? You know, you start
Well,
getting
you
better, and then the game
know.
just smacks you down. What the hell?
That's
And
part
I'm
of the
like,
fun. That's why I like it for real. That
I'm
is
like,
funny.
Resident Evil 4 had that also.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
so
get
funny.
killed too many times.
They
in
just
one
did it
spot,
quietly.
The game just gets easier.
They just quietly had adaptive difficulty. Where that's what I like about God Hand, that it doesn't have quietly adaptive difficulty. It's right in your face. It'll like tell you when it's doing that shit. You know what I mean? I
Yeah, the
appreciate
one thing I'll
that.
say about God Hand that I'll admit isn't very good is, in order to get really good at that, you have to abuse like the dodge.
It's
mechanics
clunky,
in
and
order
there
to
are
interrupt
some-
attacks.
Yeah, like a
And the
hot.
game
There's like
doesn't really properly tell you about that.
yeah, there are some overpowered mechanics like high sidekick canceling, I believe it's called. On it's almost required on some of the harder difficulties. God damn it, I hate when the
Well, you can do that infinitely against a wall and just
Right, yeah,
continuously
yeah.
juggle someone. It's hilarious.
it is fun
It's
to
so
figure out that kind
satisfying,
of stuff.
too.
Yeah, it is fun and
You're
satisfying.
doing the classic where you go down to
It's a
despawn
despawn 'em.
enemies. I
Oh,
love
oh
doing
my
that, yeah.
god. Okay, well.
They're so fast, dude. You're not gonna be able to get them.
Oh, it's okay. They're just slugs. That
Oh,
means
there's
like,
so many.
there are a
Okay,
lot of
yeah,
them.
yeah, they're just slugs.
I'll be okay as long as they weren't ants. The ants are the ones I actually have to worry about. But this is a great
Yeah.
place to grind for levels, honestly. If you're having
God
trouble,
Hand
brings
is
up
another one of
Halo.
those
Yeah,
games we'll
Halo's
play
got
every year.
Halo has really good difficulty settings because Legendary is actually it's hard in a fun way instead of hard in just a tedious way.
hmm
Like I think the easiest way to say it is that like a difficulty setting shouldn't be like a challenge of, you know, just endurance and having to just continuously do the same thing over and over and over again.
It is like I get unreasonably upset whenever I miss in an RPG. Like you just wasted an entire fucking turn of mine. I can't believe it.
And the game like really lets you know that you missed too. Like it actually like in a lot of these games like it actually that message stays on the screen longer than other
Right.
messages. Just to really
So you
let
can't
know
not
you
notice it.
fucking missed. Yeah.
hmm
I think that's part of the reason why they remove all of those like evasive maneuvers in the Pokemon games. Like you can't have double team in like a tournament.
Oh,
or,
yeah?
like flash powder or bright powder or whatever.
Because it's
people get
broken,
really,
yeah.
really, really angry where they're like, I selected an attack. Why didn't it hit? That's broken.
That does that is frustrating. You know, I mean, I get it.
So that
I
like
think,
that
like,
stuff is
uh,
like banned, I think.
I think I don't know much about competitive Pokemon, but I know sleeping more than like putting more than one Pokemon to sleep is banned because that's
Right.
so, it's
Some
the
of those
most broken
mechanics are
mechanic
just
ever.
inherently overpowered, which is annoying.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
made of
that
Beat
was
asks
hilarious in
if
Diamond
I
and
ever
Pearl,
played
'cause-
Mega Man Battle Network. I just want to say I haven't. I'm like woefully underplayed on the Mega Man series. I've been meaning to get more into those games. So
I
someday.
played like every game but Battle Network, and I guess like Command
Interesting.
Mission on the GameCube.
God damn it. Usually it's pretty
Just
easy
waiting
to farm a
for good spawns.
butterfly. He's usually here.
Yeah, I feel like they are like they usually respawn back of that. back there.
Thoughts on Team Ico games? I actually haven't played Last Guardian, but yeah, I mean, Shadow of Colossus is a masterpiece, and Ico, or Eco, I forget how you're supposed to say it, but I always call it Ico. I think it's a great game. It's funny because like the idea of an escort quest as a game is like that's not a good game, but it actually is. I don't understand.
Well, I think it's because like normally escort quests are, as you said, quests. They're like little tiny portions of the game that break the flow. When the whole game is an escort, then you're not really messing with anyone's expectations.
True, and that's another thing people always complain about Ashley in Resident Evil 4, but it's like as far as escort quests go, she's so out of the way. You can just tell her to go wait in a dumpster half the time. Like she's not that bad. It's really not that bad.
You give her the knight armor and you just forget about it.
Yes, that's a fun little unlockable, I have to say. No, I don't want the fucking cookie. Useless. I do love that you can get strong enough to beat those in one hits. Oh yeah, Jajolian's. I haven't seen it.
A chapter left.
Don't spoil it. But yeah, I know it's ending. One more chapter, I believe. It's brutal. That's like came out of nowhere, right? That announcement. I was just mentioning like I need to get caught up on it, and then boom, it's ending next month.
Been working on it for like a decade.
Is he gonna jump right into part 9? What do you think? Or this isn't gonna be like the end of JoJo, is it? I mean, I think he's talked about doing part 9 before. I could be wrong.
I'd be surprised if he still has ideas, because like Jojolian is using like character designs and names from like all the other previous JoJo series. And
yeah, it does sort of have that sort of vibe to it. You know what I mean? Lex asks, or Nice Updog asks rather, how warm is the tomato getting? It's actually getting quite warm. I hope I'm not like cooking it. It's probably gonna start like smushing apart in my hand. This is a. I really didn't think this whole plan out. I'll just hold up a tomato for 28 hours. That sounds like a good idea for a stream. And the worst part is I didn't even like have this idea yesterday. I like had this idea for a month and I didn't like, I don't know.
I thought it was a prop. I didn't know that was a real tomato.
This is a real tomato.
That thing's gonna get bad, dude.
It is going
Where do you go and buy a fake tomato? Can you tell me that?
Oh, you go to the Carrot
fake
Top
tomato store?
Yeah.
It's like an Earthbound store. We only sell fake tomatoes here, sir.
All right, I need to not fuck this up. See, he's got moves like defense down. Not my defense. Not my precious defense.
I always like when like
Magnet
cast a bunch of defense
what
down
a horrible
and never actually
move.
attack. Oh shit, Magnet.
Although actually, if he's only gonna be casting Magnet and defense down and he's never gonna fucking attack me.
Yeah, it works out for you. Yeah, I would say I love when enemies do that when they just cast like defense down over and over and over. They just nerf you and then never actually hit you with an attack. Oh shit, there you go.
Yeah, that's like the exact opposite of like the Shin Megami Tensei games. There's
He
games
did like no attacks that whole fucking fight. That was crazy. Good luck, but whatever.
There's matches in like Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne where if they cast like one debuff on you, that's just like game over because they just hit you and then it's just
That's
falling
actually
dominoes. After
something
that.
I kind of liked about Mother 3 was they had more of an emphasis on debuffs. Like Duster had all those thief tools, if you remember. Like I actually kind of like that. About
because
Mother
debuffs
3.
usually don't do anything. Like
Right.
what bosses and enemies get affected
Think about
by, like,
how good
poison,
does a debuff have to be worth not attacking for turn? I mean, as a kid, I played through all of Pokemon and I never ever used any. I never did anything besides attack ever.
I never.
Yeah, you would just sell them.
It's a waste of time, honestly. I love that you get like little glimpses of Ness's childhood every sanctuary.
I love that. Yeah, all the sanctuaries are super cool in this game.
Yeah. What is the giant step? Who made this? I don't understand. It's like some thing of the Earth's power. What's the lore? I don't understand the lore. Oh, whatever.
I need to explain to me.
I need someone to explain it to me in a fan comic or something.
In a 3-hour-long analysis video.
Yeah, exactly. And look, now all the guys are going to be running away.
I made a joke about that with Sonic recently. Like the Sonic Adventure there's a couple of textures in like the main town that kind of sort of look like Eggman's face, but like they're clearly coincidentally look like Eggman. And I made stupid image. I was like, why are there Eggman pictures all over Sonic Adventure?
Right.
Somebody make an overly long YouTube video explaining this. What's the deal? And then like Badnik Mechanic is like, I'm on it.
Of course.
I was like, that's a joke.
Of course.
Damn you.
He's gonna
was a joke.
He's gonna take your shit post and make content out of it.
Yeah. I'm almost like proud of that. I feel like every part of Earthbound has probably been like dissected at this point.
Yeah, Earthbound is such a widely
definitely
talked about game. It's almost part of me is almost like that's one of the reasons I'm doing the tomato thing. Was just like, who wants to just watch some guy play Earthbound? This game is like everybody knows about Earthbound. I thought for sure.
Stand out, I guess.
A little gimmick, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got that thing where all the enemies run away from you. And
Exactly. It makes it super easy to. Damn, I was gonna say it makes it super easy to win every fight because if they're away from you, it's like you even higher chance of getting the instant win but I'm already strong enough where I can instantly kill these bugs in one attack, which is like, I'm kind of wasting time, but this is like a legit sort of experience source, honestly. You know what I mean?
I love when they just miss. I love when like they're about to join
Right.
in.
Yeah. That is a weirdly satisfying, like, that is actually part of the gameplay of Earthbound, which is like a fun thing, which I never think about when I'm like, because I always just think about how annoying it is running away from certain enemies, because you're slow. You're so slow in Earthbound. It's like impossible to run away from enemies sometimes, you know what I mean? The trick is you have to get them stuck on like the map geometry, which is kind of fun and weird in itself. It's its own sort of challenge, you know what I mean? I don't know. I do like the giant step. This is a good little first dungeon area, I gotta say.
I think people like I remember like for a while. It's kind of funny that like you're talking about that. It's like everybody knows everything about this game at this point because it's like not even like 10 years ago. It was still kind of relatively an obscure thing. I remember when
Right. Yeah, it
and-
became this
Remember when
like
you could get a
hipster
copy of this
game.
for, like $20
on it.
It became this
Yeah.
hipster game without me even noticing, and like, you know, I agree with you. It just sort of like in my mind, Earthbound is just like, it's not like obscure because of Smash Bros, which I'm grateful for, but yeah, most people I think still haven't played this game, right? I mean, I feel like most people are aware of Earthbound. Maybe they even watched Let's Play of it, but how many people actually played it? It's not hard to play.
I think you're underestimating like that Super Smash Brothers bump. Like I'll give you an example. Street Fighter V had a rival schools character in it, and all of a sudden, like every PS1 copy of that game was like
Shut up.
quadrupled in price, like $300, $400 game.
That's pretty funny.
It was like
honestly.
$80.
I believe
And
you, and that is
so,
funny.
yeah, it's weird. It's almost like a direct form of advertising in a way, which is
That's
strange
why I
'cause,
was
like, they're
thinking,
not
like-
doing anything with the series.
Yeah, just
They're
being
not
in
capitalizing on it.
being in Smash Bros or a game like Street Fighter is such a great advertisement to your series. That's why I'm like, why would they add Porky to Smash Bros? Like that wouldn't make any sense at this point because what would they have to advertise unless they are gonna localize it? But even then, oops, I keep
Right, they
I keep
wouldn't be
selecting no,
making
I
any
don't wanna
money
throw it
off of that.
away. But yeah, I appreciate all the representation the Mother series has gotten from from Smash Bros. It's just been cool to see, even though everyone hates New Pork City, I just like seeing New Pork City in 3D, honestly. And just all the
Oh
other
yeah,
stages.
I was saying like, wait, do people not like that? No, I realize you're saying in Brawl.
In Brawl, yeah,
people
the
don't like
level is
New
it's
Pork
too big. It's too big of a level. The in-game,
Well, that was the point. It's supposed to be
right?
the biggest.
Yeah,
level.
you need a
Yeah,
few
it's-
mega levels in your game just in case, you know, why not? And then you get in trouble.
My favorite,
From the
my favorite
cops.
of those is still like in Smash 64. You have like the giant Corneria stage. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's more fun to me than Corneria is, just because it's like
It was great. You
or what
loaded
is it?
up
It's
the
like
red
Sector
shell.
Z. It's called like Sector Z in that game, but you're on the Great Fox and it's way bigger.
Yeah.
It's just
It
weirdly
is. I always
fun to
preferred
play
the
on
Great
this
Fox to
game.
be a little scale. Like it's kind of weirdly small in Melee, honestly, when you think about it.
Yeah. In Corneria, they scaled it down because it's a giant stage.
It was a very large stage, but I agree. It was sort of simple. It was like a nice. It's just like almost like a line. It has that little area in the bottom right side where you can like throw people on the wall.
Or you
That
just
little
play as
bottom right
Kirby and
side, I
keep
used to
mashing
always be
A.
obsessed with like, how can I get in there?
Hmm.
Like, is there a way I can get inside of the Great Fox? Because I think I saw a fox and his pals running inside of it in the intro. So I'm like, well, I must be able to go in there
Right.
as like a 4-year-old, right?
Of course.
Do you think game devs like put that sort of thought into their head when they're designing things? Do they say to themselves, well, we know kids are going to try and get in here? Because like I've seen every once in a while, there'll be like some game that'll have like a waterfall and you know something's behind the waterfall and just be like a brick wall. Or at least
Right.
I hope it didn't dream that, but there's like little tiny cheeky Easter eggs
You
like
gotta
that in
put
a lot
stuff
of modern
behind the
games.
waterfalls, of course. Also, someone in chat was like,
yeah.
they wish Sonic had a better. Is made of B said, I wish Sonic had a better stage rep in Ultimate. You know, Sonic's representation in Smash has not been stellar. I'm just glad he's in the game at all, to be honest. But yeah, like two of his
Yeah, that
moves
was
are spin
crazy.
dashes. He still doesn't have a second rep. Come on, guys, give us the second Sonic rep. What the fuck?
Do you remember the day when he got announced for Super Smash Bros. Brawl? How the
it
entire
was
internet
huge.
It was
exploded.
crazy. Well, that was so funny because it
That-
was just a dojo update. I had a video and everything, but it was like it wasn't like some mega E3 reveal. You know what I mean? It was just like,
Yeah,
the way
nowadays
Sonic's
they,
gonna
like,
be in the
they
game.
treat
It was they had a
Smash-
bigger deal for Snake, which obviously I can't deny the Snake reveal was so awesome
The
and
Snake is
unexpected.
way bigger deal to me because it's like,
Yeah,
holy
that was
shit,
out
it's
of
like-
No
nowhere.
one was
No
expecting
one's
third parties,
expecting
and of all the third parties, you would expect Sonic. You wouldn't expect Snake. That's why it was like, oh god, that moment was amazing. That's still the best Smash reveal to me. That one, then for me, it's Banjo and then Sonic. I feel bad. I shouldn't put Sonic that low. I guess maybe Sonic's number 2 for me, but yeah, that Snake
They-
reveal was so good.
Well, the fact that it's not
God,
just
these
Snake,
cops
but it's
are
the
pretty
best.
tough.
It's the best design of Snake too. It's his Metal Gear
Yes.
Solid 2 Snake, which
It
is
is a
like
good design.
the coolest one. Yeah.
I almost fucking lost. Okay, can I? Okay,
Yeah,
my
the
speed
first
is.
guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I forgot these guys are a little
oh.
tougher than I thought. Okay, he was doing like 30 damage attack. If they're doing 18 damage attack, I can easily cope with that.
A big one for me was Terry Bogard in the new Super Smash
Oh
Bros.
yeah,
When that happened, I
love
was
the
like,
trailer
"Oh
they
my
had for that.
god!" 'cause
You can
they
tell
had
how
Metal
much
Slug
Sakurai.
music all of a sudden in the
You
game.
can tell how much Sakurai like enjoyed doing that and like putting all that like little fan servicey stuff in there. Like,
Yeah,
you can
he's a
tell how
big
much he
SNK
loves
fan.
gaming in general. I really do appreciate that from him. Stop doing crushing chops and stop missing Ness, you piece of shit.
You can do it. Chris Dorner, these
Panic attack
dudes.
for the Mega Man trailer.
It is so funny. This game makes you beat up a bunch of cops. Like, and as a kid, I never really thought about that, but now it's kind of like, that is kind of funny. You know what I mean? Normally, cops are good guys in games and stuff. Like, I never even like. There's all these like subversive things, like in The Simpsons, having like Chief Wiggum be like incompetent and stuff. It's like I never thought about like portraying all these authority figures as incompetent. Like, believe it or not, like that was unheard of in like the 80s on TV and stuff. You know what I mean?
When are people gonna start, fucking with the firefighters?
Yeah, fucking. They think they're so great just because they can put out fires and they've got Dalmatians. Okay, Skeletoons here says Piranha Plant was the best Smash reveal. That was a pretty amazing reveal just because did like one person on the planet predict Piranha Plant? Such a weird choice. Couldn't help
Well,
but
it's only like
respect it.
one step up from like playing as a Goomba. That's the thing.
Right.
Nobody ever suspected it because they're like, well, what would the moveset even be? You
It's
know?
too hard to comprehend. You would just get laughed at.
Bandana D or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. People really want another Kirby rep. Poor
Why? There's a
Kirby.
lot of Kirby
There are.
reps. I mean, I
There's
don't know
3 of
who
them for
they-
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
One that I was holding out for, which I guess is still technically possible, was Saki from Sin and Punishment. on
That one
Nintendo
was one
64.
people thought for
It's a
ages
costume,
there would be
so,
one.
I'll
Yeah.
take it. You know.
I'm sad. I wanted Gino, but I'll cope with my costume. It was a long shot anyways.
Well, you know what really upsets me is there was a Smash Brothers Brawl Dojo update that you can look up where they're talking about the assist trophy for Saki,
Mhm.
and Sakurai's like, "Wow, he fits right in," and like
Right.
ever
It's
since
annoying,
then,
right?
I'm just like,
Dude,
when is he gonna be in?
He said the same
When
thing
is he
about
gonna
Gino.
be
He was
in?
like, Gino would make a really good Smash fighter, blah, 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 in some interview. And Gino friends like me have latched onto that and bring it up all the time, even though he's never getting in, guys. They can, even Square barely, like, they're such a pain to work with to get Cloud in the game with, like, one song or some stupid bullshit. Also, it's really funny how the 5th cop just runs away, which is, like, I don't know why. Just another one of those little moments. Here, I hope I can beat Chief Armstrong. I don't even know. I've never lost to the cops before. What even happens? You just have to start over from the beginning?
You just have to start over, I think. I think you just go to the last save.
Should I fight or
Is
should I
his name
heal?
actually Chief Armstrong?
Okay, yeah, this is fine. I'll be
Yep,
able to
Armstrong.
beat this guy.
Okay, not Armstrong. I was gonna say.
I always forget. Yeah, sorry. I feel bad. Oh god. No, heal. Get it off. Oh god. I thought I could do it. I thought I could get the healing off. I keep getting in my head that I have more time. Like I can take mortal damage and then get a heal off. You really can't. Like, I mean, am I wrong? Like, I was mashing that as soon as I could. It's okay, guys. I'm making a promise to you right now. Oh wait, it's actually nice that I saved here because now I can just talk.
Yeah, real simple. I don't think you lose much when you die in this game. I
It's
think you
just
lose your
money, right? It's money, and
Yeah,
I
it's just money.
haven't withdrawn. Oh yeah, here we can get the first Paula foreshadowing thing. This might have
Oh,
never
I
happened
think-
because you
I
can
think
easily
they
not sleep at a
intend-
hotel, right?
Yeah, because I feel like they intend for you to do this when you beat them and then go to Tucson and sleep in the hotel.
Right.
That's where it was from.
I lost on purpose just so I could watch that cutscene. That's what I'm going to be telling everyone.
Exactly.
But yeah, I haven't taken money out of the ATM, so like I've been losing money. It keeps getting halved, but I only have $3, so it's like whatever.
You know, I really like how in Nessa's room you got like the window and you can see the tree outside. Like that's just, I don't know.
Yeah, they did a really good job making the house feel like comfy. I don't know why. They just did a good job. Like it makes me want to return to it. You know what I mean? And it is nice that you can come back once you get teleport. You never have to pay for another hotel.
Well, the
think one
sprite
thing
art
I-
holds up. I remember recently I saw the trailer for like No More Heroes 3, and it
Yeah.
runs like a Tiger LCD handheld game. And I was thinking, you know, if they had just made it like cell shaded, like Killer 7 or something, and just
Yeah.
toned it down to make it run properly, because I guess the Switch is starting to show its age, that would be timeless. And that's what Earthbound is, timeless. You look at it, it looks like it's painted, or I guess drawn with crayons.
It
has
does-
a very bright, yeah.
Right. The art style is just so good. That's why I feel like it works so well in Mother 3. Like it is exactly what it wants to be. It's just as detailed as it needs to be. I don't know.
The thing about Earthbound is that it's a lot like Mario 64, where it's kind of got that surrealist kind of aesthetic going on with it. Like a lot of the rooms don't really make too much sense in some ways, and
Right.
like, obviously it's very rarely consistent. There's a lot of really cool things in this game. Like you don't even notice how you'll go into a door on the top, and then you'll end up like on the left side of the next room. Like it doesn't even feel weird. It feels like the camera just shifted.
Right. They have some weird
Feels like
space
the
compression.
memory of a video game.
Right, right. I'm getting smashed by these cops. Come on, man. Take it easy on me.
Wormwood Wizard says, "Are you planning play through the entire game? How long is that going to take? Like probably, yeah.
If it took me 3 hours to get out of fucking Onett,
yeah, this is gonna take a while.
it's gonna take a while, guys. It's gonna be a while.
Probably going to be doing several streams. of this.
Probably 20 or 80 streams in total. We'll see how long. Like I said, once I get Paula, I'll stop dying so much. Because when I die,
the
I'll
issue
at
is when you
least be
get
able to revive.
when you get Paula, you have to get her out of being some level 1 piece of shit and actually.
Yeah, that is kind of
like,
annoying,
that's
honestly. It is what it is. It's kind of nice, at least, yeah, when you start as Jeff and Pooh, you have little areas where you get to play as them first.
Yeah.
Paula is just sort of
I really
shoved
like
in your
that,
party without much.
That little area where
yeah.
you're just playing as Jeff is probably one of my favorite areas in the
Yeah,
game.
I always
just
really
because
liked
it's
that part
really
of this
fun.
game. I don't know why. It was just like, damn, it's like, you know, it's another person, it's a whole another part of the area. It made the world feel bigger. I don't know. And then you can like return to that part of the game. I like it.
Yeah,
too.
when you get the teleport and you can go there, it's a great feeling.
Mhm.
My brain is so ruined. When I say teleport now, I just think of that one guy, British
The
guy.
Retsu
playing
Prey,
Retsu
the electric
Yeah, I just
beast
think of
or
that
whatever,
guy. Yeah, electrical
Electric
beast. That's the
Jolteon.
only thing.
Jolteon of Let's Play. God, I can't remember his name. Yeah, I think it might have been Electric Beast.
Yeah, I think it was the Jolteon of Let's Play.
That was like his call sign, which is hilarious.
Man,
In my
I'm looking
mind-
at the recommended channels on the left. Some of these people have like 11,000 people watching them. What the hell?
Dude, some of these big channels on Twitch, I don't even know how you can cope with that many viewers at once. First of all, I actually feel like I have a good amount right now. Oh, hey, what's up going on? What's going on? Hulkamat, I recognize you from the old SA days. But yeah, it's like, yeah, to have that many people in chat, your chat just goes by too fast. I feel like my chat is at a good speed, you know what I mean? Like I can actually read it.
No, this is like a good thing. You can actually see what people are saying.
Right,
although
yeah.
It's not overwhelming with noise, you know.
Look, I'm already back. Oh god, I hope my health isn't low. I've sort of been autopiloting this shit. I at least be able to survive one hit. Oh god, no, please don't let me die before I can get the heal off. No, god damn it. I could have avoided that if I had not been on autopilot, I swear. Because I would have healed on the cop, because I know the cop is less dangerous than the... You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'm grinding off these cops. I'm getting lots of experience. I honestly... It's gonna sound like a cope. I've never ever died this many times in Earthbound. It's actually pretty easy to avoid dying if you actually pay full attention to the game, which I'm so not doing right now. But that's something I love about Earthbound is I don't need to give it my full attention. You know what I mean? It's just like
The tomato is siphoning away your gamer skills.
it is. If only I could be using my other hand. If only I would be playing so much better right now. It's not like this is an RPG where selecting things from a menu is the entirety of the game. Yeah, it is. If you want to play along at home, you can grab up
It's
a tomato
almost like
and
you're
hold it up.
talking to people and holding a tomato at the same time while gaming.
That's such an excuse. I could easily have not died. Well, okay, I'm gonna have allowed myself at least one unlucky death by now, but I probably shouldn't have died, what, five times, whatever it is by now. Hey, at least right now, it's like, what do I have to do? I have to walk down from my house to the police station. I don't have to walk through all of Peaceful Rest Valley, you know what I mean? It's really not a big deal.
That truck just like left the screen like 6 times. I love.
It
like,
is
the
super weird,
glitched
yeah, if you're
out
walking
for some
along
reason,
the
too.
screen. Yeah, I know what you mean. I didn't see that specific thing, but yeah, it is funny seeing the game work like that.
I wonder what you would have to do to top this stream. Like, what would you have to be holding in your hand? Like, if you beat this and someone's like,
2 tomatoes.
I'm gonna beat Earthbound with 2 tomatoes?
Yeah, exactly.
Or like a watermelon? Is that the cantaloupe? Is that the next thing up?
Something that's actually hard to hold up. Like the tomato, my arm isn't gonna get tired, but it doesn't weigh that much, you know what I mean? Someone who's actually like in shape and like holding up, like, I don't know. Because it has to be like thematic, I guess, otherwise it doesn't really make any sense.
It's also got to be something like dangerous that if you drop it. So then it could be
Right.
like a Japanese game show.
If I drop this
Like
tomato, I don't know, it might be soft enough now that it would break, and then I would have to hold a runny tomato in my hand the whole time.
What if you jerked off and said so? So, yeah, then DSP.
Yeah, that's how you get banned off of Twitch.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
classic. Well,
That's
actually, I
not gonna
guess
work out.
DSP's not banned off of Twitch. I don't even know. I think you got like a suspension.
I got
for that or
banned off
something.
of Twitch at one point. I didn't
Really?
understand how the site works, and I went to the artifact streaming like part of the site. And somebody told me it would be funny, and I
Right.
streamed God Hand. They banned me after an hour.
Really? Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
Only like 5 people saw this, but yeah, like when you're playing a video game on Twitch, I didn't understand that there's basically channels for every video game. I guess is that how it works? Like if people are looking up
Yeah.
Earthbound, they have to look up the
You've got
Earthbound
your-
streaming
yeah.
channel, right?
There's
Yeah.
the Earthbound streaming channel.
Yeah, so I
You're
went
in
on the
list.
Artifact, like part of the sites, and I streamed God Hand. It was funny, and then they banned me.
That's like
And then
okay,
I guess they reinstated my account at some point.
I'm sure it
because I
was
guess
just one of
wore
those
off.
like temporary bans, like as a slap on the wrist. But I had no idea you get in trouble for streaming in the wrong category. Because I started off this stream doing that. I was streaming in Minecraft. I was streaming in the wrong category, but it was an
Did
accident.
that to me, and I haven't streamed since.
Did they send you an email saying you're not allowed to stream in the wrong category?
Well, first of all, I barely use Twitch.
Right.
I've literally
What the
streamed
fuck?
2 times on Twitch ever.
So weird. Yeah, I don't know why. I should probably do my streaming on YouTube, but I don't know. For some reason, my mind is like, if you're gonna stream, you stream on Twitch. That's the way it's supposed to be.
No, I
It doesn't
agree with
matter.
you
There's no
because
reason to do it that way, but whatever.
I
This
feel
is how
like
I
it
choose to do it.
screws with your recommendations, because like if
Right.
if people get a notification for a stream and it lasts for like 8 hours long and like nobody clicks on it because it's like, why the hell would I watch a stream? I want to hear about Sonic, damn it.
hamburger,
It might mess with your like click-through rate averages,
Yeah.
and then maybe the next video won't get recommended because YouTube's like, well, no one's clicking on his videos. I guess this guy's done.
You're absolutely right. Like, I just don't want to piss off my subscribers is what the thing. I have streamed on YouTube once. I did the Sonic Bible thing, so it's not like I've never done it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I do it occasionally too, but I do like so few videos these days, which I feel bad about. I'm trying to bring it up. I'm buying a new computer.
Right.
That I kind of feel like it doesn't matter too much, but like, if you had a huge channel and you were constantly streaming, it might be a big deal. I don't know. YouTube doesn't tell you how any of this works, by the way.
Yeah, YouTube loves to keep you obfuscated and keep you in the dark of how this shit's gonna work. Okay.
feel
Well,
like
their
one thing I do
reasoning
like
is like
about
people
YouTube-
could abuse the system if they know what rules you're supposed to follow. It's just it's absurd, is what it is.
I feel like one thing I do like about YouTube though is that it's so big that they can't really properly moderate it. So it's kind
Yeah.
of like, like obviously I could be streaming a video game and then randomly stream something else, and I think that's the only thing I don't really 100% like about Twitch is that like it's very strict on like you have to be streaming the thing you're streaming, and if you kind of go off topic from it too much, like you pull up your browser or whatever, maybe it works. I don't know. I feel like it needs to be associated in some way.
What
Right.
about games within games? Like if I want to boot up like Donkey Kong 64 and all of a sudden I'm playing Donkey Kong the arcade game, am I going
That's
to
a
get
good
banned off
question.
of Twitch?
Yes.
It's like
I
it's
don't
in the
think so.
game. I'm still
I have a
technically
feeling they
playing
don't care
Donkey
that
Kong
much.
64. It's just Donkey Kong within Donkey Kong 64. Or like Animal Crossing. What if I want to play Zelda inside Animal Crossing on the GameCube?
Dude, I
'Cause all of a
almost
sudden
I almost just
Yeah.
beat this guy without taking 1 point of fucking damage. Did you guys see that in chat? Like, what the fuck? He was
Sometimes,
on
yeah,
guard
sometimes.
the whole time. Like every other fight, the first move, he hit me for like 30 damage and I died because I didn't have enough health to survive it. This time, he didn't hit me on the first move. He was on guard and he attacked me like once the whole fight. You piece of shit. And now I finally get a good level up. Yeah.
maybe it's that God hand system where you start.
Yeah,
losing
the game.
more often,
Yeah, the game is like,
difficulty
Jesus
lowered.
Christ, he keeps fucking
Or
dying to
good
this
bones,
guy.
yeah.
It's not supposed to be that hard. It really isn't. I mean, this is like the boss was the ant. This is not supposed to be that hard of an encounter, really.
Sometimes, yeah, especially it's kind of a crapshoot at first. Like sometimes you just get lucky and they defend a bunch or they do a bunch of status effects instead of actually attacking. And sometimes it's kind of tricky because later on in the game, when you get your own status effects, you have way more control over the pace of a match. Whereas in this one, you're kind of just have to go with whatever the AI does. And sometimes you get lucky and they fuck you up real easy. And
You know, that's just a
Sometimes
thing.
you get real
Sometimes when
lucky
you're
like
playing
that.
a game, you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky.
Someone in the chat is saying DK64 Redemption arc when? What was that in response to? Just like Cybershell's Donkey Kong 64 videos, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Updog has a good point, which is that if you have stream mods, you can have them just change the title of the stream for you, which is honestly like, I should probably have some stream mods, honestly. I actually do, but they're like ones I picked out back in like 2017, so I have no idea if they're even aware that I'm streaming and stuff still.
yeah, they don't even know if you're still here right now.
Should I go back up to my house and heal? Whatever, fuck it. It doesn't
Nah,
matter.
fuck it, because you beat them. You don't have to beat them again.
There's not much of a dungeon between these towns, is there?
This feels
No,
like
there's
Legend of
none.
Zelda
There's
Link
like a
to
little
the Past
cave,
right here.
right? Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the Exit Mouse house. I like that house. That was the Exit Mouse house, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Look at all these ants running away.
Yeah,
from
I know.
you.
I should be killing them. The stupid ants.
Donkey Kong 64, I wouldn't call it bad.
Live
It's rough
rent
around
free.
the edges.
This mouse's house. DK64 has a good game, but it's buried under a lot of tedium and collecting and bullshit. But there is a lot of fun in that game. Like if you just throw the whole game out, it feels bad. Feels bad, man.
I remember seeing that video where you were talking about, like, as a kid, you weren't able to use the scope to get that last golden
So
banana.
weird, yeah.
The game is glitched in some way. I had a similar situation, again, with Breath of Fire 3. There's
Really?
an NPC that, like, tells you about this desert that you're supposed to go through, and they're like, hey, listen, you gotta walk, like, 3 days and nights in a certain direction, and the guy tells you that, like, you'll get a game over if you don't follow his directions. He tells you to go left. Then afterwards, he gives you a map, right? You know, so you can tell where you're supposed to go. You're supposed to actually follow a certain, like, North Star. You know, it's a really cool little section. However, on the map, it says to go right. So, like, the guy tells you to go left, but the map says something else. And I
that's
didn't
good.
realize that as a kid, and there was no way to know that. It was like a translation error. So, like,
That's
literally
the worst
game
type of
tells you the
translation
wrong-
error, God.
Yeah, literally the game, like, contradicted itself. Unless that one NPC is a dick or something.
Oh,
I
fuck.
love how they thought you were like so stupid
Just
that
got
like you
shroomed.
couldn't play this game normally. You had to like go and get like they had to include that stupid strategy guide for you to be able to. It's like, oh, the kids aren't going to be able to. beat
It
this
is really
Earthbound
funny
video
that
game.
they're like, they didn't even sell Earthbound without the strategy guide. They were like, oh my God, we
Yeah.
don't want these kids
There
to.
was, there was no confidence that you'd be able to figure this out.
The idea,
for
like, oh
yourself.
wow, they don't
The
even know what an
marketing was
RPG
weird,
is.
too.
Look, I got a mushroom on my head. Now I have to go all the way to the fucking hospital just to get it removed.
Yeah. You get no. Go if you go to Tucson. There's
Oh
a
yeah, there's
person
that guy who
buy it
will
from you.
buy it
He'll
from
give you
you.
money. Yeah, I love that.
Okay, yeah, I'll just.
You
Well,
know
no,
what?
I'm
I
just
take
gonna.
that back,
Oh fuck, I'll just do
actually.
it.
In the 90s, like, gross humor was all over the place. Like, the Nickelodeon stuff, like, that was actually normal. It's only looking backwards where you have these ads that says Earthbound stinks with the scratch and sniff stickers. Like, that was normal marketing back then, I think.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
only-
gross out
it's
humor
only
was
with,
considered
like, the
epic.
lens of time where it looks like, oh man, Earthbound failed because they said it stinks.
Anyone who wants
Well,
to
they said
blame
everything
just
stinks.
the marketing, like, it was not just because of the marketing. Like, that definitely probably didn't help, but it wasn't like you can't say Earthbound failed because of the marketing.
RPGs were still not big yet. They just weren't. They weren't in the public consciousness.
Siggy Diggity says, "Fuck you for skipping that president." I mean, that was the hamburger president, wasn't? Or was there like a
It's
different
just
one?
a hamburger.
My inventory's full. I don't want to get a fucking present.
Yeah,
wonder if
somebody
those
says, well, I'm
scratch and
thinking
sniff stickers-
Nickelodeon and the slime.
God damn it.
I
I'm
wonder
so
if those
obsessed with that
scratch and
slime.
sniff stickers would actually still work. Like, if you had the guide and you were to actually scratch them, how long did those actually last?
I keep going back up to one on it because I keep pressing down when I get through.
Yeah,
this.
you're pressing the wrong button because it switches up your controls.
Yeah,
on
I think
you.
it switches when you go through though, which is like, okay, let me hold the same way. Okay, there we go.
You're
Finally,
getting
it's
really
reversed. It
unlucky.
was like at 90 degrees. I can't cope when it's like at a 90-degree angle. When it's at like inverted, then it's easy to fuck with.
180. It's more manageable.
Is that what you're
Town.
talking about when you're saying you can use the geometry of the levels to make enemies like bump into things?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
There was just an ant that like went right into a tree.
Exactly. They will always make like a beeline straight for you. So if you are, it depends on where you are in the level, but yeah.
Yeah, they don't have like sophisticated pathfinding. They just kind of go to where you are, and if there's something in the way, they're just gonna hang out there for the rest of their lives.
Dubious in the chat is saying there's a part in Breath of Fire 2 where if you say no to reading the tutorial, it actually is the yes button. Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 is one of the worst translated RPGs like of all time.
That's
to
so
the point
fucking
where
funny, dude.
you know left is right.
That's like
people are
the
just
exact
telling you the wrong
opposite of
place
what,
to
like,
go.
it's one thing to be like slightly off in your translation. When you're telling people to go left when they need to go right, like, that's a fucking
Oh, it's
problem,
ungodly
dude.
bad.
That is
Like,
a
you
problem.
don't even know. And you know what's even worse is they re-released it on Game Boy Advance. They didn't retranslate it. So the Game Boy Advance
Genius.
version is like a gimped down port of the Super Nintendo version, and it uses the same exact bad translation.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, there's a fan translation. If you want to play Breath of Fire 2, someone redid it from the ground up. It's amazing.
That's always fun. I love how it's like it already had a translation, but it was so bad that somebody had to go and do another
Translation with like an asterisk next to it, I guess. Barely.
You've got to get that.
translation.
You got to get that bike. I mean, it's got to stay in your inventory the rest of the game, and
Oh, right. I have to get rid of another item.
you
God,
got to ride it. As
that
long-
is
I
one
wonder
thing.
if
The inventory
if the
system for this fucking game is a little.
What happens if you say no, you don't want the bike? Do you get some funny dialogue there or no?
Hold on. I should have just got the fucking mushroom removed because I having to like change. It's one thing
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
have two hands, but this is a little bit. First of all, I like the punk shore. That was a pun that I didn't get for a very long time.
Oh yeah, puncture. That's cute.
Do you want a bicycle? No. Oh, you don't know how to ride a bike. Me neither. That's a pretty good little piece of dialogue. I like it. Oops, god
That's
damn it.
good.
I talked to him again. I forgot to get rid of my thing. Goods.
Someone in the chat is saying they even re-released the game on NSO, and it's the same bad translation. What is NSO? Is that a service I'm not
I think
aware
that might
of?
be Nintendo Switch Online. Is that true? Is it on Switch? I mean, if it's not
Oh
on
wow! If they re-released it on the Switch, then that's hilarious. There's gonna be people who are playing that in 2021 with that same horrible translation. That's wow.
Switch, that's really funny.
One thing I remember
you get a-
specifically that I always laugh about is when you there's a fishing minigame in Breath of Fire 2 also. It's in almost every game except for Dragon Quarter, I think. And so, like, when you start up the minigame, to do it you need a fishing rod, and it says, would you like to do this? And the message that pops up is "Equip fishing rod."
Oh boy,
I was like, wow,
Classic.
this is a special game.
that's great.
Whoa, your head was going in. Oh, that may have just been like a ZSNES thing.
Yeah, possibly. I'm just gonna give up.
So,
I guess
okay,
I'm gonna get
curious,
more
if
mushrooms
you-
later.
If you ride the bike with the mushroom on your head, is
Oh
it
yeah,
still
that's a
inverted?
good question. It probably is. If it isn't, then it's like that's the greatest skip of all time. Here, hold on. If you are not feeling well, you should not ride a bicycle. That's bullshit. That sucks.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah.
You know what? That's
It's
I
funny
makes
because
sense.
I mean, like, it sort of
understand.
makes sense, but okay, so it's not him. It's the healer. I
What?
fucked with the
They
healer.
have so many restrictions on this bike. You can't be sick. You can't have a status effect. You can't have a teddy bear. You can't have a party member. Like,
Yeah,
there's-
you can't use it with the teddy bear. They're so restrictive. The bike, it like feels like a joke object because it's funny. I never really thought of it like that as a kid. I just thought they badly designed the game. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of the bike? But you know what? Might as well use it when we can.
Well, it doesn't last long either, does it? I mean,
Well,
you
it
can only
use it-
really use it for like 1 or 2 towns, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can only use it for this one town, and then after you get oh yeah, you can't ride it on the grass. You got to be on the road. You know.
But it gives you this nice little song. Oh my god, hey, you can actually outrun the enemies. That's nice.
That is actually really cool. Yeah, you just got.
Thank you, AV Fusion. Do you wipe standing up? I do both. I wipe sitting up and standing down just to be really
Look
thorough.
how happy Ness is on.
I know.
his bicycle.
Look,
Yeah,
this is the only
he
other time
loves
he's that
riding his
happy.
bike.
Is he's got that smile on his face. Oh, he looks so happy, so cute. And you know
It's
they
great
you
when
never
you're
see
at
him
the
ride a
end of the
bike on
game.
Smash.
You know what's so great is that when you're at the end of the game and you get rid of all of.
Can't even talk to people on the bike. God damn it.
You get rid of all of that dead weight.
Yeah,
That's been carrying.
you can
hanging out
finally
with
ride
you
the
rest
bike
of the game.
again. It's
you
so
can ride
cute.
the bike wherever you want. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love the bike song too.
Yeah, it has like a little like bike bell noises and stuff. Like it's
Mhm.
it's so fun.
I caught it a little bit earlier. You were saying like that there's some weirdness going on with Earthbound that you're not able to play the music. Is that why this is muted? Like, is it like copyrighted now or something?
Is it muted? What do you mean? Like,
Well, no, sorry, that's on my end. I don't have the music playing because I'm reading the stream and I don't want feedback.
right, exactly.
But
yeah.
you were talking about like how there's like maybe a soundtrack CD of Earthbound.
I don't know.
music
Yeah,
released by
Sony.
or
I don't
something?
know the full deets about this. So someone who actually knows. You know, the funny thing is, the bike it's not even that much faster than the fucking walking speed, to be honest.
Slightly
Um,
faster.
Yeah, Sony released an Earthbound music CD, and now it's in their system of automatically flag this and take it down if they can. I don't know the full details, but apparently that's true. I only know this is true because Chugga Conroy was saying something about it, and I was like, damn. That
So
sucks.
strange. I mean, like, part of the reason why I play games on like the Super Nintendo and the PS1 is because they don't have any sort of like copyright stuff. Like, who's gonna claim me on Big Ol' Bass 2 on the
I do
PS1? You know?
love that, yeah, just these games that exist in a way that, like, the idea of their copyright was this weird restrictive spawn too many enemies thing. It's not like, DRM. DRM has gotten so insidious. Like, did you just hear about how it was the reason for all those frame stuttering and slowdown in Resident Evil 8 was specifically just because of the DRM?
Around.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's because of Denuvo, right?
I think it was just a Nuvo. That's right. Guess I'll
Someone says
have to
Mother
check.
One had a studio recorded soundtrack. It did. It's a really, really good soundtrack, actually. I recommend listening to it. Like as an album, it's a really good album.
I have always loved the Mother soundtrack in general, but like, yeah, I absolutely believe that Mother 1 it has some iconic tracks I always associate with this game, like Snowman. Those are from Mother 1, I believe, right? I could be wrong about that. So I don't like
Mother,
using the
don't you have
slingshot.
The Mother 2 soundtrack on vinyl. I do have the Mother 2 soundtrack on vinyl. It's pretty
Nice.
cool. There's a nice little like it kind of bookends it with like a nice mix of all
I'm
the
gonna get a
anime
Tay Bear. Fuck it. Oh god, fine. I guess I'm not gonna get a Tay Bear. I'm just gonna use the bike for as long as I possibly can. I can call you a
bear is
loser if you want to buy anything.
Pretty cool because like it's actually I would recommend getting a bear for when you're going through the valley.
Yeah. I guess I will just get one then.
Oh, now you gotta ride the escalator all
Ride
the
the
way
escalator
up.
all the way back up, exactly. No room for hamburgers. I do appreciate the department store aesthetic of Tucson. I don't know, just to give it something different from all the other regular stores, you know what I mean? Like, Forsyth obviously has a nice department store as well. Oops, that's the wrong person. Yeah, the teddy bear is a surprisingly useful little object. I don't know. I'd like to have one. Probably didn't need to bring out so much money. It's just a liability. I'm gonna lose it now.
Yeah, that's the only issue. That is one thing that's nice, is that like you only lose the money that's actually like in your hands. But if you have it in the ATM, you lose none of it if you die. So it's like
Exactly.
you
It's
gotta
a risk
have
reward
some
thing.
control over like how much you want to go through it.
Whoops, damn it. I don't want to withdraw. I want to deposit. I like rarely ever do depositing.
Someone says, when I think of the Mother series, I think of Being Friends from Melee. Yeah, that's a great remix of it. It's weird. Being Friends isn't actually really in this game, aside from a couple little like motifs. It's actually kind of interesting. Like Mother, like Pollyanna plays a little bit at the beginning of Onett, but then it doesn't play the rest of the game. It's kind of...
Yeah, that is funny. I guess I have a lot of those Mother associations just from playing Smash Bros. You know what I mean? I guess I sort of have that too. All right, where do you go first? Go to Berglund Park first, or is that last? I always forget. Well, let's just go figure it out.
Earthbound soundtrack or the Mother 3 soundtrack? They're both really good.
They are both really good.
Mother 3 has better songs. I think like it has some better like standout moments, but I really like Earthbound.
The Facade Battle song. I don't know why that one specifically, so cool. But I love that one. Oh, yeah.
I really like this one song. There's this great thing that was made. It's called like Mother 3 I think it was made a long time ago, and it's like a little bit better sound quality than what you get, and it's like there are these 5-minute versions of some of these songs where they feed into each other and kind of have these really interesting movements. That's a really fun thing to check out if you like the soundtrack for that game.
That is cool. What the fuck? I forgot Everdred could steal from you. I mean, that makes perfect sense because he's a thief character. He stole my cold remedy. He stole my hamburger. I do love fun, weird enemies like Everdred. I never understood, like, what the fuck is Everdred's deal? Like, he's a bad guy, but he's also, like, a good guy. He's, like, a gangster.
Yeah, he's interesting. He's like, yeah.
And then there's a part later in Forsyth where he clearly was, like, supposed to die, but they didn't want to show him dying, so he just, like, walks away. It's so funny. Oh, okay, I'm done. When I jumped off the roof, I twisted my ankle. Anyways, I lost nothing, changed that. Oh, yeah, that's right. You have to go save Paula. And then he's like, once you save Paula... Oh, right. I need to go do the whole Orange Kid, Apple Kid bullshit. I mean, you don't even need to talk to Orange Kid, I don't think.
No, Orange Kid's full of shit. It's just Apple
That is
Kid.
funny, though, that they make it seem like you should. Also, here's the one remaining red cross in the English version. For some reason, they didn't remove this one. I guess because it's partially obscured. There's some cool things you can buy from people here. Yeah, they might have just forgot. That's probably it, yeah.
It's its own unique sprite because of the little obscuring things, so they're like, they just... forgot. Oh, whoops.
I will come back to Berglund Park and buy more shit when I have Paula.
I always wonder if the Orange Kid Apple Kid thing is like is a reference to Steve Jobs and all that.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. The idea of an Apple Kid as an inventor, an Orange Kid. Yeah, he's like very Steve Jobs.
Yeah, I love it because Orange Kid is like, he's like, oh, I need you to give me all this money for my investment or whatever, and then it fucks up. I don't think he makes anything useful.
Yeah. I've been embarrassed by my reputation. How much health? It's funny, he specifically says I'm gonna make a thing that will help you. How much money does he need? 200? Yeah, why not?
Pretty decent amount.
I'll just give it to him.
Yeah, it's $200.
That's right, an Apple Kid, he just wants some food. That's right, I almost forgot. Love the Apple Kid, he's such a great guy. He's living with the mouse too. No one has given me a name yet. I haven't taken a bath in a while, so it may be kind of stinky. Yeah, we should market the whole game based on that one piece of dialogue, right? What can you give me? Luckily, I have plenty of, Oh, he gives you the soup worm. I forgot. I thought that's one you get later. Oh, does he need 200 bucks too? God damn it. I don't have 200 bucks on me. Oh, that's nice. He's like, oh, even if you don't give me the money, I'll still let you do it. There's a broken machine. Okay, great. I don't even need to now. That's just gonna take up space until I get fucking
Yeah,
Jeff
just-
in my party. Great.
Are you at the part where you can call? No, your sister doesn't start working until like a little bit, and then
Right.
she can take your stuff. I actually don't know if you can get rid of your stuff at this time. You have to.
I
be
can.
able-
You can talk to her in Onett.
You
and
have
do
to
it.
go
Yeah,
actually.
you actually
like,
I have to walk all the way
to
back.
where she
Exactly.
is,
I
yeah.
could like throw it away if I really didn't want it. Oops. Where am I even going? Where is the department? Okay, I'm right next to it.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah,
Escargot Express.
It's not
that's
too
right.
long until they introduce that. You get the receiver from someone, maybe Everdread. I can't remember. But yeah, then you can start getting calls from like your dad stuff, which is funny.
I like how you can get a phone call from your dad before you even get the phone.
Oh yeah, that's super funny. I'm surprised I haven't gotten one of those yet. I've been playing for a while. What the hell? Speaking of which, I should probably save the game so when I die inevitably again, I don't get teleported
Yeah.
all the way back to Onett.
Wait, how does that work? How do you get a phone call without the phone?
It's just
I don't know. It just happens.
expect
It's just like built into the program in the game. If you play for too long, you get one of those take a break
They don't.
phone
They don't have a
calls.
condition for like when you have the phone or when you don't have the phone. It's just a thing where it's like you get it, and then it's kind of just this. They just kind of make it seem like, well, okay, it's we're not. They're not going to have been playing so long that they won't have the phone. But you know, you
Right.
could if you're just fucking around, not doing anything. Yeah, your dad will eventually call you up on a phone you don't have to tell you, hey, you should stop playing the video game.
I forget when
I think
it
Mother
is.
3 has something like that too. Like if you play for too long, the tall man calls you or something like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some like
I don't
similar
remember the phone man
functionality.
calling you,
I'm pretty sure Leader doesn't talk at all until the very end of the game, but I think
Yeah,
you're
that's like
right.
the
There
big
is some
reveal.
there is some element that probably has the same sort of thing. It might just be like you get a call, not from your dad obviously, but I don't know. Poor Happy. So I have to walk all the way to the pencil eraser or the excuse me, the statue, and then I have to like turn around and come back, right?
I think that's how it works. Either that or you have to like wait a certain amount of time, but you could go to it's only like one cave, so it's fine. You're really risking nothing.
What
The
is he
mouse
trying to give me?
blocking the door. I don't
Yeah.
know what his Oh, no.
Is he trying
No,
to give me
that's
the
scripted.
Are you trying to give me the receiver? What are you trying to give me? I forget.
I think he's trying to give you the phone, exactly. I think you're about to get it right now.
There we go, the receiver phone. That's funny that you can not get it. You could have just left without getting it if your inventory's full. I don't know what happens if that happens. Like, what does that do? Okay, what is the Suporma? This is the Orange Kids thing. The full name is Super Orange Machine. I think if you like try and use this in battle, it just like immediately breaks.
Yeah, I don't think it does anything useful.
We
I
gotta
like
do
that.
it though.
I love when games
Paid
have that,
200
like,
bucks
you
for it
can
though.
just-
Yeah, it's like a joke item, but why not?
Yeah, you can just fuck yourself a little bit, but those kind of things make little RPGs like this.
But nothing
memorable.
happens.
It
Just
keeps
did nothing
fun.
happen. Maybe I have to use it out of battle. I like the that there's just random like annoying old party man and the new age retro hippie and just like that annoying old lady or whatever her name is. They're just like random human enemies walking around Tucson. And it's not even like the sharks.
Isn't
They're
the whole idea, right, is that it's like the Gygas has like corrupted all.
yeah.
their soul-
It's like malevolent
corrupted-
influence or something.
Yeah, well, influence. I like.
Oh wait, the
I like
Suprema
that it's
actually
a-
it does nothing and then it actually does just get discarded out of my inventory. That's great. Where
That's
is
nice. And
the
it
next?
doesn't take up space in your
Oh, no, it's not.
inventory.
Down there is
But yeah,
the
I
path
like-
to Threed, and I would get spooked by the ghosts, and they would kick me out if I tried to do that.
Yeah, you gotta
What's
go
over
up.
here. What's in here? I won't join. Oh, hey, look, a little bit of foreshadowing. Hey, look, they forgot to put a space after the second or the first munch. You see what I mean?
Oh,
I
yeah,
sure hope somebody
look at
got fired for that blunder.
that. I love when people say stuff like that. It's like
It
so
is
like
funny.
one mistake. Someone must have gotten fired for that one.
People
like,
have said
no.
that in like my comments sections because I'll constantly be like mispronouncing Japanese words.
Oh yeah.
And they'll be like, actually, it's not Sukeban, it's Skeban. And then I'll like say Skeban. And then people are like, actually, it's pronounced this other way.
You'll never make people
You're supposed
happy.
to barely pronounce the U. I'm like, dude, this is a term that hasn't been used since like the 1970s. Like, this
That
is
is
only
funny.
relevant to this one anime that I'm talking about.
That is really funny, honestly.
Someone says, has anyone ever said that Cyber Shell looks like Rue from Clan of the Grey Wolf? Nah, you gotta get the glasses.
I don't know who that is. I apologize, but
He
I
was,
appreciate it.
He was an old school reviewer, kind of like Happy Video Game Nerd, where he would like talk about kind of obscure, his whole thing was he would talk about slightly obscure like RPGs on the Super Nintendo and the Genesis and kind
Right.
of like just some things that people didn't really talk about at the time. There was like this weird thing in it wasn't weird, I actually really liked it, but like it was in 2009 to like 2012. There were a lot of these reviewers where they were like, everyone's just doing these videos where they look at NES games and shit on them, so like we're just gonna do videos where we look at some decent ones that not everyone knows about.
I appreciate
doing that at
channels
some
that are
point,
going out of their way to do like a positive look at, because it's so easy to be one of those negative YouTube channels. I mean, I've made negative videos too. I'm not pretending like I haven't done that, but yeah, I always enjoy seeing people highlight lesser known games.
Yeah, I've kind of done that a little bit myself. My next video is probably going to be like the last one where I'm just like shitting on an anime nonstop because it was so like
Sometimes you have to
aggressively
do that.
insultingly bad.
Sometimes
that
that's warranted.
I had to like make a public service announcement. Do not watch this anime.
That's good.
Because I literally bought an anime for 1 yen. 1 yen.
Wow, it's
3
pretty cheap.
VHS tapes, 3 OVAs off of Yahoo Japan auctions, and it was just insultingly bad on every level that you could think of. To the point where I was like, okay, let's see if I can find the music in this anime. So I uploaded a clip, and it links to a copyrighted song from some music library. So I was like, oh, the anime doesn't even use real music. That's amazing. And I'm like, how many views does this music library song have? 13. I'm like, oh, okay, great. So I'm literally the only person on Earth probably who has seen this anime. So I was just like, you know what, this needs to be a video. This
Sometimes
is, like,
shining a light on something that obscure is worth it. Honestly, I dig it.
Yeah, and it also happened to be Lost Media, which was funny.
Lost media is
I was
always
like, oh,
worth
wow,
archiving, even
this
if
is
it's
not
bad.
online
A lot
anywhere?
of Lost media is bad, you know. So like that's fair.
Yeah, for a reason. I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
no wonder this isn't on the internet. It's because it's like the most boring thing you could possibly watch on VHS.
Yeah,
Did
that
anybody
happens.
see that SpongeBob MTV thing that just got fucking released? It was like
I
Lost
did.
Media
That
for
looks
the
like some
longest
Gary's
time.
mod
I
stuff.
have not.
I really
Interesting.
like it. It's fucking. They're dancing to Blink 180, like 3D models of SpongeBob characters thinking the.
Hell yeah,
dancing to
that's
fucking
awesome.
Blink
That's the
182.
best kind of Lost media. Antonio Salieri, too asks, Cybershell, have you played Beyond Good and Evil? I have not played Beyond Good and Evil. I've heard that it's a really good game, and they're coming out with that sequel, right? I have actually read a lot of Good and Evil, like the book by Nishi, but that's kind of nerdy. What do I do? So I inspect the pencil statue, and then I
think
turn
you
around.
inspect it, and you turn around and he.
There's
calls
no
you.
way
He's
I haven't
"Hey."
there's no way I haven't like hit the appropriate flag, I think.
I always thought that was funny that you need like a pencil eraser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't
funny.
that what you have to get? You have to get an eraser to get rid of the pencil.
Yeah, you need a pencil
Yeah, you
eraser.
Get a pencil eraser
It's
to
different.
get rid of the pencil
Oh, I
statue.
forgot that doesn't work on the fucking UFO. That's disappointing. Yeah, it's different in Japan. It's like an
It's
octopus.
It's a play on words.
It's like a
so they call it like
it's a-
later on you get this
yeah.
thing called you get the they have the eraser and they call it like the kokeshi keshi, like it's
Yeah,
the same thing.
that's
but
it.
it rhymes a little, you know.
It
so
makes
it's like
sense in Japanese. The same way pencil eraser and eraser is a sort of joke.
I think in this one it's like an octopus for another like play on words. I'll
Yeah,
think
they're
of
weird
something.
items. It makes sense that these are one of the things they localized. It's like an octopus and like a weird doll. I don't know what that
Yeah.
doll is, but it's like some Japanese thing that Japanese people know
Oh,
what
yeah,
it is.
Daruma doll, where you fill in one of the eyeballs in order to
No,
make
I
a
don't think it
wish.
was
Is
that
what you're
because I
talking
actually
about?
recognize those. It's like a weird totem pole-y looking kind of doll. I don't really know how to explain it.
Oh god, I should know that. I know what you're talking about too.
Right.
A Kokeshi doll, yes.
Yes. That must be it because that is definitely it was something Keshi. I remember that. Again, I only know that from reading the Legends of Localization book. This book by Clyde Nandlin. It's a good book. I spent like the first half hour of the stream just shilling it because it's a good book.
I love how every time you bring it up you show it to the camera.
I mean, it's right next to me. There's no reason not to bring it up or hold it up, I guess.
I have one of those Fangamer like books. I have the one. It's like a Mother 2 guidebook they made where they made like whole. I got it for the art, and I did a playthrough with it. It was really fun, but yeah, it's I think it's kind of made to be like a little bit more of an in-depth guide compared to the Nintendo, not the Nintendo Power one, but the one that came with.
You know, I actually
with
really
the-
love the official guide because it has like this weird
too.
framing where it's like a travel guide. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the call. Get over here as fast as you can. I do love the Apple Kid. He's a great character. And look, I can use the bicycle again. Look how happy he is. He's so happy.
Someone says, Luoco says, did you see the new stuff about it from the localization floppy disks? About what in particular?
Oh yeah. Did I tweet about this or did I just like the tweet? Because yeah, there was some new stuff discovered about the locals. God, can I really not fit through here on the bike? What the fuck?
Your hitbox gets too big. You're too
This
fat.
is annoying, yeah. But there was some new Earthbound like stuff discovered from like the floppy disk from when it was actually getting localized. I already forgot the details, but yeah, it was something like that. Someone in chat probably knows better than I do.
Someone says, I miss video game instruction books. You know, I miss those. I actually do miss like little instruction guides. But the thing I actually really miss a lot are like those old, I say miss them, but I'm sure they still get made. Those like really amateur game facts.
Oh, right.
Guides.
He's not in his fucking house. God damn it. He specifically tells you to like come meet him at Berglund Park, and I just...
Oh yeah, you got to go to where Everdred is.
She's like, I can't use the fucking thing because I'm too close. Oh yeah, he tells me this, right? Are you looking for that so-called genius?
I like how he's all cocky.
It's great.
Like, your shit didn't work, Orange Kid. I'm not gonna trust you.
Yeah, game manuals are kind of a lost art form because it used to just be expected that you would, you know, read a game manual, but now it's like completely.
Read it on the way home.
They used to. I mean, there used to be a lot of art that you could only find there. I don't know.
Well, not only that, a lot of video games used to have like exposition that they would get out of the way in the
right,
story.
yeah, like
in the manual.
the only story
now,
was in the manual for a lot of these fucking games, which is really funny.
Yeah, that too.
Right, and Feebux has a good point where it's like you're supposed to look at the manual, you know, whereas if you have to look anything up online or in a guidebook, you know, part of your brain is telling you that you're cheating, you know what I mean? You're like, you have to give up and look up the answer, where it's like, I don't know. That said, I do appreciate when games will, you know, have a good tutorial for their mechanics in-game. You don't have to read the fucking manual, you know what I mean? That's not always fun.
I think people get very, like, some people will get very, like, oh, I don't like certain tutorials or whatever, but it's, I think as long as you can... Like, No More Heroes honestly does it simple and great. It's like you open up the game. Do you want a tutorial? Yes, no. If yes, you know, they'll give you a rundown, quick rundown. And
quick
if not,
rundown.
you just get to play the game.
For sure. You know what? I'm gonna go sleep at the hotel just so I can read the. They give you like every little town has like a newspaper. You know what I mean? That like tells you some current events. I should go pay for a hint too. I love that hint guy.
Somebody says the Game Facts Guide's ASCII art determines how good of a guide it is. Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Now that's
I still have
a real
entire
dying art
manuals
form.
printed out from that site.
Yeah, I'm sure they're in my closet somewhere. Like if I digged hard enough, I could find them. But yeah, I would like print out cheat sheets. I'd print out entire FAQs and walkthroughs, because of course, I mean, it was free. Well,
someday that stuff's going to be lost media. So, like, I have like 5 Breath of
Hopefully,
Fire 4 guides.
It's
somewhere.
not too hard to like back up, you know, game facts. And these text files are like they're literally text files. Like ideally.
They're just text files, so you can pretty easily save them and archive them somewhere. It's just somebody needs to take the initiative.
Someone does need to take the initiative. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
It's not even a thing
like,
of I feel like difficulty. I feel like it's a thing of like, well, like it's not valuable. Who cares? It's not valuable. No one's gonna miss them, but like some people will.
Speaking of like lost media and things of value, did you guys see that like YouTube wiped out like a third of the site yesterday?
Oh
with
yeah, the unlisted videos changed. That is such another bad decision by YouTube. Hopefully, I mean, I didn't even know what to do. Like I looked at everything I could think of, but I'm sure I missed some stuff that I'm never going to be able to see again because, you know, you don't easily keep track of everything that is and isn't unlisted. But yeah, if you have an unlisted videos from an account made before 2017, I can't remember the exact details.
I think it's well, doesn't it move it to private? I don't think it deletes it, does it?
Maybe you're right. Okay, maybe it doesn't delete it. But the thing is, a lot of these like people have like put unlisted videos on old accounts they don't have access to anymore. Like a lot of those videos are just going to be gone forever. Oh yeah, here's a weird guy. He's one of the weirdest NPCs in the game. You have to talk to him like a bunch of times.
Well, they're not even gone. It's not even like a, I don't know what you would call it, like a space-saving measure. It has to do with some sort of like security update where they were like, well, you can opt out of it, but there are people who don't.
Yeah, you can't opt out of it.
They don't remember their old account details.
If you talk to this guy for long enough, he gives you $50, which is like so weird. He's one of the only NPCs in the game that'll give you money. Like it's such a weird thing. I know $50 is like such a little amount. Wait, I already forgot what this newspaper said. But yeah,
I always like that NPC. He kind of looks like Iwata a little bit.
Yeah, I do like that guy too. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I meant to say this. Busy Bee donated. It said, "Thanks for repping Fangamer. They're dope and came from Starman.net." And yeah, I remember I thought that was really cool when I figured that out because they have so many like Earthbound items and cool Earthbound things you can buy. Yeah, they've had a lot of really cool stuff. And yeah, they're specifically, not surprisingly, like the guys behind all the official like Undertale merch and stuff. You know, Toby Fox works directly with them. I thought it was really cute. Like the Undertale plushies had like, if you actually like rip it open, there's like a little heart inside of them. You know what I mean? Like an Easter egg you can only find from destroying the toy.
Amazing.
Yeah, I thought that was really cute. Like they
have up Undertale plushies. That's the question.
I don't know. Whoever was the first person to figure that out. I mean, I'm sure they said it somewhere, but I think that's just a hilarious thing. I don't know.
I miss the.
I love that
like the
guy's using his teeth. Oh my god. Oh yeah, see, I'm wearing the traveling thing, which makes me immune to paralysis effects. But like the New Age Retro Hippie brushed his teeth, and his teeth were so white that it scared Ness into paralysis. Like that's just the kind of weird combat that you can only get from fucking Earthbound. You know what I will
Yeah.
do is I will buy another teddy bear. Those are surprisingly, God fucking damn it. Those are surprisingly effective, and I'm really gonna need all the help I
They
can
are.
get getting through that stupid. This is probably the only other part of the game besides early on it, which I would say is kind of not that great on a gameplay perspective. I mean, we'll see how it is. How many deaths? Come on, chat. I'm too lazy to set up the like the poll bot or whatever the fuck. But place your bets in chat now. How many times am I gonna fucking die in Peaceful Rest
Probably
Valley?
like-
Also, it's really funny in Japanese. It's just called Grateful Dead Valley or whatever. But they're like, we can't fucking call it that in English. We're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah. All the Beatles references are fine, but don't talk about Jerry Garcia.
It is so funny the weird like what is and isn't like deemed allowed. You know what I mean? Like what kind of references are and aren't allowed?
It has to be
It's
vague
kinda-
enough
that's
where
kinda
they
weird
can't
that
get in
the
trouble
Grateful-
for it.
Well, I wonder if obviously it probably didn't actually get them upset, but it's like that's like some jam band that
Right? Like there's no way they would have gotten in trouble if they did that. But they just didn't want to take the risk. I guess. I don't know. I'm not gonna try and pretend to understand what's going through
and then
Nintendo's
they and then
head.
they like will just sample Deirdre by the Beach Boys and then just like use that for a whole song.
I know
It's
there's so
very
many
much
explicit
obviously
musical
Deirdre.
like references to the point where it's like, fuck, I'm trying to press the wrong. I can press. I'm allowed to use this half of the controller. I just have to use it with one hand. Because there's no way to look at the. Actually, wait, is that true? Maybe you can look at the map with one hand. I mean, should I use the town? Oh yeah, because you can just use the town map instead of pressing X. I don't know why, but you can do that if you want to, guys. I hope you're learning brand new things about Earthbound. They're really gonna help you out next playthrough. Wait, I always forget. Am I gonna walk past? Where is the exit? No, yeah, it's down here. It's down here. I can't believe how long I've been playing and how little progress I've made. I don't even have Polly yet. This is so bad. But
Get
things
More
are gonna pick
Cabbage
up.
Is
They're
saying JoJo's Bizarre Adventures localization was
Oh,
really
God.
weird.
Those
One
are
I
brutal
remember
because of the. You can't have any music names. It's so funny in Japan. Japanese, they can just use whatever they
I'm
want.
thinking
But
about the manga, like
Oh,
the
really?
English version of the manga.
Right.
There's this scene in Stardust Crusaders where they're fighting the baby that has like the Joker stand that attacks you in your dreams.
Right.
And there's like a scene where Kakyoin is sitting next to a dog that I think has like razor blades come out of its mouth or something like that, and they edited it into a gigantic rat. For like no reason, because they're like you can't show a dog.
That's bizarre. That is
being,
absolutely
like,
bizarre.
Cut up in a manga.
Dude, I have
And
to admit,
it's a very bad edit too.
I
You
am-
gotta look it up.
I'm really looking forward to the moment in part 6 where the guys. I already forget who said it. But
That's the
someone
Florida
says.
part. That's the best part.
Someone's saying like this shit ain't Disney if it doesn't have Mickey. Like how are they gonna handle that whole sequence when they're going to like Disney World? Because they don't even show Mickey in the manga, but they, I don't know. Part 6 anime will be interesting. Let's just leave it at that. I'm gonna get caught up on JoJolion, and maybe not like now, but like I will. I wanna be able to experience the ending. I'm only like 2 years behind. I should be able to do it.
isn't copyright shit like really intense in Japan? Like I know you can go to jail for that.
It
Like,
Really?
used to not be.
Damn, that's crazy.
If
I
you-
believe it though.
If you look at a lot of like 80s anime, there were parodies and like background character shout outs all the time. Like
Yeah.
every other anime had like
Yeah, I
30 other
believe you.
characters in the background of some series. Sunrise specifically did a lot, but they had so many shows they were kind of having their own like expanded universe. Like they would have one movie and be like, oh, here, there's the dirty pair in the background because we own that. Like that I understand. That's all just one company, but they were just throwing Lupin the Third just like in background shots. And stuff
I
like
love
that.
I love
They can't
anime
do that
background
anymore.
shots. They'll just in the past I have seen just crazy cameos and it's just like what the fuck? But I guess that's like allowed. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Copyright is different in Japan. Copyright is already so weird and stupid and hard to explain in America.
we're in America.
Let
It's
alone
even crazier in Japan.
Yeah, let
so
alone
it's like-
Japan. Also, God, I hope I don't really fully remember how to get through this part of the
yeah,
level.
when I realized like, oh yeah, this thing is hills. Like it's got like.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't get too
you get
lost.
here. You
I
got
think
the
you
map,
will be in
right?
the public domain in 3 years.
There's no
Yeah,
map
it's
for
not
this
gonna
part of the
happen.
game. It's only on towns.
Well, I don't know if
Unfortunately.
you guys know what's going on with the Mickey Mouse thing, but I know one of the big thing. I think like Disney have kind of, they're like, we can't really push the whole public domain thing more. So like with the copyright or like
Right.
with
Here's the thing.
the stuff
Steamboat
we've been
Willie's
doing-
finally gonna
Well-
enter copyright, but like that doesn't
Well, no,
really matter because like
what they
you can't
well,
just
not
sell
even
Mickey
that,
Mouse
they're-
shit.
they don't want they're still going to make sure it doesn't do it, but they're doing it now through the trademark thing. So if you ever watch like a modern Disney movie, you'll see they always have Steamboat Willie like at the
beginning,
start.
right?
In the beginning, and that's because trademark laws, I think, are a little bit different from copyright laws, so they can get away. Like, I think they can extend it even more if it's a part of a trademark than if it was just its own thing. And I think that's their next strategy. Although I don't know if that's true, because then it's like, well, there were other not Steamboat Willie cartoons made after, and those those will go in after, and it's just not Steamboat Willie.
Probably just hedging their bets. They want to be like on legal grounds to say, hey, we just used Steamboat Willie and all these designs in a recent thing and all these coffee mugs and stuff, just to be like, yes, we are still currently using this. Otherwise, things can fall into the public domain that way, I think.
I sort of understand that, like, you have to use the thing to keep it from falling into public domain, but it's just so stupid and annoying still. And Disney's exercised so much over. Oh God, does Psy Healing Alpha? Oh, here we go. Here's the dad phone call. Hello, it's your dad. We've had that for a long time now. Maybe don't you think it'd be good if you took a break? It literally doesn't matter what you say, yes or no. It does. He's just gonna say okay either way. I'm gonna say no. Fuck you.
If you say yeah, he's like, well, that's good.
He doesn't like let you save the game. He's just like you should go save the game if you can. Healing Alpha Cures. Okay, I was gonna say because that piece of shit Everdred stole my fucking I was specifically holding on to a nighttime the cold remedy. That's right. That's what it was.
That's a really nice touch. I like that this game reminds you to save. Very few video games do that.
Well, it's also one of those, like, take a break, you've been playing for too long, blah, 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 things that became part of things. But yeah, just the reminding you to, like, take a break inherently is, like, you should save the game, you know what I mean?
Heavy Fusion has an interesting comment where he says, trademark doesn't expire as long as it's updated every 10 years. I imagine that's, you're probably right. That's probably why they're doing it, because, it doesn't expire.
There's a bomb inside. It's kind of hilarious, like, that Jeff will use so many items like bombs and like these weird like rocket launching bullshit.
Jeff's my favorite character.
He's so powerful, dude. The multi-bottle rocket does like thousands of damage. It's like absurd. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, bosses don't once you have multi-bottle rockets. Like they just die. And
I would always just like stockpile them and then never use them. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I do not want to fight the tree.
Yeah,
oh god, I'm lost. Is this the right
the
way?
Ones that like catch on fire and explode?
I was just up here. Yeah, those trees will, once you have to fight them last because, once you fight them, they'll explode and they will almost always deal mortal damage to you.
They do a lot of, they do.
I'm going the right way. They're not even that hard to fight, really. I shouldn't be such a coward, especially if I'm just fighting one by itself.
I just don't want to. I've only played this game like one time and I just happen to remember those stupid trees.
They're that much of a bitch,
like, that's
honestly.
not something that just like it gets forgotten.
You're absolutely right. Those trees are quite a newbie killer. Like, and there's really no way you would inherently know that a tree, like you can fight the robot. The robot doesn't explode into a fire explosion. The tree does.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And the tree's got like a happy face on it. So
yeah, it doesn't even look that scary. Oh god,
it's kind of unsettling now I think about it.
I'm playing like such a coward. I've avoided every single tree encounter. Normally I just like barrel through.
I love when you run away from encounters and there's new encounters what you're running
Right, I know. Yeah, sometimes you can fuck yourself over and make it's worse to run away. Like I have fucked myself over and you get into like a big battle. I'm worried that's about to happen now, but I've been getting pretty good luck, honestly. I had horrible luck this first half of the stream. Can I juke past these guys? Oh yeah, here we go. There's the house Paul is in. Oh god.
I love how you get a little preview like that. That's really cool. I actually never noticed that.
Oh my god, that guy came out of nowhere. This piece of shit. Can I get away? Or are these gonna have like way higher speed than I do? I hate these fucking guys so much. Running away.
Vary things up a little. I mean, not every enemy can just be a pushover. I kind of like it when a game will just have one ridiculously, randomly low chance of throwing an enemy your way that's just going to be an instant game over. I kind of like that. It varies things a little. You gotta have a little jank in there.
I like Holcomb that says, "Oh no, he has nasal congestion."
Yeah, it is funny. Like of all the like effects you can get, like some of the later ones are like your entire body is turned into crystal and it's like functionally the same as being dead, and then this one's just like you're a little stuffy, your nose is a little stuffy. John TD says this game taught him the word cohort as a kid, and I agree, it also taught me that word. I didn't know it. You know, I think I'm just gonna have to accept the fact I can't run away from these guys. I'm just gonna have to fucking fight them. But now the more time that I've wasted is making this
sunken cost.
Yeah.
Gotta keep trying.
Bad News from says, Cybershell, who are these other clowns on your stream with you? We're nobody.
I should
Don't
have edited the title. Yeah, it's Mello from Running Shine and Kenny Lauderdale from Kenny Lauderdale's YouTube channel.
I have a very, very generic name. I'm sorry.
I mean, I feel like it's good. Okay, I officially am done trying to run away. This is not going to work. I mean, I feel like it's a unique enough name where it's like, it's good enough. Like, you're the first result on Google search for that name, I believe. That's good enough. I always forget.
Yeah, which is weird because there's this guy out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida that has some sort of rap career.
Yeah, that's a good
point. And I
point.
eclipse him completely. Let's see, will you get the Sword of Kings?
I will not get the Sword of Kings. I promise you that is not.
It's a waste of time. I mean,
it's not even. You will, by the time you get it, you're gonna be so overpowered from grinding. It's like not even worth it.
I'm at this point starting to wonder if you literally can't run away.
I gave up trying to run away because I tried like 10 times in a row. It's like at a certain point, it would have been faster if I just gave up and tried to fight him.
Does anyone know what the variable is that determines that? Is it speed? Is it all these other things? Like, I wonder if the status effect has something to do with it too. Dang, you got it. Man, it wasn't even that bad. You got to smash, and now it's like almost dead.
Smash didn't even kill him. Yeah, hopefully. Okay, now that one of them is dead, I'm not so stressed out about it. Although it did take almost all my PP. It's okay. I should just be more cautious. I think I'm almost at the end, so...
You are. I can tell you're already almost there. You can also check your map, I think, to get...
No, there's no map for this part. I could just Google Restful Valley, but whatever. It is what it is.
People talking about Charge Man Ken in the chat for some reason. I'm never going to be able to escape from that anime. It's such a like perfect storm of everything being wrong with it that it becomes art.
I love when that happens, honestly.
Like, you know, there's like that Japanese
fight,
term
dude.
for absolutely garbage video games where it's
Kusoge?
kusoge.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I found out that, and this might be a video at some point, they have a word specifically for like embarrassingly unfinished anime that's on that level, and I want to do a video on that because there is a like anime equivalent of kusoge, which I kind of feel like people should know about.
They should. Fuck, that was not the right way. Fuck, now I spawned a tree.
No.
At least they give you enough walking room.
Yeah, normally the game
them.
is honestly, it's not that bad. I think I might have slightly overhyped how bad this part of the game was because I played it such like a coward. But whatever, you still saw that one encounter at the end. I almost fucking died. It was brutal. And then I don't know why. What's the point of spawning these snake enemies that are like level 1? Just as like flavor? Like here's there's snakes in this cave?
It's a victory lap.
All right. There is still oh, there's no map for this part either. There's still a hotel, I think, here. I don't know why, I love the happy part of the game. This guy's obsessed with the color blue. Such a weird but funny, like...
It's not even blue, it's like indigo.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
That's blue, there we go.
Mm-hmm. Happy. It's such a funny, like, cult parody, I don't know. Everyone in this town is such a piece of shit, but it's nice. It's enjoyable. Oh yeah, for some reason I was obsessed with this fucking blue cow. I don't know why, I thought it was the funniest shit ever.
I like it too. I can kind of understand. It's like a unique sprite. It's nowhere else in the game except for here.
Is this
the
hotel?
I think it stays blue even after you turn everything back also. Actually, do you actually ever turn anything back? You get rid of the leader, I think, but I don't know if the cultists completely go away or not. I can't remember.
The cultists mostly leave. Everything stays blue, I think, for the most part. Or maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, it stays blue. They're not going to change the sprites, I don't think. If they did, that's crazy.
I really enjoy just this weird... Oh, wait, I have to go get the Franklin badge. I almost just went to go fucking fight Carpainter like a jackass. That would have been embarrassing. Oh, yeah, look,
I think
lore.
at this point, you can just go right to Paula.
Pokey lore.
Someone's saying that there's unique dialogue for it if you use the carrot key from way later on that blue cow.
Oh yeah, I remember I heard that. Like that's such a crazy, pointless but awesome Easter egg. I love that.
Yeah,
also, I love this one random Mr.
Go back
Saturn.
to like the beginning of the game and all the NPCs have different dialogue.
I do. I really appreciate. That's actually something that's very, very, very underappreciated about Mother 3. There's tons and tons and tons of dialogue and like unique dialogue for each villager and like over the course of the game. There's a lot of like, it's not the most non-linear game, but they give you some good choices. There's some good shit you can do.
I really like that about, you ever play Grandia 2 on the Dreamcast?
Yeah, I actually did.
Every NPC would update, you know, what they're saying depending on what part of the story you were in, and you could go to I would just go to like every single town and be like, okay, what are they saying in this town all of a sudden? You know, what are they saying in this town? It was a ridiculous amount of NPC
I really
dialogue.
appreciate that level of attention to detail. Okay, I found... Where's the phone? There's got to be a phone somewhere in this town I can save at.
I'm sure there's one somewhere. You have to be able to say, because it's not at Paula's place.
If you don't, I'm happy to. I don't want the postcard. God damn it. If you don't donate to her, she like just follows you around, and it's like really annoying. But it's kind of funny. Oh god, I'm not gonna be able to evade him. Damn it. I didn't want to have to fight
these
this
guys.
guy.
They're like experienced. They're like free experience.
Yeah,
they're pretty easy.
I guess you're right. I just wanted to find the phone first. I don't know why. And see, this is the thing. Some of these battles, they'll just be like an endless string of calling for help. Luckily, it's not too brutal about it, but like,
if you're playing this game on emulator, this is a fun place because you just like put it on speed up.
This is a great speed up spot for sure.
It's one of those things about like old school RPGs. I never know if I want to play them on an emulator or on real hardware because like the convenience of being able to fast forward random battles is so tempting.
Yeah, I hear you for sure. Oh, Get More Cabbage is a good point. That Sonic Adventure is a good example of a game that has NPC dialogue that updates more than is necessary. Okay, yeah, here's a drugstore. Here's a drugstore. I'm finally almost at Paula. I'm so happy. Real progress. I know she's gonna suck and be level 1, but whatever.
She gets good pretty quick, actually. Like, basically by the end of the second area, she's pretty competent because she gets her fire and her ice.
Let's see here. What do I have money for?
Really, you just need like PK free. You get the bat. You definitely want to have
sell
like,
the
more
picture
power.
postcard? Great. Should have inspected it first, but whatever. It's fine. It'll be great to have Paula just to have the extra inventory space, honestly.
I wonder what people are talking about the SA Sonic Adventure NPCs. I always wonder like if that was just like one guy on the development team doing all that stuff, or if it was kind of like his little pet project. Because that'll happen sometimes with games where it'll be like, one guy's kind of assigned to work on one feature and he gets kind of fixated on it. It just kind of becomes his thing.
Totally.
I can definitely see that.
It adds personality to the game. There's no reason for it to be that way.
It makes it really fun. I just know that like there wasn't a point in the planning stage. I can't imagine there was where they're like, okay, or not even planning stage, just like, okay, for our work this week, you're gonna write all these NPC dialogues for all.
Cybershell might know. What was like the development cycle for Sonic Adventure like? Was that created over the course of 1 year, or was it a crunch of like half a year, or no?
I'm actually not sure the exact window, but yeah, it was a pretty short amount of time from like, they had the Saturn version in development for a while, so like, yeah, they had to, I mean, it was a launch title for the Dreamcast, so they didn't have that much wiggle room, you know what I mean? But yeah, I do think that SA1, like, it is kind of funny. Like, I wonder who it was. Like, I'm sure I can find in the credits, like some writer. Someone probably has the credit for that. Oh, I forgot. You can just get Paula. It's that easy. Great.
Credits in games suck. Like, you never get an actual detail of it. Like, sometimes they'll just like credit
Credits
the
used to
entire
be
QA
so
staff is just the QA staff.
All right, I have to go to Carpainter. Oh, you can talk to her. Get the Franklin badge. Do I have room for it? Yeah. Okay. God. Thank you. Here we go. Get the badge, then I can be Carpainter, and then I can get Paula. That's how it works. This is so weird. Like, this is like, you barely get to hear your party members talk. It's funny, because like, as soon as Paula joins your party, she doesn't like say anything else for the rest of the game. That's something I kind of liked about Mother 3, which is like, you know, party members still talk, you know what I mean? It's a lot easier to imagine a conversation between that party.
That is one thing I kind of wish that Earthbound had, because I like the little, you only get like a couple moments where you get to kind of see what one of the other characters
it's when
is like.
Basically when they're joining your party, which is nice, but you know,
and then they kind of just mix into it. I think because Earthbound wants to have this thing where it's like you kind of get your own group of friends that like are in your real life and kind of self-insert them into the game. I think that's kind of the whole idea.
That is sort of what it was like when you can name all these people, and they even let you name your dog in Earthbound for practically no reason. Just for flavor, just so to put you more into the role.
Yeah, exactly. Have it be, you know, the dog you have.
I think you'll inherently be more attached to Earthbound because it's like it's so much easier to attach yourself to like a modern American setting compared to like a medieval fantasy type setting.
I feel like I should be like doing like a Breath of Fire 3 video at some point because you guys are mentioning talking to your like teammates, and I was thinking about it, and that game has like a really nice little touch. On the overworld, you can just press start to like set up a camp, and all your NPC like teammates will be around a campfire and you can just talk to them.
Nice.
And,
I
I
appreciate
always
that.
thought that was the coolest thing because it changes for every little like chapter of the story, and they'll just have different things to say.
Honestly,
So.
I really appreciate that when a game like does that, lets you keep your party feeling like a type. Oh, I just realized I can get Escargot Express anytime I want. I just have to call my mom for her to tell me about it.
Hey, one person says the dev process behind Sonic Extreme is genuinely infuriating and makes me kind of loathe Sega of Japan. I don't know too much about it. The only thing I know that happened was that like Yuji Naka, I think, was like, don't use my Knights engine, quit modding that and using it for yourself. I don't know what was going on with that, but it did seem like there was some infighting going on with that game.
Yeah,
Like
dude,
one
it is
person
super
working,
weird.
like 18 hours a day for like months on end at some point.
It's super weird the way the Sega of America and Sega of Japan were like, they were not like in sync, they were like not working
No.
together. They were like, it was competitive. And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of competitiveness in a studio.
Well, they didn't want to work with each other
Right.
at all during certain projects. What was it, like Sonic the Hedgehog 2? Like they had the Japanese team working in their own office with like a
Yeah.
key card to
So
keep
bizarre.
anybody that wasn't part of the Japanese team from like interacting with them.
So
It
strange.
feels so petty.
Right, it really does. Like, it's such a weird thing. Well, there was like probably extra bitterness because like Yuji Naka was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go do my own thing. I'm going to America." He wasn't even gonna do Sonic 2, but then they figured it out. They made it. They had the STI, Technical Institute, and that was
Yeah.
also they were the guys behind Spinball. I could probably do a whole video just talking about like STI and the games they made. Honestly,
The Ooze, Comic Zone.
yeah, Comic Zone, The Blob, I think was their last one, or The Ooze. That was what it was
The
called.
Ooze, it's different.
It has
That's
a
the game
weird-
where you punch slugs. It's
Right,
awesome.
it's a strange game, but it's cool. It has a really weird Japanese box art. It's like just a bunch of text. It looks
Well, it's
strange.
like Snake, except except you're a blob.
Yeah, exactly. You get
Right?
bigger
Yeah.
as a pile of ooze. Exactly. It's like
Yeah,
Snake. Yeah,
it's a cool mechanic.
It
'cause,
is a
like
cool
the lower
mechanic.
health you have, the better your mobility is, because you're smaller, so you can dodge things better. It's interesting.
It is a cool mechanic, honestly.
It is really interesting because it's like you think about like Sonic 2. I think that was like Naka's game basically. Like I think he was
Right.
director of that. And then you've got like Naoto Oshima for some reason doing.
Yeah, it's so weird that they split
he
the
was
team up
doing
to go do
CD,
CD.
which is
Yeah,
weird.
they had like two versions of Sonic 2 at the same
Yeah.
time. It's just that's so bizarre, honestly. Like, why did they do it like that? I mean, I'm not really complaining. I like that Sonic CD is a thing that exists, but it is
I
strange.
like that. Yeah, and I like that CD is so different from the other.
It
I
really
think that,
does
like-
feel different. It has a different vibe to the whole thing.
and the
Well, it
thing I
was
do like
directed by a
about-
completely different team, right? Like in your Chaotix video, you were talking
Mhm.
about like how it's very vertically oriented and there's like exploration, and it was
Yeah, it just
wasn't
doesn't
it
feel
headed
like a
by the
Sonic
same
game.
people?
I don't know if it's by the same people as Chaotix, but yeah, it was by the Japanese team. I think Oshima was the director, so yeah. Oh god, I forgot the exact way through here. It's not really a puzzle. You can just sort of talk your way through. I do
feel
like
kind of
this
bad
room.
for Yuji Naka. I've noticed he's kind of been getting people are like, oh, he was always a hack after what is it, Wonderworld?
Yeah, I haven't played it, so I
Wow.
can't really judge it too harshly. But apparently, Ballin' Wonderworld or whatever wasn't too good. People didn't seem to like it that much, unfortunately.
I feel
Thank you
like
very
people
much,
ignored
Dave.
his stuff on the Wii. Have you ever played that game
Yeah.
that he made called Let's Tap?
Yes, I
He
was
does
gonna
have a
say
lot of
like,
interesting.
fantastic.
I don't want people
so good.
writing off Yuji Naka because he did Let's Tap. He did Rodeo, the Sky Soldier, which I thought was a pretty good game. Like he's definitely like, it's not like he's just this weird. It's not like Kenji Inafune where like he was only in Capcom really just doing making. And like Yuji Naka has many successes, and it's
You
like
forgot Wii Fishing Resort, which is the best fishing game possibly ever. It's very, very, very high up there.
Right. Tavi Noon
Yeah.
says I would steal the Knights engine, and I agree. That was a nice little engine back in the day. I will never get
Kiwi him?
I will never get over the fact that we never got a Saturn Sonic game. Like how did that happen? How I know they were doing Extreme. I know there was all that shit, but like they should have had contingency plans or something. I don't know.
I
man.
kind of wish Sonic Roboblast 2 somehow retroactively went back in time and got
Yeah,
released on the
I
Saturn.
was
It
actually-
really
feels
does
like
feel like the
what should have
Saturn
been
game
on
we
there.
should have got, especially when you play with
Yeah.
like the low poly models, which I really
the low poly
appreciate.
3D. It really does feel like I'm playing the game on the Sega Saturn. Like it's weird. It's like this thing that like feels like it should have been like an official thing made at that time, but it's some fan thing instead.
Well, really, what is official? Sonic Mania is all fan,
Yeah.
Creators coming
I
together, and
guess you
that's
could say
official
it-
in
you
name
could say
only,
it.
really.
Yeah, you could say endorse.
Hey,
right?
they got to
Yeah.
use Sega like resources to make it. Think about it from that perspective. I do agree
Yeah.
with you that it is by fans. Like the team is a fan team, for sure.
Well, I don't think you could even make a game like that if you wanted to make it official, because like that's been what in development since like the 90s, right? Haven't they been
It's been a really long
slowly
time.
curating this perfect version of Sonic on the Doom engine over like decades?
It has been
There's
so
no way to
long,
compete
yeah.
with that.
It's crazy.
Yeah, could you imagine what Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast would be like today if people were modding it since when it came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be an
Seriously.
insane video game.
I like
I
this
like
little
how
effect.
easy this guy is.
Yeah, I
with
like
with
the cool
freaking
effect. Will you be my right hand assistant? No. I like my
No,
left hand
I
would
got
be like,
tomato in my hand. I only got one.
yeah,
hand,
exactly.
sorry.
I like the lightning effect. This like pshoo. It's such a weird because you almost don't get effects like that at all in Earthbound. Like whoa, it's crazy. And then it reflects, and then it actually like reflects into him. It's crazy. I'm trying to remember. Like, what does he do in this fight? Yeah, he'll actually use the lightning attack and hit himself with it, which is I like that you can wear the Franklin badge for the rest of the game and it'll just reflect lightning, any lightning attack. Also, I forgot that he has life up. That's very annoying. It's also kind of crazy that that Franklin badge became such an important it's just a random thing in this game, but it's like a crucial plot element in
Huge
Mother
thing
3.
in Mother 3,
Like the
yeah.
climax of the game sort of involves like the fucking thing. Put up a shield? What a piece of
It
shit.
kind of makes sense because the Franklin badge is such a useful.
It became such an
it feels
iconic
like-
part of the series, I swear, just from fucking Smash Bros. Alone, and then it's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's a big thing. Yeah, I wonder if that kind of influenced them a little bit to be like, let's make this a bigger part because the Franklin badge is kind of like a big. Because I think you even get it in. Do you get it in Mother 1? I haven't played it in a really long time.
I
but-
can't remember. I actually think you
Or
might.
either.
Yeah, I think you
I've
do.
al-
I think in Mother 1 they specifically say this is the Ben Franklin badge, like the guy who discovered lightning, and that's
exactly,
why it
which
reflects
makes
lightning.
sense.
Which is it's funny they don't even explain that at all, do they? It's kind of crazy.
I do think that one thing is interesting with the Mother series is that it has if you look at Mother 1, it's got a lot of Americana stuff in it, and it kind of slowly phase it out a little bit until Mother 3 has very little of that kind of
Yeah,
it's-
I haven't played
it's
Mother 1, but you're right.
westernized,
Mother
but
1 is much more Americana. Mother 2 is a little more globe-trotty, and then Mother 3 is
Yeah.
really all about here's its own Nowhere Islands are just its own world. Obviously there's
Yeah.
influences. It's not entirely so unfathomable
Franklin
to a
exists
modern
in the
science.
Mother universe. Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's kind of interesting the way Gygas is apparently, according to the game, Carpenter is not a bad guy. He's just corrupted
Yeah,
by...
he's not.
yeah.
He just got corrupted by Gygas.
Look at all these fucking items I
was
have.
saying earlier that I
I have nothing
how-
I can throw away easily. I guess a bomb.
He was misled, right? Isn't there a line of dialogue where they were saying we were supposed to be, we thought we were getting messages from God, but we were
Right.
getting them from the devil instead.
Yes. Oh yeah, well the Manny Manny statue, I guess, is sort of the influence. It's sort of weird, it exists it's like a physical manifestation of Gygas in a
I
weird
never
way.
quite
They
understood
never
the
really
Manny
explain
Manny
where it came
statue.
from. Liar Exaggerate digs it up. I always like this, with the whole room is almost empty. And then there's just guys I was taking
There's
a
still
bathroom
a couple
break.
hanger-ons.
Yeah. What's in here? I definitely can't pick it up. It's just a skip sandwich. Fucking just a skip sandwich. I love this guy. Let's be buddies. Wait, what's in here? It's not a skip sandwich. A croissant. No, it's just more healing items. Healing items just aren't that important in this game because you get life up alpha as
no,
your first
life
spell.
up is so good, and you get lots of PP in this game. So I think it only takes 3. Oh, Pokey's back.
Apparently, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to relay this information accurately, but apparently in the Japanese version, it was made a little more clear that, he's actually asking to be friends, but the joke is that Ness is, a silent protagonist, so he can't say anything. So, then he gets all, pissed off, and he's like, fuck you, I'm going to be a bad guy, or something like that. I think some of the Pokey stuff got a little bit lost in translation, but for the most part, I think it all comes across fine. Now, I can go stay at the hotel for free, I believe, which is a nice touch.
The Fugo is saying YouTube content when YouTube videos are hard, man.
Yeah, I will...
You want them to be good. They stay up forever. They
Right.
better be perfect.
Right. I definitely feel you. That's exactly how I'm sort of minds there. It's I don't know. Yeah, if I put out a YouTube video, I don't want to have a shoot because I don't want to delete it. I don't ever want to be a guy that's deleting his videos because I don't like them. But
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
like doing that either. I've done that a few times.
it happens. I mean, sometimes you have to. It happens. But it is what it is. Do you say something different now, Mr. Cow? The blue cow thing wasn't such a great idea. What about you? I have really not. I at the beginning I was like, I'm gonna talk to lots of NPCs. but I've barely been doing anything, and I'm still
Not
taking
even-
ages. I've been talking. I've done better than like I haven't been doing a full speed run route or anything, which I
feel like you're
appreciate.
doing what you should do with Earthbound. You're taking time to enjoy the world, and
Especially
see the dialogue.
if it's your first time
I dare
through.
you actually play the game.
Yeah.
All right, now I.
And I forget what a lot of these guys say too. Like, yeah,
There's
used to play this
that
all
is
the
something
time,
kind of
but-
nice. Like I can play through this game and I can probably find a few NPCs that I've just like never talked to before. It's like, hey, that's brand new Earthbound content for me at least. Oh, Captain Sheepy asked if I wanted to do like a PCP style lecture where it's like a whiteboard and everything. I mean, I'd have to think of a good subject. I don't know. A
You
lecture
have to
style
really set it
video
up, too.
is not a
You
bad
have to
idea.
rehearse it, I feel
Whoops.
like.
I accidentally told her, yes, I'm hurt. Are you hurt? No, I'm not hurt. Well, she says the same thing either way. What a weird... I always forget. You have to actually use the keys. What does it say? Key to the cabin. Key only something specifically for Paula, or especially for Paula. I don't know why. Sometimes this game has some interesting stuff in the item descriptions, but I like never look at the items. I don't know why. Yeah, if you were a patron of mine, you could ask me a dumb question for the Q&A, and that was my most recent YouTube content. I was thinking about doing some commentary on some of my old videos, which is such a dumb thing to do, but like it's so dumb that I kind of want to do it on purpose. Just because like director's commentaries are like dying. They were like had a heyday in the DVD era, but now everything's streaming. Nobody likes director's commentaries anymore.
Didn't you do that like 14 years ago or whatever? Where you
I
had
did
the
a joke
Sonic
for-
bonus video.
Yeah. I did a commentary on my first Let's Play video, which is just, the joke was just that, like, Let's Plays are already commentary. Just commentary over something you don't, like, own or create. So I was like, I did commentary, then I did commentary on that commentary, and then I did commentary on that commentary. And then I did one that was, like, it was a hypothetical. It was, like, 20 commentaries deep, so it was, like, really hard to understand. In fact, it was, like, I was basically just speaking nonsense the whole time. That was fun. Now here we go. We finally got Paula, like I said, guys. There's actually no like revival items yet, but as soon as she can revive Ness, then I hopefully won't be getting too many more game overs. We'll see. We'll see.
You want to hang out with the crows a little bit to level her up. And it's nice that they give you a teddy bear. Like they try to. I feel like
yeah,
they
that
know,
is
like,
nice.
this
She
is
comes to
gonna
the
be
teddy bear.
difficult.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that, honestly. I can go buy her weapons and well, that's funny. I forgot the crows even came and attacked you. Like, what is the... You stupid crows. She levels up pretty fast just going through the cave where the, whatever you call it, the Guardian is. Yeah, those are, what, third Fuzzy Pickles?
Is Made of Bees says, I was basically just talking nonsense, said the Sonic YouTube man. That's the secret to YouTube. You just talking
Right.
to a microphone for like 5 hours and
just-
eventually you cobble together something.
If you just speak with confidence, it doesn't matter if the things you're saying are so banal and pointless. If you just sound confident, people will be like, yeah, this YouTuber guy, clearly, he knows what's up.
That's what he's doing.
This is, I know
Why,
what's up.
why else would he
person's-
be so confident in what he's saying? What, you think it's all an act?
Exactly.
I like one person said like the commentary where you pretend to be Yuji Naka is goated.
Right, yeah. I was doing director's commentary as if Sonic 1 was a movie. That was before the Sonic movie even came out.
I love Yuji Naka. It's something.
He is such a funny guy. Like, he's an
I'll look at
interesting
pictures of him sometimes and just like crack up because he's just got this funny face and
dude. He does have a kind of funny, just a vibe to him.
he's
I don't
always
know.
kind of like yeah. I love this one picture where he's got his arms crossed and he's like looks very smug. Yeah, you gotta get the frying pan.
Yeah, there's plenty of good things. I need to clear up some more inventory space here. Hold on. I'll give you the exit mouse. You know what? I'm just gonna have Escargo Express come take some of this shit.
Yeah, you definitely gotta call that because it's like
It's
get
not
so
really the
much
most elegant
faster
solution, but
for-
it is kind of funny. The same way you can order pizzas. Like, there's almost no reason to, but it's just so funny that, like, a pizza delivery guy will, like, run up to you and be like, here's the pizza you deliver or you asked for, you know? And, like, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Well, it does matter. You can't order it from, like, anywhere, but almost anywhere, a
pretty
pizza
useful
guy.
too. Like,
Yeah.
you actually use those? Like, they're pretty good. They heal your whole party, I think.
Yeah, that is good. I almost forgot, like, the big pizza will heal your whole party.
I don't know what it is about those items. Like, you always get like some elixir in Final Fantasy where you're like, I don't know, I might want to use it, and then like by the end of the game, you got like 70 of them.
Right.
Paper
yeah, that
Mario
always
has
happens.
that with the Waka's bumps where they recover a whole bunch of like HP and
Yeah, but they make you feel
And
bad just
flower
for getting
points.
them, you know what I mean?
you gotta hit the guy in the head. over
You can,
And you can
I
kill
love
him.
do it like 4
Fighting.
times, he won't die, right?
It's like up to 8 times. He like gets mentally like disabled or something. Like his text, he starts saying no. It's like he's like I can't remember something. He's like you're like messing with his brain. It like freaked me out. I didn't like doing that to Waka. I felt bad. But yeah, it was a
I
funny
only
thing
ever-
though. It's such a good item though. It's like 25 HP and 25 FP. It's like so
yeah,
good,
it's
and
probably the
it's
best
early in the
item
game
in the
too. It's
game.
like at the
Well,
desert
not only
area.
that, you can use it for baking. You can combine it into other items, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I almost
I've
forgot.
played Paper
yeah.
Mario.
Yeah, I almost
It's been
forgot.
a
There's like a
while.
whole baking not mini game, but like you can get the cookbook and there's Taste Tea. She has so many different recipes, and you can get some really overpowered items. Okay, what do you need?
The best way to play that game is you just play it with 5 HP the entire time, and you play as
It is.
Danger Mario.
Yeah, you play as
That's the
Danger
best.
Mario and
Yes,
equip all those
it's
insane
actually like
badges.
legitimately overpowered. You can do so much damage every single turn. It's
If you're
kinda
not
funny.
playing as the Danger Mario strategy, you're playing Paper Mario like incorrectly.
It
There's
is
also this
really
one
good
part where
strat.
you can like there's this one setup you can get where it's like you just keep powering yourself up and then you do like the multi-bounce and it like just goes down by 1
Right,
every
yeah.
bounce, but you can like do 18, so it's you
I don't
kill
think
like a
you need the
boss and-
pencil eraser again anytime soon. Am I wrong, chat? Is someone gonna yell at me if I put
I
this
don't
away?
think you ever use pencil eraser ever again. You have
Right.
to use the other eraser. Maybe you have to put in your inventory. To,
I can't remember.
No,
I
I
know
don't
you
even
need
think
the
you need it. I
eraser
would get rid of
later on, but that's a different thing. Whatever. I can always get it out if I need it. Is that right, Bancade? There was a ROM hack which included like a Waka fight. That'd be dope.
Yeah, there was
Genocide
like
run.
it's like hard mode, or I think there's like hard mode's been forked to something new now. But like
Interesting.
there's like the Waka, there's a fight where like I think if you try to do it one time, he'll fight you, and you have to like, it's pretty tricky.
Good old Paula doing 1 HP of damage. It's okay. She'll level up pretty rapidly here. Oof. I'm officially finally starting to feel it. Like the human body was not meant to hold up a tomato at that exact angle.
Yes,
for
you're
that
not
period of
supposed
time.
to do that. You're gonna atrophy your arm after a bit.
That's okay. I only need one arm to play Earthbound. That's the important game. I guess I could
could always
switch arms,
switch.
yeah. But it's sort of like at an awkward angle. You know what? I'm gonna do it just for a little bit. Oof.
Yeah, switch. Yeah, switch it because you can give it a little bit of rest and then do it. That's a good strat, I think.
Luckily, this is one of the easiest games you can play with one hand, and that's what I will continue to be doing. Oh yeah, I forget Paula doesn't even know any offensive spells, or does she start with ice? Because she just learned fire.
You just get fire. Yeah, ice. I always kind of grind her up until she knows ice, because that's
Ice is such a good fucking spell. Fire is not like
Yeah.
terrible, but like you rarely need to attack a whole row at a time. I mean, it happens. Oh yeah, I can't fucking see it from here. Hold on, go to status, then go to here, then press A for sign. Oh, she does start with freeze. She starts with freeze. She learns fire. Good to know. Paula's such a strong fucking character. She some of her later freeze attacks are so good.
they're the best. Yeah, some of the best things in the game. Her and Jeff are really. I don't know why Pooh's even there most of the time.
He is
doesn't
almost
really do
extraneous,
much.
right? It's kind of funny. You
Yeah.
you spend most of the game without him. I like Pooh. Starstorm is very cool. I like that he also can heal stuff.
Starstorm
I
is
like that he
really
also
cool.
has teleport. He's the better teleport. But yeah, I don't know. I love Pooh's intro sequence so much. The part where you have to like get your eyes ripped out and your
Yeah.
ears ripped off. Like,
It's so-
isn't that
yeah,
insane that that's actually in this game? I'm not making that up. Like you have to have your legs broken and like your mind taken. Like it's such a weird sequence, but I fucking love it. And his name is Pooh. Yeah, like did they just not know that that was funny in English when they decided that in Japan?
No, they knew, because if in the Japanese version of this game, you can name one of the default names for Ness. It's literally penis. You can call Ness penis. Like
That's
it's one of
awesome.
the default things.
That's
like
perfect.
Shinshin or something.
But yeah, now I'm mostly at a good level. Like, I'm not really worried about encounters so much now. Like, these moles aren't really a big deal. And, like, if I get low on health, I have time to heal. That was the problem with me in the fucking police station, which was, like, I was fighting. I would take 2 hits from the cop, and then I would start the next battle with really low health. Anyways, you can see I'm not having as much trouble now, guys. The chat
Yeah,
can
it's
tell.
actually
I can't believe I died, like, 5 times in Onett.
You got
That's gonna be the
momentum
only
now.
time I
It's-
ever
yeah.
die.
it's all gonna be okay now.
It's happening, though. We're doing it. We're finally making progress. This cave isn't
Oh
that
yeah,
big.
that's true. Yeah, Itoy does when he was playing like I can't remember where I was reading it. It was like Itoy talking to somebody or somebody talking to Itoy, but like one of them, oh, I see you named him Penis. I like to call him Penis too.
That's
my
so
favorite
fucking
name
funny,
for this,
dude.
too.
Itoy really is a funny ass guy.
Yeah, he seems like pretty cool, honestly. He doesn't seem all stuck up considering how like kind of educated he is as a dude and everything.
Right. I think he's like acutely aware of how like weird his own life has been, and like he's had like all these weird jobs, and like, you know, he got famous for that like thing where he was like digging in. Like there's a part in this game where you would dig in the desert for like gold, and I was like, that's like based on a real thing that he did in real life. Trader
is there
William
desert
says,
in the gold in Japan?
"Eat the tomato when you are done. I promise I'll take a big bite out of it. I'm not gonna eat the whole fucking thing, but I will take
Wait,
a big
Japan
bite
doesn't
of it."
have any deserts. Where was he digging?
Yeah, you know, it wasn't in the desert. I forget. It was
Maybe
just
it was a mountain.
It was some
or
lost
something.
gold legend or something. Yeah, it was probably up in the mountains or something. I can't remember. I really don't know all the details here, but
Same
there's
mountains
some
all
weird
the
shit like
Zelda
that.
games are based off of.
Interesting. I can't remember how powerful the big mole or whatever the fucking... Oh yeah, some of these bears, these are pretty tough. Like, these could knock out Paula. It'd be very obnoxious if he chose to target Paula and he killed her in one attack and then have to walk all the way back to the fucking
Yeah,
hospital.
the bears are dangerous. They'll mess you up.
Okay, no. I thought the mortal damage was going to be on Paula. He just hit the fucking teddy bear. That's fine. You can hit the teddy bear all you want. Maybe I should be using psi powers, Paula. Come on, get the bear. See? See, guys? Bear's not so bad. That's a lot of experience, too.
I will say that there's one thing I do like about how your guys start off at level 1. It's how, like, when you kill a...
I love leveling
enemy,
up a bunch of
you gain,
times,
like,
yeah.
5 levels.
It
They
is,
just know,
that
like,
is so
leveling up is
satisfying
cool.
to getting that multiple level. They like knew that because like there's a part right when you get the last sanctuary where like the sound stone disappears and you like level up Ness a bunch. Like it just automatically gives you a bunch of levels. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They definitely
just
knew,
knew
like,
that that was
leveling up in
inherently
this game
satisfying.
Is awesome. Yeah.
Oh god. Oh, I juked the bear. He's gonna join the attack, but that's okay because I get the surprise opening attack. I guess I'll take out the baddie first. See, look, Paula's already doing all right damage. She's already pulling her weight.
All right, well, I'm gonna get going unless you
For
guys
sure.
want to talk about something that isn't Earthbound for some reason. I played this game. I played, I want to say 60% of the Nintendo Famicom game too, or I guess Earthbound 0 technically.
Right.
'Cause that's what they did release it eventually, like 20, 30 years later. But like, yeah, I just don't have so much to say about Earthbound. I mean, like, it's a great game, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's fantastic. I wouldn't mind playing this again myself one of these days, but you know, you guys just like on a different level with Earthbound. You know all
Right.
the lore and
This is
all
what happens. Like it's
all
just
the
one of those
little tricks
games.
and stuff.
It really worms its like way in your subconscious if you played it like as a kid. I don't know
we've
why.
been shockingly on topic with this.
Yeah, we have kind of been
Well,
shocked.
I remember like aspects of it. I remember the little tiny sesame seeds in
Right.
the desert. Like
So
I was like,
there's-
okay, that's
There's
genius.
some
That's
genuinely
amazing.
weird optional content that I really like love and appreciate like that. All right, can
I remember
break this guy
the
out?
whole end of the game where you're robots, which
That
is
is
really unsettling.
this game has such a memorable ending. It's wild.
I don't hate Earthbound at all. I just haven't played it in like 20 years.
Right.
Not-
You try to describe a video game you played 20 years ago. It ain't easy.
It
It's
is
not
not.
easy to remember.
He's
He's
just
right.
he's just messing around.
Yeah, I know. Shin Megami Tensei
Dude,
5
I
comes
saved
out in
Paula with
November.
rolling HP. I hope somebody noticed that by mashing.
Sesame
Yeah,
seeds
it's
show up in Mother
becoming
Two
relevant
Museum.
now.
Yeah.
It starts to slowly wean its way. Somebody left a comment earlier I thought was interesting, which is that it's like they probably intentionally did have the rolling HP be incredibly fast at first, just so it doesn't overwhelm you. with the
Right.
mechanic,
Yeah, it
because
is
you
kind of nice.
slowly
You
kind of
get used to the
adjusted
game
it.
before that would even be like a factor. I guess
Before the
that's
twist
that's
kinda
kind of
comes
fair,
in.
honestly. Like I wouldn't expect someone to like. I certainly wouldn't know how to appropriately. God damn it! I tried to despawn this fucking bear.
At least it's something different. Like clearly at some point in development, they were like, "Well, we could just have the HP, but shouldn't we do something with this?" You know,
Right.
it's almost kind of genius in its simplicity. They put
There's
a
a lot
little
of
tiny
like
spin on it.
outside. Yeah, there's a lot of outside the box thinking with this game, and a lot of it like really, it was taken from future, like used for future games afterwards.
Well, you can tell like they based the whole original game kind of on Dragon Quest, and
Yeah.
it was almost like a
Oh, yeah,
Dragon
yeah.
Quest parody at some point.
Not even
And-
almost. It was. I know you totally said like, yeah, I just wanted to make like Dragon Quest, but put it in
modern day,
Yeah.
and it kind of just evolved into its own thing.
I really do
Awesome.
appreciate the Mother series just for being the Mother series. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
quirky. It's got personality. The gameplay is pretty good. I don't remember any parts of Earthbound where I said to myself, "Oh, it's this section. I hate this part of the game."
Oh man.
Can you think of anything?
Yeah, I don't like
You
the
know, it
I don't
seems
like the
pretty
Peaceful
consistent.
Rest Valley, and I don't like the beginning of Onett, and I basically already did those parts. I can't
know,
believe I let the bear knock out Paula. It's so
yeah,
fucking annoying.
I love like the animation when like a character like when they get a fatal blow, like the screen really goes crazy, and also when they fall, like there's.
It
this
is kind of
great-
like so when you
I
have
love
someone
it.
knocked out in your party, like everything's red. They aren't gonna let you forget. That.
Yeah. It really they make I don't know. It's like little. I really like things like that, like little things like that.
God damn it. I can't believe I died to that fucking bear. I really
Oh,
got incredibly unlucky
if
there.
you had like a little more, if you had more speed, you would
fine.
have made it, right?
Yeah, see, this is one of those deaths where it's like, if I beat that fight, I was just going to, oh god, I have to go all the way. I didn't, oh shit, I forgot to actually save. That is very unfortunate.
no.
Well, you know what? That's not a
Oh
big
no,
deal.
you're all the way back.
Yeah,
here.
I'm all the way back here. See, I specifically didn't want this to happen, and I forgot. I found the phone, but I forgot to save the game. Well, you know, it is what it is.
Dang, that's
This
how
is
it
nothing.
works, huh?
Again, on Breath of Fire. Have you played Breath of Fire 5 Dragon Quarter on the PS2 by any
No.
chance, either of you guys? Well, it's
No.
got this Resident Evil style save token system. You know how like you need the ink ribbons in Resident Evil? So you can
get
create
money.
these permanent saves, right? However, they only give you like, I don't know, 7 of these save tokens to make permanent saves. So the game allows you to make a temporary save anytime you want.
Mhm.
However, once you start up the PS2, it automatically deletes that save once you continue off of it. And if you
Really?
die on a
Oh,
if
that's
you die
brutal,
on
dude.
if you die on a save that was not a permanent save, you just
You
start
lose
back
your game?
over from your permanent save.
Oh, I see.
So
yeah,
like
right. That's
I
still
ended
brutal,
up
though,
playing
dude. That's brutal.
for like 5 hours once, and I got to a boss where I was like, well, I don't know what the strategy is for this boss. Let me just press the power button on my PS2, and then I started up the PS2. I was like,
Dude.
oh god damn it, that wasn't a permanent save. That was one of the free ones that they let you do anywhere, and it's just gone.
Losing
So yeah,
hours
this
of
is-
progress
this
like
is
that.
nothing
Yeah,
compared
yeah,
to,
I know
Breath of
exactly.
Fire Dragon Quarter.
Losing hours
There's
of progress
some-
is so brutal. Like that's almost like I want to say it's unfair because I guess the game, like, if it explains its mechanics properly, like that's still
Oh yeah, it
that
completely
sucks though, dude.
explains that to
That
you,
fucking
but the problem
sucks.
is you become so accustomed to being able to save as many times as you want that like you just completely forget that there's this temporary save system. A lot of like old school PC RPGs and stuff are like that too. You'll encounter enemies that'll like, oh, you encounter some random guy and he'll like de-level you down 10 levels permanently. Like
That's
some
so
of these
fucked
older,
up, dude. Yeah, some of these older games are really
some of these
brutal.
older dungeon crawlers are just like relentless. This is baby mode compared to some of those other things.
Yeah, I have to agree. Ultimately, when your only punishment for dying in Earthbound is so minor. You lose money. That's like it. That really is it. Like you have to do a little walking. That's really not much. Yeah.
not
Someone
a
else
big
pointed
deal.
out you do technically lose your PP. I guess Polly got to keep hers because she was unconscious, which is weird. But that's really no big deal at all. Like that's like nothing. It's like
There's
nothing.
Windows Squeegee says there's some Yu-Gi-Oh! GBA game where you can only save in the very first room of the game, no matter how far you go.
That's awesome. I love that. That's so
interesting.
bizarre feature, but that's so strange.
You guys were talking about like the rolling over like damage in the battles. There's this one Famicom game where it's an RPG and it's so like legendarily bad that they consider it like the legendary Kusoge. And one of the horrible things about the game is you'll go into a battle, right? And for some reason they couldn't program the second digit of your HP. So like it'll show like 5, right, for your HP, but
Right.
that could be 59, that could be 51.
I hate when you don't know how much
literally
health
5
you have.
HP. You just don't know.
That's so annoying. I hate when you don't know how much
so
health you
yeah,
have.
I've seen way worse than being. What is this legendary Kusoge? Oh god, what am I thinking of? It had something to do with stars. I can't remember the name of it. Like Legend of the People Who Talk to the Stars or something like that. It's like an untranslated game. You wouldn't even be able to come up with it. But yeah, Hoshi wo Mirohito. Yeah, I want to do a video on that one of these
That
days.
sounds brutal, dude. I'm
You
interested
start
in
up
that.
the game, right? In the overworld, there's no intro for the story to the game.
Hell
so
yeah.
I have played part of this. So it's like, oh, okay, well, there's no intro. Not every game is going to have an intro for the story. But can you imagine Earthbound just started with no story at the beginning? That'd be kind of weird, right?
That would be weird. Dude, that'd be so weird for any game, really.
Right. So like it starts you in the overworld and then you're like, okay, well, what do I do? Because there's no towns on the overworld. And you walk around and turns out the first town in the game, invisible. It's just invisible.
That's awesome, dude.
You find it eventually
That's so
just like
weird.
in Zelda. You know that like one town in Zelda 2 where you have to find it hidden in the woods and it's just a tile that you have to walk over? And then you're like, oh, hey, it's a guy. A guy lives in this one part of the woods in Zelda 2. Have you played that game?
I'm honestly not the biggest. I'm not super familiar with Zelda 2, but that is interesting.
Well, Zelda 2 has an invisible, like, guy that you just have to know where he is. But it's the first town in the game is invisible. You just have to walk over it. And you'll, like, talk to the NPCs, and they'll be like, we made our town invisible on purpose. Because we didn't want the enemies to know where we were. It's
That's
like,
so
huh,
funny that there's like
that's kind of weird.
a lore explanation that actually makes sense, but like that's so bizarre. That's truly bizarre.
So I feel like if I cover video games at some point, I feel like people expect me to talk about bad stuff now, which I'm trying to U-turn away from.
Right.
But like, yeah, that game needs to have a full retrospective on it. There's like invisible tiles on the overworld that'll just do damage to you. And
That's awesome.
you're
What
not
the fuck?
notified. You're not notified that you take damage. The screen doesn't blink. You just be walking on the overworld. Game over. You're dead. And you'll be like, why? Why did that happen?
That's so strange.
Yeah. Like, you know, imagine like if Earthbound didn't tell you were taking like, I guess, can you get poisoned in this game? I mean, what are the status effects?
Actually, don't
Yeah,
remember
you
all
can
of
get
them.
poisoned. You can get like sunstroke too. Besides, runny nose is like the basic level of poison practically.
Right, but like at least the game will tell you that you're taking damage.
I-
You know, like at least it
Hidden
has the
status
common
effect is
courtesy
like,
to
dude,
tell you that.
these are like a combination punch of like some of the most brutal things in RPG, like theoretically even could do to you. The fact that these would all be in one game is like,
Nantan says Hoshiwo Mirohito made it to Games Done Quick. I gotta see that because I've played that just because people tell me it's like the most legendary bad RPG of all time ever. To the point where like you go into a town and you exit the town and it'll spit you out to a completely different town at the beginning of the game. And you're like, what the hell
fuck?
happened?
That is so
They're
weird.
like, wasn't I in the 5th town? Why am I in the 1st town now?
That is
you know?
bizarre.
Yeah, so I have to unravel that.
Yeah,
at some point.
RPGs, games in general, and RPGs especially, used to be very hostile to the player, like legitimately hostile. I don't know if it was like we have to make the player get as much time out of this game as possible or what, but I don't know. That's brutal.
Let's see, let's see. I hope I'm pronouncing that. Surfco says through the story for Hoshiwo Mirohito is pretty absurd. Involves dolphins being psychic gods. Yeah, it kind of feels like Earthbound a little bit in that way because it was like made by one guy over the course of like a month.
Huh.
So he was just looking at other RPGs that were out at the time, and I'm pretty sure Mother was out at the time, at least Dragon Quarter. Oh, not Dragon Quarter. Dragon Quest was out at the time because there were a bunch of Japanese companies that after Dragon Quest like exploded in popularity, you just see tons of Famicom RPGs come out. So, you know, it's possible. It feels a little bit like Earthbound.
I'm always
like,
interested in that. How much has Mother influenced other games? Like, obviously, you know, the Western things, at least Undertale we know about, but like just in general in Japan, I wonder how much it influenced things.
That's a very
Yume Nikki
good
obviously has a
Right.
Mother 1. I feel like they really like Mother 1 in Japan a lot. They
Right,
really
yeah,
like
Mother
the
1
first
was
one.
actually successful in Japan. Like, that's why Mother 2
It's
even
a great
exists.
game. It's got a lot of like little tiny secrets in it, like that Nowhere Man in Magic Ant, you know, with that Beatles reference. I thought that was the coolest thing. You could meet the Nowhere Man. He's just like in a corner looking at a wall. It's just like this is the coolest.
I
little
love
moment
weird
in an
NPCs
RPG.
and shit like that, honestly. Oh, is Peaceful Rest Valley gonna be less of a nightmare because this bridge is
Yeah,
restored?
you've
Okay,
got
good.
Paula now,
Thank
and
God.
you're way more powerful.
Yeah, I was
so
I was
you're
actually just
fine.
gonna say like, yeah, just having Paula alone is enough to make this a million times less obnoxious. Is it
I
straight
forgot
down?
about that. That like, yeah, you before you get the healing, you gotta like go to the hospital after she dies, and you gotta pay the fee for them to bring her back to life. That's real. I wish we could do that. You know.
Exactly.
Surf Kehoe says the first town sells a weapon in the game, and the problem is the weapon makes you weaker than being unarmed. Yeah,
That's
like
so
there's
funny.
yeah, like there's a blaster you can buy as like the first weapon, but it does less damage than your fist.
That's insane. Why would a game even have a weapon like that? Like that's
because
so
it was programmed over a month.
I guess that's fair. Yeah.
One guy. Yeah.
Yes, that's fair.
Another thing is like you don't start at level 1. You know how like you start an RPG and you're supposed to start at level 1 with like stats,
Mhm.
right? Hoshiwo Mirohito, if you run into the wrong random enemy just like right as you start the game, it's instant game over because there's enemies that are so strong that you literally cannot do damage to
You
them.
get
'Cause
one
you start
shot?
at level 0.
That's brutal, man. I can't
Yeah.
escape this tree. I ended up boxing myself in and making it worse of a situation, but whatever.
Try to fight it. You'll be able to beat it this time.
You're
I
right.
like
I'm not
somebody
that
says,
scared of it. I was just trying to save time, but whatever it is. You know what? I kind of like this tree enemy, like I was saying earlier. It has a really funny face. Look at him. Look at this tree.
Oh no!
And-
Somebody says it's referring to Mother. I think people are arguing the name. No. It was named after the John Lennon song "Mother," and I know like Itoy. He said he just wanted to pick the name Mother because it sounded the least like a video game. So that was like actually I think the whole motivation behind it. I think the Mother Earth thing came after the fact. That
It is a
kinda just
funny,
fit with it.
like, it is a weird title. It's one of those things I just got used to, so it doesn't like strike me as particularly weird. But it is kind of a
Honestly,
weird title.
I like titles that are just like 1 or 2 syllables or just one word.
It's
like,
a good title. I agree with you.
You look at anime that have been really popular over the past decade or so. You got like Bleach. That's one word, but it's not describing anything specific. It's like representative of the whole anime as a whole. And you look
I
at
think
video
there was
games.
another one.
The longer the title is for a video game, like almost like universally, you can tell a video game is bad when it has like a ridiculously long subtitle for what it is.
Those are very obnoxious. I agree with you. I like a nice, clean title.
Yeah, could you imagine this was called like Mother the Fight Against Gigas? Like
That's funny because it is called that in the intro. Like it has like Mother 2, Giga Strikes
Yeah.
Back, but like that's not the actual
right.
title. You know what I mean? Like it's bizarre.
right. They even make fun of it.
Right,
because,
right.
Like, you know, long movie titles just aren't, I guess, conducive to video games. I guess.
It reminds me of this
interesting.
one Patrice O'Neill bit when he was on like Opie and Anthony. He was saying like every good movie has a good name. Like there's no there's no like, good movies with bad titles.
Right. It's
And
a
they were
very
saying
important
like,
part.
well, what about Jurassic Park? He said, no, Jurassic Park
Park's
is
a
an
good name.
amazing
I like
name.
that is a great
If it
name. What
was-
the fuck?
If
Yeah.
it was a bad movie, it'd be called like Dinosaur Forest.
Billy and the Clonosaurus.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a great bit from The Simpsons. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this, but there was this hilarious bit where you could like buy food from the food stand instead of a store, but like it's like we trust you not to, you know, steal from us. But then the guy was like, I'm watching them to make sure nobody steals, even though we said we trust him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like leaving candy in your front door with like a sign that says "Please
Make
take
sure to
one."
save this time.
Oh yeah, in blue, I will. That's exactly where I'm going to go right now. But yeah, they do de-bluify the town, but it's like not right away. That's kind of weird.
Okay, yeah. Okay, they do change the spreads. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah. Save. Let's save the game and not accidentally press
I
the
love the
option.
Street
that makes
Fighter.
me click.
Yeah, Street Fighter 3 Second Impact Giga.
I do. Part of me does like stupid ass long fighting game titles. There's a really funny like Dead Rising 4 DLC that or something that had like a really long title. I don't like that game, but I remember that had a really funny DLC title. That was just like a parody of those ridiculously long titles.
Well, with anime specifically, it's been getting like ridiculous. You'll have an example. There's that one anime where someone dies and they wake up as a spider in like a medieval
yeah.
D&D world, and
Some of
the
those
name of the
titles are so
anime is
crazy.
"So I'm a Spider, So What." Isn't that a little bit long? You know,
That's an
for
awesome name.
for your title.
That's
So
funny though.
what?
I really like
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
and like I feel like at some point Japan realized that either the title of an anime or a book or a game either has to be extremely short or so long that it gets your attention.
Right. Yeah,
that's
that's
like
exactly
with
it. Some of those titles are like so long on purpose that you can tell it's just a bit for
Right,
them.
'cause
Like
they know no one's gonna read the
They have
back of the
sta-
Blu-ray box to
Right.
find out what the anime is about. So if the
Well,
anime
every
title
good
is
anime
already
like that,
describing it,
they always
know.
come up with a little nickname. Like Konosuba is like a shortened for a much longer title, I believe.
Well, isn't one thing also that a lot of anime now is like kind of they use those light novels as like source material, and I think those always have really long names. Like even like the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya.
Yeah, even that is kinda long.
It didn't used to be that way. You look at Slayers. That's one word. That was based off
Yeah,
a light
true.
novel. Am I wrong? That was a book.
Yeah, it probably was, but I think it's a new trend. Again, you're probably right. It probably is a thing where they put the title on the cover, like the whole gist of it, so that you don't have to. The greasy otaku doesn't need to pick it up and then like flip it over. And
That is hilarious that like
want it.
attention spans are so short that you need to fit the entire premise in the title. Like, what the fuck? That's sort of funny because that's sort of how YouTube operates. I'm already used to that sort of like paradigm where you have to fit a lot of critical information in the title or nobody's
Well, I
gonna
think
click
a
it.
lot of that is like people are on their cell phones, which I didn't realize for like years that people browse YouTube mostly on their cell phones.
Literally mostly
Like
on your phone.
sometimes like the beginning of the title is all they'll see. 'Cause it
Yeah,
gets cut
yeah.
off
You have to
somehow.
make sure your titles aren't too long. I mean, that's like a real thing for YouTube success. Otherwise, yeah, for reals. People aren't going to click a title if it's too long. People also don't like to click parts anymore. People just like one long 5-hour video.
Oh yeah.
Nobody wants to
If I
click
see
part 2 of
Earthbound,
anything. Yeah.
Like Let's Play part
Part
75,
anything is
I'll be
like,
no, I'm not touching
anathema
this.
to clicking on it. Yeah, the landscape has just changed over time. It's strange.
I like nonsense. I'm playing Earthbound while holding a
Tomato.
tomato.
So what? That's the premise of this light novel.
I gotta tell you, I wouldn't read that light novel. I'll take one look at that and be like, well, this is stupid.
It is quite stupid.
Well, you gotta be a little stupid every once in a while. Have you seen the new season of I filled this anime with creepy fan service and this happened? Yeah, I don't really follow a lot of the more modern anime, mostly just because like it's too sterile and clean to the point where it doesn't interest me. I don't really see any mystery in it. But you know, you buy random VHS tapes from Yahoo Japan auctions. Hey, you might get cursed by a yokai. You never know. You could be possessed by the girl from The Ring. Anything could happen.
Well, I think, do you think a part of that is because like a lot of modern anime is kind of much more specialized towards like the otaku market. I know back in the day there were a lot more general audience kind of interest within the medium a little bit more. I
Yeah,
feel
you
like
know, you say
nowadays-
that, but like anime is more popular overseas now than Japan. I think.
That's so
So
strange.
is it really that they're targeting otaku, or are they just targeting so? I feel like they're just following trends.
Anime is so weird
that's
because it's
all
like
they-
you actually
that's
can
what they know
target
works.
otaku like that because you only need like a certain small amount
Yeah,
of
you
people to
only
buy
need
the
like 1,000
Blu-ray.
people to buy your Blu-ray.
that's
like
it, and you made a
$200
profit.
or some
Yeah, if the
shit.
Blu-ray is like $750 for 24 episodes.
Yeah, they are
I could get that.
obscenely priced, those Blu-rays,
Yeah.
to my knowledge, at least. Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's like
even in
crazy. You have
America,
to
that
pay
was a
so much,
problem.
and some of them have like 4
And you
episodes
can't
on a
pirate
disc.
or you go to jail.
Yeah, and
So-
they're very anti-piracy in Japan, which is like, I don't know.
Which they didn't used to be as much. I mean, you look at the scene in the 80s, like, I don't know if you
Japan's
saw
weird.
that video.
Like, it
Well, I
used
was
to be
talking
illegal
about
to
Creamy
rent
Mommy.
videos, right? Remember that was a big thing? And you can't
It
rent
was,
games.
or at least
It used to
Nintendo
be.
wanted them to not be able to
Or
rent video
something.
games. That was like a big deal for a while, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
They're,
really.
the way that they operate is basically, since they don't have a rental system, or at least maybe they didn't, at some point, they basically expect you to buy a game and then like sell it back to the store, and then their selling system is basically their rental system, which is why games were like $1 for a Famicom game for so many years. But now
Oh,
since
oh,
it's
like
all
barely
shipped
holding
around the
on.
I know.
world, now
Paul
you can't
started
even
with
find the
1
worst
HP.
games for $1.
That is so weird, the way rental in like general has sort of faded out. It's kind of
I
sad.
Yeah,
love,
I love rental stuff.
I love the backstory of Echo the Dolphin. How like the main developer of that game, he was like, "Oh yeah, I made it, but I was like worried people would just rent it and beat it in 2 hours."
So he made
I
it
made it really
Insanely
hard.
hard, yeah.
Well, that was what happened with Battletoads. Like the Famicom version of Battletoads is so easy compared to the American one.
Yeah, that is
They
so
just-
weird. Like, yeah,
it's to
Battletoads
the
is
point
a
where I don't
very
even want
strange
to play it,
balance.
to be honest. I mean, like they
It is.
fixed a couple
It's legitimately
glitches,
like
but
too fucked up. It's like Battletoads like goes out of its way to be unfair at times.
you say
love
that, but I
people
can
that
do
can,
the
like-
turbo tunnel no problem. It's
True,
all audio
Turbo Tunnel
cues,
is
rhythm.
memorization. That's true.
It's not memorization. It's audio cues. You go
Oh,
by
really?
the whooshing sound of the thing going up and down, and that's how you
Interesting.
time it.
Interesting.
But that's I'm talking about like playing it on a tube TV with like no lag.
no.
I'm
lag.
sure you
It's
probably
going
couldn't do
down.
that on some like plasma TV.
I love the small. I like how they have like it's got like bleeding mouth and hands and stuff. Like it's
Yeah,
so,
he is a
it's,
cool.
it's so
Is he
cool.
immune
Censor
to
that out.
fire or freeze? Because he took like no damage from that. I guess I'll try fire. See if one of these does a lot.
I'll do
Oh
Thunder.
my god.
Thunder really sucks in Alpha. It really isn't good.
Well, he killed Paula in 1 hit, which is really unfortunate because I was kind of praying. He has
Thankfully,
life up
when you
HP.
beat this, like
I don't
I
think.
think you'll be no. You have no way of reviving any party
Mhm.
members yet. So like you just
Yeah.
gotta see if you can
Brutal.
do it with Ness here.
Honestly,
Well,
I'm
thankfully,
not.
I know when you go to the sanctuary, I know it revives your party members.
Oh
so
yeah, you're right.
I'll be okay.
You're right.
How are you supposed to revive party members in this game? Is there just a
You gotta-
revive psi
you
ability?
get-
Or...
Later
get a
on, yeah,
PSI
you will get it
ability,
later. You
yeah.
can get one for.
And you can revive. It's
revival.
kind of interesting because like I think it's is it the Gamma one? It's like the third one. It has like a chance of bringing them back to life. It's like 50-50, and then you get like another one where
Yeah,
it's
it's
like a
pretty
100%
annoying, honestly.
chance. Yeah, it
People in
is.
the
'Cause
chat are
sometimes
talking
you,
about working designs. Yeah, they were legendary for just like not even caring about the translation. Like Popful Mail on the Sega CD is like completely just made up. It's not even like a proper translation, but it's unique. It's interesting. I like it for that.
man, I feel bad because one of my favorite videos
God
on YouTube
fucking
is actually
damn
kind
it.
of
Piece of
removed
shit
recently.
boss. Heals
What was that
himself.
about a video that was removed from YouTube?
It was like one of my favorite videos was removed from YouTube. It's this guy that made like these 3D models of all the Earthbound bosses, and he had like this really interesting like OC remix of the boss fight where it's like very, I don't know, it has like this kind of unsettling nature to it, something because the bosses kind of like sway to a rhythm a little bit, and it's super kind of trippy. But it got removed for one reason or another. I don't know if anyone was able to see that or knows what I'm talking about before it got taken down, but
But
Yeah,
you really
that's,
do need to save those things. I went
Yeah, I
on like
do.
a saving spree yesterday just because of all the unlisted videos that were getting Thanos snapped off of YouTube.
Yeah.
I thought there was like a limit to the amount of times you could cast offense up, and like eventually it would bottom out and stop fucking healing you. God damn it.
Hell no. You can just keep spamming it. Status effects actually are really strong in this game. It just takes like, I feel like just people generally don't mess around with it. It's a thing where you don't need to. If you don't need to, you're not gonna play around with the status effects. Oh, I think it did work, but he got like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, dude, it was so close.
I was pretty close. I forgot how much he healed. That piece of shit boss. I can't fucking cope with bosses that heal. That's like, not, I don't say it's
I hate when
objectively bad
bosses
game
heal.
design,
It's
but
actually
Cheating, you
terrible.
shouldn't be able to heal.
he was like down to like pretty low, and he healed 2 moves in a row. It was brutal. It was absolutely
It's like,
brutal.
I'm the only one that should be able to do that. You can't
Exactly.
do
It's
that.
not fair. I need to get
I
some
always
money.
do love like little video game abstractions and RPGs. Like in Mother 3, like the tutorial, the main character is like, try to imagine the concept of like an A button.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
is
I don't know
pretty
what
funny.
that would be, but just imagine it.
Yeah, I do love some of the dialogue in this game, I gotta say. There's some pretty cute fourth wall breaking that I really appreciate.
Yeah.
Is there a map?
One of
for
my
the game?
Yeah,
There's
it's,
not a map.
oh, it's dead again. God damn it.
Yeah,
I don't,
it's
know, I don't know why
annoying.
she doesn't come back. I forgot when you.
It is
lose
kind of
all your party
annoying that they
members.
make you go through the whole rigmarole if you have to go revive them, and then you have to go stay at a hotel if you want to have your PP back.
There a hospital here? No, there is.
All right, you have to talk to
there's
the
a doctor.
fucking nurse, not the doctor.
Yeah,
That was
the
so weird.
doctor's like, well, I don't know how to bring people back. Sorry, you got to talk to the less qualified
I
professional.
don't know why that
to
is.
do
It really is bizarre, right? Like, what's
It's
the point of that?
administrative. He's just the head.
He really is. He can do some other stuff. He removes certain other effects, right? I can't remember. What does the
Yeah,
doctor
I
do?
think I think he's the one that takes the mushroom off your head, actually. So it's kind of weird.
No, that's the
One of my-
healer guy with the blue hair who's not even in the building there, which is, I forget. That is strange.
No, I think you actually can. Like the doctor will heal.
Oh
it, but
yeah,
it costs
really?
Money.
Huh? That's
Yeah, yeah.
bizarre. I could
It's
believe
So
like
like
it.
that
Wow.
guy's
Back, right?
that's like a hidden thing you gotta know. Like talk to that guy, she'll get money from getting the mushroom removed.
Right.
Do you guys generally like fourth wall breaking in video games, or is that played out
We
now?
talked about this earlier. Like, I feel like in Earthbound, it was definitely pretty fresh at the time. I feel like nowadays I'm a little eye rolly, but it can be. I don't want to say like don't do it. Like, you know, like Undertale did it without really doing too much of it. Like, you can do it right. It's not. I don't know. In general, I'm not exactly a huge like. Yeah, I love
It's
it
a
when the fourth
tightrope
wall is
walk,
broke,
yeah.
but you know, yeah, which is
As
sort
long
of.
as it's funny.
Yeah, as long as
is
it's
the rule
funny,
there.
which is sort of a weird advice to give like a up and coming game dev. Like, you can do anything you want, just make sure it's funny and good. It's like, oh, okay, sure.
One of my favorite times when I was playing a game, it was actually, I think it was part of the manual. There's this one PS1 game called, I want to say it's Mort the Chicken. I'm sure you've never played that game on the PS1. Has a manual and like it's explaining the controls on how to play it. And part of it is they had like a time stop button where it says how to explain how to stop time, like in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, just the time stop. And it says, in order to stop time, press the pause button. Everything will freeze, and Mort's ability to freeze time will activate. I was
I've
just like,
never
that's
ever
genius.
to me that's never been a fourth wall breaking thing when a character says press the A button. I just think of
Yeah, that's just
Colonel
like part
going
of
like,
games. You know what I mean? Like, that's just part of the
Right,
Yeah.
but like
language of
they
games.
framed it like he had an ability to freeze time, and I
Yeah.
was just like, well, I guess technically, you know, if you think of it that way.
Metal Gear
Mort the
Solid's
Chicken,
whole
what a
thing is
silly
so
title.
interesting because it's like it's such like an otherwise I don't want to say grounded, but it's like a very serious game. So
It
it's so
does come off
interesting. It's like-
serious, right? But it has all these
Yeah.
silly moments in it. That's one thing I love about Metal Gear Solid. It's such a funny
yeah,
tone
it's
to it.
super unique because
It
of
is
that,
genuinely
tone
some of the
it.
funniest shit I've ever seen in games because you don't expect it. Well, I mean, not that you don't sort of Metal Gear Solid of all things, but like, it's just like the juxtaposition of like the silly psycho mantis reading your memory card shit and like the serious in-universe like what's happening in that scene. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like apparently, one thing I didn't even know, I need to actually play the MSX games because Gray Fox is actually like an important character in those, and like Metal Gear 2.
Yeah,
And
yeah. He's
apparently
like a
it's,
pretty important
Actually,
dude.
there's a real arc that carries over to Solid, and you gotta play it to understand it. Otherwise, you just like, what's this guy's whole deal?
My favorite moment, I think, in Metal Gear Solid, like at least the PS1 version, I don't know if it's there on Twin Snakes. If you're playing the Hind D battle and you're playing on a mono television instead of stereo, so you can't.
Oh yeah,
hear
Colonel
which
bitches you,
part-
right? That's
Yeah,
great.
they chew you out for it. There's, you know, he's like, Snake, you gotta hear with the stereo, either on the left
Oh
side
yeah, yeah.
of the
If
TV
you
or
play
the
with
right
mono,
that the Hind's
they
gonna
shit
attack
on
you.
you
And
for
then,
it. They're like,
yeah, and they're like, oh, you have a mono TV? Oh no! It just makes you feel like a piece of
Well,
That is
I
funny.
like it
garbage.
That
because
is
they
really
make
funny.
it seem like you've got like a disability or something. They're like, it's okay, Snake. You know, not
Lots of
everybody
people
is
don't have
gonna
in this
Not-
day and age.
Yeah,
Not
lots of people
everyone
don't
can
have
expose
not
That is
everybody
fucking
can
funny.
experience stereo TVs. Yeah, I love that.
That is really
Yeah.
fucking funny.
It doesn't make you a worse person. You just, you
Yeah.
can't
It
hear.
doesn't make you a worse person to have a mono TV. It's so weird though. Like,
It
they're
is
like,
really
it's
fucking
so,
funny.
1990
Actually-
X says, I swear that never happened. No, it happens. Go play the game. Play it in mono.
I always just liked how many optional codec calls there were, and there were so many weird things you could find too. Like 3, I think, was the peak of having so much funny optional content.
And that stuff's like completely optional. Like, you
Yeah.
never even really need to interact with your radio at all in that.
There's
game
one of the
to-
codec calls in MGS1 is like Natasha Romanoff or whatever. I can't remember her name, but she's like the weapons expert. You literally never ever have to call her, like not even one time. It's kind of strange. Like, what's even the point? Why did they go to all the effort? But hey, I appreciate it. Just like I appreciate all the optional codec radio calls you can get in MGS3. There's some really great shit. Like
She
the
explains the calorie mates, which are very important. 'Cause
Yeah.
They're real life items.
I didn't
so-
know that for so long that was real life product placement. I just thought that was like an in-universe thing. You know what I
I
mean?
can think of an anime that actually has them in them. You'll never watch Gorilla Man, but there's an anime about some high schooler who's just completely mute, like an RPG protagonist. And they call him Gorilla Man because he's just like he's super strong and he can beat the hell out of you. He never ever speaks, and he's always drinking calorie mates like drinks. That's just part of the story. It's just like a quirk of it.
This is a character quirk. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. It shows that there's a really bad anime of it that it actually shows up in the anime. So technically, Calorie Mate has shown up in anime, I guess.
That is funny. I believe
Yeah.
it, dude. Honestly, I mean, I believe that's a staple of Japanese cuisine. Is the calorie
Well,
mate.
it's a big brand. They wanted to market it as like a weight loss item for some reason, and I don't know how a super high density calorie
Yeah,
cookie
that is kind of weird.
would be a weight loss.
How is that?
item,
Well, it's
but
like you
that's
only
how
have
they
to eat
did
one
it.
of. It's funny because it makes sense as like a survival object in Metal Gear Solid. But yeah, I don't really understand. You only have to eat one of them a day. Is that why you maybe lose weight? That is bizarre, honestly.
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of like how they
Like
marketed
Soylent
like
or whatever?
KFC as like a American like cuisine for Christmas. Because
Oh,
they were
yeah.
like, well, it's like turkey. You know, it's America's turkey. So you eat turkey during Christmas. You eat KFC. That's
I
how
wonder
they marketed it.
who put that.
So-
Like whoever had that marketing campaign, it must have been like a genius or something. Because like, how much dividends has like how much return on investment have they got for associating their specific like restaurant with a holiday? You know what I mean?
Not
I think
just
it was
that, but also,
coincidental because they
like-
had those statues of the Colonel, and that statue shows up in Sonic Adventure, by the way.
Right. Yeah. That's such a funny
you
thing that
throw
they
into the
reference
river.
it.
There's like a
Such a funny thing.
There's like a curse of a
Yeah, it was
person
like a
who threw one
baseball
of those
thing.
into a river. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess there's a butterfly that can spawn in here. That's kind of nice. Keesley asks,
I
"Hi,
always-
patron here. Would you be willing to make a Discord server for Patreon subscribers only?" You know, I was thinking I really don't want another Discord server, but like one just for patrons, I could consider doing that. It might happen.
I've done it. It kind of works.
Yeah, if
you
it's
know.
just patrons, I can
kinda
cope with
works.
it. I'm not the biggest Discord guy,
You
but
want
like,
me to lie?
why
My
not?
Discord is okay. It's not great.
Just a place for people to hang out. Why not?
Yeah.
God, I can cope with one bear. I shouldn't really be running from every bear fight, but like when there's two bears, that's too many bears. Exactly two. Fuck, you're doing a really bad job of unspawning them.
just trying to like make sure you have all your equipment for the small.
Yeah, I really just want to go in at maximum, PP, HP. That's why I bought all this croissants so I could heal without having to use my precious PP. But then I realized that
Oh
there's
man, the butterflies.
there's butterflies.
Fucking up there now.
Yeah,
God
luckily
damn
I'm
it.
actually okay on my stats right now, but last time I walked through this part, I walked through this whole like little bridge area with no enemies.
Big Boy You says Kenny hates his fans.
Kenny hates his fans. Ugh,
I
stupid
make
Discord.
my YouTube videos for me. That's just always been
Honestly,
my,
that's like the way to do it.
philosophy.
Hell yeah. I
Well,
really
you don't want to make a video that you hate. Why
Right.
would you do that?
Not
So,
that
like,
I
if
ever
you're
was in this
happy with your
position or
video-
whatever, and like,
Yeah.
if you let this happen to you, this was your own fault, but you never want to be like stuck like I don't know. You don't ever want to feel resentful towards your fans. So, it's better to
Oh,
not
yes.
let them dictate every single move you make and stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to explain.
Well, in the next video, I recorded saying, "Hey, I want to do regular videos," which is how the video is going to start. And but you guys keep voting for an anime that's worse than Charge Man Ken. And I started the video. I'm like, I'm never doing this again. And this is the worst anime I've ever seen. Enjoy, which is how that video is going to be. Because like I put up polls in the community tab. I'm like, well, what do you guys want out of the channel? Everybody just wants me to lose my mind over very bad anime, which I kind of feel like is played out. You know?
Right. I get what you mean.
Kind of like sketch comedy type stuff at this point.
So,
But you know, I don't know. That Chargeman Ken video has like 1.5 million views. Maybe I'm good at it.
Okay, yeah, that. Oh god, I was like, the mole stopped moving. You like froze
yeah,
him, but then
I
he just
froze him.
immediately gets out of it.
It's like,
I hate that.
It's kind of annoying, but like at least it stops him from having that one turn. And I was bitching the other fight. I was like, freeze doesn't do any damage. It's useless against this mole. But like, if I can just stop him from attacking every turn, that might be kind of nice. But the thing is, I think one of these might like do a lot of damage. So I'm gonna try fire. I put a shield on Paula, so maybe she won't die in one hit. Okay, that's a little better. But it's not that much better. I'll try Thunder, and if that's not it, then I'll just keep freezing him, I guess. I never use Prey. I'm afraid of using Prey. Like, bad things can happen, I think, if you use Prey.
You can get sick and stuff.
Like, all sorts of shit, so I'm not going to do it now. But, I mean, maybe I'll do it in some regular fights, just because, like, why not? It'll be funny to see. Okay, Freeze and Fire neither did a lot of damage. Thunder sucks. Thunder always misses. It's just the most worthless attack of all time.
Yeah, it misses all the time.
And now he's protected by Psychic Shield.
You gotta get some smashes.
Yeah, if I just got a little luckier.
I think the reason Paul is doing nothing is because he has a Psychic Shield on, and it's like a pretty strong one. God damn it, he does recover too much health. That's ridiculous.
Is there any chance that Thunder will go through? No, it's just not gonna hit. Oof.
I feel like, yeah, you just gotta do PK Freeze, because that's your strongest one.
It is what it is.
Like, he's got the Magic Shield, and she doesn't have enough offensive capability.
Yeah, I tried bashing at her. It did like 2 damage. So at this point, I'll gladly take 20. Okay, yeah, I forgot he had the Psychic Shield. God damn it.
Is there no way to like power level before this boss battle, or no?
I could grind if I had to, but you shouldn't have to, honestly. This fight isn't really that bad, all things
You shouldn't
considered.
need to grind in this game. It's actually not that hard.
Do you have any like good... I can Psy... I don't think he has any Psy attacks. All his big attacks are like tearing into you with his claws, which are physical.
He doesn't have any... Yeah, he doesn't have any,
I don't think he has
PSI
any
abilities.
PSI abilities. Maybe he does, though. 2 HP.
One thing I like that Jeff gets, he gets like the sticky hand thing, and you can use that to like take away their shield. That's like one of the coolest.
Jeff does get some really cool abilities and items.
He like gets the best arsenal in the game. It's kind of interesting. It's like you get him at first, it's like, oh, this guy doesn't even have like PSI. He stinks.
Yeah, he does seem so bad. It's actually kind of fun. They make you do the whole Jeff part as him, level 1. Like it's like a flashback to the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
he's just gonna keep making
that
that
Psychic
Psychic Shield
actually
stronger.
like easy, which is like weird. It's like they made his segment actually like manageable instead of Ness's, where it's just all of a sudden you're fighting snakes, and then all of a sudden you're fighting these giant, you have to fight all the punk kids or whatever, and they mess you up.
So is there like a reason that Earthbound all of a sudden kind of exploded in popularity? Because like I remember in the 90s, YouTubers, right?
Yeah.
I do think that it was a mix of like Lucas and Ness being in Smash Brothers got a lot of people into it. Emulators became really easy for anyone to use, so a lot of people emulated this game and played it. And then there was also like Happy Video Game Nerd and Roofing, but probably mainly Happy Video Game Nerd, just like really.
I do appreciate Happy Video Game Nerd and doing some cool stuff.
Yeah, I love his videos still. Like I'll rewatch some of them sometimes. Be like, man, he did like these are really good videos. They're really cozy.
They are very comfy, and I'm glad that he actually ditched that Happy Video Game Nerd branding, just because it's a little like derivative. You know what I mean?
Right? And it was done for a contest, so it was a little weird that it was like he just kind of stuck with this thing that he did for some game trailers thing.
Yeah, because otherwise he's like in the shadow of being a parody of the angry video game.
Yeah, people just expected him to be like that, except the exact opposite. Well, because he can't really be the exact opposite of that. It's honestly just a different vibe to it.
He talked about some really like interesting. Yeah, he would talk. At some point, he just started talking about like much more obscure games on NES. Like he talked about Sweet Home.
Yeah, I really appreciate whenever people talk about obscure shit like that. Ugh.
Sweet Home has a pretty good movie too.
Yeah, I know it was made to be based off the movie. I'm pretty sure. This guy can fucking recovering 100 health.
I know, it's so annoying. And I'm missing
like getting mad
all
for
this
you
shit
at this
happens.
guy.
And he has a Psychic Shield. So annoying. At least he's obsessed with just constantly spamming his Psychic Shield. Shouldn't he like run out of PP? I thought enemies had PP in this game, but I could be wrong.
Sometimes they don't. I know like specifically like in the Pokemon games, there's certain ways to lock you.
Yeah, I know Gen 1 Pokemon, they straight up don't, they have infinite PP. There we go. Right. Fucking finally. God damn.
You did it.
Honestly embarrassing. I should not have taken that long.
everybody that's watching, I don't know how many people are. If you guys have not played Earthbound before, like let us know. I actually want to know how many people this is like.
Yeah, I am curious because like I always
wonder.
wonder that. Yeah, because it's not the most mainstream game or whatever.
This
I
is
played it. It's just been a
It's
while.
such a weird sanctuary
but this
location.
is it's definitely like for these first two, it's very tricky to get like actually no, I think even there's another boss before the third one. You have to fight Belch.
You have to do a lot of shit before you end up getting the 3 location.
The game like picks up pace after a while.
It does. There's a part in the middle where you get like 3 or 4 locations almost back to back.
Yeah, like just back to back, just go to all of them.
I love that you beat it. Now the bears
run
run away from you. I don't have to cry about running away.
Yeah, you don't have to worry
everything.
about it. It's really I don't know.
You bump into them, does it
was.
automatically defeat them or no?
No,
it doesn't.
It's not an auto
defeat
defeat, but you will get the first. You get the free attack. You know what I mean, like the first
free
hit.
attack. Yeah, so you can now like.
It's a good place to grind, honestly. If I was smart, I'd be
Yeah.
grinding up Paula a little bit more. She's not even that underleveled. She's actually doing okay. I might fight a few guys near the entrance.
I would recommend. Yeah, I always. This is always an area of the game where it's like, all right, before I go get fucked up by zombies, I'm gonna go into this cave a little more and
like the victory lap right here. I mean, there's no reason that they couldn't just spit you into a town, but they like wanted you to be able to
you
do
feel
that.
really powerful after you beat the stupid thing. I don't know why they. It's just one of those good design choices that's not necessarily standard. Yeah, normally I would say forcing the player to walk backwards through the dungeon is actually pretty bad game design. Not like objectively, but like I normally wouldn't really be too keen on walking backwards through a dungeon. But it just feels more satisfying here. It's
so
nice.
Cool. When you can walk back and you can see all the especially like I like the idea of like where you something like I don't know, a No More Heroes type game where it's like you do all this carnage and then you can walk back to the entrance. Like I wish the game had something like that almost because it's like it lets you like kind of observe everything that happened and kind of like get a feel for it. And it's like yeah, fucking did it kind of thing.
I have no idea why that battle did not count as a preemptive strike.
Yeah,
it completely looked like I was sneaking up. Like it doesn't even
silly.
bother me. Like I'm not like, oh no, I'm gonna lose the fight or anything. But it's like that was kind of weird. It is what it is. Oh yeah, Kago has a good example of Hotline Miami, the way you walk backwards through the level. That's a great example.
That's the best thing ever. That game is the perfect example of that. It's awesome to be able to just like go back through the level. All the music drops too. So
yeah, it's like
nice.
weird the way like because that game is so music like it affects the mood of the level so much, and then you have to walk through it silent. Or it's not even silent. It has like these creepy like tapey kind of sounds. What's up, LS Mark?
I got stuff I got to do. So
oh yeah, thank you so much for stopping by, Kenny. I really appreciate that. I
Thanks
appreciate
for
your
having me.
take on Daikon and everything. And that was we got some good chat, good stuff. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care, guys.
Peace out.
What's up, LS Mark?
Yeah, how's it going, dude? Enjoyed your Brian video today. It was pretty good. I like the emote too. It's a good emote of fucking Brian dying. Are like all your emotes Brian related? I know there's that other one. Yeah, where he has the fucking the glass. Oh, that's funny.
Fork or spoon or?
I think that's like a champagne glass. Oh my god,
Oh,
that's
it's
a lot.
champagne glass.
Okay, I really appreciate the peanut butter jelly time one. That's pretty dope. That's sick. 4 of them. Or I guess 5 total at least. That's good. That's good shit. See, I don't really care that much about becoming like a Twitch partner, but it would be cool to have emotes, right? Like, wouldn't that be cool? Maybe I should do it. You can, I mean, you can just, if you want, I was of the mindset like, well, if they really want to donate money, you can just donate money. There's a donate link, but like, I know not everyone, people are just way more likely to donate money via bits and subs, which is like, fine. I have no problem with that. It's just like, I don't know why. People just are. That's just how they are. That's just how Twitch culture is, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it would be cool to have some emotes. Maybe I'll look into that. I have almost. It's funny. I can almost have all the requirements for being a Twitch partner, like the concurrent viewers and followers or whatever. But like, I don't have the one that's just stream like 10 times or 15 times a month, which is that's like the easiest one to get. But I still don't have it. It's like I don't know.
I mean, just do like some random low effort streams of I don't know.
I know that's the thing. If I cared like enough, I could really do it. I really should just actually get in the habit of actually streaming. You know what I mean? Like on a good schedule. But that's too hard. That's too much work for
What
me.
I've heard of content creators that really do this stuff as like a job, they generally have this thing where it's like you do YouTube videos to gain an audience and then you kind of
I have
stream
seen
them.
so many people make that switch from YouTube creator to Twitch guy, and I honestly I don't want to do that. I want to continue making YouTube videos.
The videos add they're
But
completely different.
that said, it would be nice to like have more of a balance because now it's like currently it's like way tilted towards me doing mostly YouTube stuff, and I rarely ever stream. And when I do stream, I'm not very good at it, but I do have fun doing it, and people seem to enjoy it. Oh my god, I completely.
I deal with it. If you force yourself to stream, it's not fun, and the audience
Right.
knows. But like, it's a thing where when you do it, when you actually feel like it, you're in a good mood, and that kind of radiates to the chat too. They end up being in a good mood. They're kind of. I do feel like people kind of project like the energy you're putting out back to you. In a
You're
way,
definitely
so.
correct, honestly. Like, it's not. There's no point in streaming if you're gonna like have a bad time. That's like times I've almost streamed, but then I like really didn't want to do it, so I just didn't do it. And then today I was just kind of feeling, whatever, I'll just fucking do it. I said I was gonna do this fucking tomato thing, and I might as well just do it. And yeah, it's been kind of fun, honestly. Appreciate you stopping by, Mello. I'm so bad at streaming solo. Like, I know you mentioned you've tried it before. It's really hard, right? Like, you have to.
It is really hard,
you have to have way more of a. Like, you have to be better at talking to chat. I don't know why. It's not hard to remember to talk to chat and look at chat, but I just can't ever remember to do it. That's why like guys like you and Kenny will like read out what's happening in chat.
You know, keep things going like smooth in that regard. So it's kind of tricky to try and talk to the chat with it. So yeah, I hope I'm not. I worry about overstepping a little. I don't want to be answering questions for you.
No, I appreciate you reading the chat. Honestly, if I have like a different thing I need to say, I'll just say it. Honestly, it's no big deal. But yeah, I appreciate everyone in chat too, by the way. Thanks for stopping by. Like I said, I don't know the specifics. I know there's some weird legal shit with Earthbound. So there's a possibility I will upload this to my third channel, and then it'll just get like deleted off YouTube. I don't know. It's possible.
I think you'll probably be okay.
I think it'll be okay. I'm not like anticipating that. I would be kind of bummed if that happened. But
we're all
we'll
like
see.
talking over each other.
Right? Yeah,
So
you
have
can't really get a
fun.
good. You can't really hear the music. In fact, the music's really low on the mix, anyways. I almost forgot about that. Like, it's really low, and we've been pretty consistently just talking the whole time. So, yeah, I'm not that worried about it. And worst case scenario, I'll have a backup and I'll just upload it somewhere else, and like, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna let this become lost media.
I was
Don't
gonna
worry.
say upload it to Vidler like the old days, but I don't
Yeah.
think even people around. Is
Daily Motion. Does Daily Motion even allow like 5-hour videos? I have no idea.
I have no
have no
clue.
idea.
You know, I'm kind of interested in some of those things like those kind of federated networks that you can set up, so you can kind of set up like a peer tube.
I am very interested in that. Like, that theoretically is the only thing that could even remotely possibly compete with YouTube, is like some sort of peer-to-peer type situation, because it's just, you can't just make a regular video host and go up against YouTube. That's impossible. You will go out of business every single time. Something really, really fucking funny happened the other day. Do you remember there was a video host called vid.me? It went defunct a few years ago. I don't remember. Some porn site bought it, and now there's like hundreds of old like Kotaku and Washington Post articles that just link to VidMe like as a random thing, and those are all linking to porn right now. It's really funny.
That's like when those phone numbers go down.
Yeah.
And then
Yes,
I
it's
saw
exactly like that. I can't even believe they let that happen. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen too many people talk about it. I guess it's because if you were like Kotaku or the New York Post or whatever, you wouldn't really want to bring too much attention to this. It's really funny though. It's
the thing about I think the thing I'm kind of excited about PeerTube and some of these federated networks is that it's a network you set up yourself. So you kind of put it on your own server. So you get the server yourself, you put it on, and then it's like, yeah, it costs like $10 or whatever to keep it up, but it's your domain, you know, it's your area. You can kind of
the internet needs more of that, more people taking shit into their own hands.
Decentralization.
Yeah, you can't be trusting these like big social media sites and YouTube and Google. You can't. They don't have your back. They don't give a fuck about you or your videos.
Think about Google Video. Like,
Yeah,
those Google-
there's some great Cybershell originals that are gone forever because I didn't have the foresight to be backing shit up when I was uploading to Google Video. Again, I never understood Everdred as a kid. I was like, why does he just give you $10,000? Doesn't make any sense to me. But he's like,
it's not like it goes into your inventory.
yeah,
It's
it's an item. It's a wad of bills. I thought that was so strange. It's funny the way you have to use it to free the Runaway Five.
It's so sketchy too. I love how like it's the most like shady way, just a huge wad of cash.
Yeah, it's so shady. I love it. A scientific mon. Oh, they're like foreshadowing Jeff. I won't buy the world's greatest ruler. Do you think it's hot? Look, I didn't steal it. I don't know why. I just like these random people selling like bananas. Yeah.
I love how everyone's got the same kind of idle animation. They always like move their
Yeah,
feet
they're like
back.
dancing. I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, there's something charming about it.
Yeah, there really is something kind of cute about just the NPCs about this game. I don't know. There's some crazy glitch you can do in this game with the seasoning packets and like ketchup, and you can use it to like dupe like items, including items that like buff your stats. I don't really remember how it works. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Someone in chat surely will know what I'm talking about. But like, yeah, famous Earthbound type glitch.
Oh, Mevid says, Cyber Show, I do want to tell you, I remember downloading your .wmv files from Vidwin.
Dude, that's so funny.
Watch them on a Zune Cheers.
I literally did the exact same thing. I have if I could find it somewhere, my old Zune, I had a brown Zune, the most disgusting color of all. Yeah, I have like Slow Beef's old Super Metroid Let's Play on there, so it's great.
I love that thing where he'll just randomly like start smoking his cigarettes or whatever in the middle of it, like showing all like threads he's watching. Like, I miss that.
That was really good.
Dude, I actually miss those Microsoft phones a bit because I had one of the Windows phones.
Yeah, I had a Windows phone too, actually. It's weird. My dad worked for Microsoft, so I got lots of Microsoft shit. Like, that's why I had a Zune. I got it for like super cheap. So I was just like, this is weird. But yeah, some of their OS, like, it wasn't perfect, but not everything they did was bad. People are a little overly harsh on some of that Windows shit, if you ask me.
The issue with the Windows phone is that it didn't have like a very good like third-party application support. But like, the things that it did have for like, I only really ever used my phone to like text, call, and like listen to music, and it was perfect because it's like I really like the kind of setup for the window. Like, it's awful on Windows 8 when they had it, but on the phone it like totally made sense.
How the fuck do you? I can't believe it. It's already happened. I forgot what did you do in Earthbound. How do you get the tickets to the Runaway Five?
Oh yeah, actually is interesting.
Do you have to just talk to them? Oh, that's right. He wants you to talk to him. With the girl, that's right. I knew there was like some reason you can't watch the show until you get Paula. There you go. I knew it wasn't like that hard. I was like, how could I possibly be forgetting this? I've never once like gotten stuck here. So what the fuck was I forgetting? And that was what I was forgetting.
I'm so stupid as a kid. Like, I would never read anything that I like read in like on video game. I was too lazy, so I would just like brute force my way through. Like, I did a lot of brute forcing. I would go to every town and I would just talk to every single NPC until I triggered whatever stupid flag I needed to.
Yeah, Arcade, like, I promise next time we'll say fuzzy pickles when we're getting that photo taken. But yeah, I'm the same way where I would just ignore the game. The game would like explicitly tell you what to do. I basically got stuck on the part of this game where you had to wait for 3 minutes behind the waterfall because I just couldn't, like, one of the Saturns says to do it. I'm like, that can't be right. There's no way that's the way you have to do, but that is what you had to do. This is another part of the game that's like, I don't want to say pointless. I don't want to explain it right, but it's like, why is there like a in-game musical performance? Like, it's so silly, but I love it. I love the Runaway Five. They're such a great little, I don't know. I love them. They're great.
I really like them too. I think I know they made the change from the both wearing black suits because of Blues Brothers stuff. They were worried about copyright, but I kind of like the black and red. I think it's
yeah. You know, I get that. Yeah, they're supposed to be Blues Brothers, but I kind of like. I like the black and red. That just looks normal to me. That's what I expect it to be like.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, how do you start the show?
Do you have to talk to the guy in the fedora? I think you have to talk to like everybody or something.
Yeah,
I feel like it's
talk to someone.
Fedora guy though. He's like especially important, I think.
I do like, there's like this guy, he's clearly drinking a beer. Like, that's what that Sprite is supposed to be. And like in Forside, there's the beer, there's the Jackie's bar, but they changed it to the it's a cafe in the English version.
Yeah.
Which is so
silly.
It's
like weird milk or something that you're drinking. It's like, it's silly.
I don't know. I definitely have to say, I like baseball. Yes, I knew it. I'm not wearing the Mr. Baseball cap anymore. Unfortunately, I sold it. I should have kept it for the Oh, am I supposed to use Oh, that's right. I have to talk to her, and then she will use the backstage pass. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You were right. You were absolutely. As soon as you said you have to talk to someone, I'm like, you're right. You do have to just talk to one of these fucking people. Fucking Runaway Five. They're so cool. Like, I love that you get to see them later, and they come help you in the middle of a fight. It's such a strange moment. You know what I mean?
I love the way Earthbound is with music. Like, you can tell, like, people doing this game, like, really love music in a lot of ways. Like, the way this band is, and they have, like, whole performances happen. It's, like, a very eclectic soundtrack. And I like Mother 3, too, how you have to, like, fight the lonely bass. I can't remember. It's not having a boomer moment here, but, like, you have to fight, like, that bass, and there's the whole band there. They always love having these musical groups in these games.
Yeah. There's one in the Tonda guys, or whatever they're called, in Mother 3. They're also really fun. Do I show the water bills to him? Oh.
I think this is a moment where you do have to, like,
now you just leave, and then the show starts, right? And then you show the guy the money. Yeah. It's funny you have to do this like exactly again in Four Side, but with the diamond. It's almost like the same
I didn't know
exact
that
thing, beat for beat. It's so strange.
He's like, that's not real money. I like how it's like you can't just give it to him. Yeah,
Right.
you have to give it to the
Yeah,
handler.
you have
I
to
think.
pay the actual guy on their behalf. You can't give them the money. And I love this, like that's what I said, it's such a strange little musical thing. I don't know why, it's so funny.
Great stuff, especially like I actually don't know the tools that were used to make a lot of these like Super Nintendo kind of games, but like the fact that they're animating this, they have like this whole sequence of animation. Like it's very I imagine doing this was way trickier than it looks.
Mm-hmm. Just a little scripted sequence, the music,
Yeah.
timed out everything. No, I never played Chimera Hunt on Gmod. I assume that's running away from the Ultimate Chimera. Like I have seen that 3D model before. That's true. I'm Pure Angels. They would just go into debt again if you gave them the money. Like they would spend it before they even used it to pay out their own debt.
Yeah,
that's right.
that's
You
the
can't
thing.
trust them with money.
They
That's
more
true
of it.
because they're already in debt. They've already signed a bad contract by the time you catch up with them again in Four Side, which is super fucking funny. Yeah, it is funny, Crayon 2000, Runaway Five, but there's 6 of them. That's because they're not actually the Runaway Five. Like in Japan, they're just called like the Tonzura Brothers because it's supposed to be a Blues Brothers parody, but they just changed. I don't know why that they changed it to Runaway Five of all titles when there's not even 5 of them. They could have just said the Runaway Six. I don't. Whatever.
Yeah, Runaway 6 doesn't sound as
It
nice
doesn't
as
sound as
Runaway
good.
5.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now everyone has a little different dialogues. I'm surprised they even are able to say they're so sexy. Like that's almost too risque for a Nintendo game in the 90s, right? Like come on.
Yeah, they were always a little selective for like things they'd censor and things they wouldn't censor. Where it's like
It is weird. Like the things they choose, this needs to be censored, this doesn't need to be censored. It's like whatever.
yeah.
Okay.
Somebody says, let's see, what happened to the SA2 randomizer stream you talked about?
Oh yeah, that's on the pipeline. I wouldn't mind doing that eventually. That would be fun. I'm not opposed to doing more Sonic related streams too. I know I've been doing some other. It's been a while since I've done a Sonic stream. I'll do another Sonic stream before too long. This is a kind of a.
What's the randomizer do?
It's kind of weird. Like you can't really do randomizer the way you could do like a Link to the Past randomizer, but you can like it'll be like you can play as random characters in stages and stuff. It's very strange trying to do stages with the wrong character. It's actually pretty fun, honestly. This is a weird thing where if you try to show him.
Did he escape with tails in his mech or something? Or?
Right, yeah. Some of the stages aren't possible, so like there's like a whitelist. I can't remember the exact details, but it'll be fun just to see what it's like. I remember if you try to show him the wad of bills, you can't do it from here. You have to like walk
Yeah, you have
around
to
the desk.
Yeah,
It's such a strange thing, but it's like I need to see it real close. Again, it's just one of those weird idiosyncratic Earthbound moments that is just like, why is it like
Well, if you
that?
look, this is kind of short. Like he can't, like he probably can barely put the like cash on the table, barely. So it's go around.
They're so stoked. Again, they're the Runaway Five. There are 5 of them in this scene. It's like it's not even consistent in the game. It doesn't even make any sense. Like what the fuck?
Maybe they're all founding members and they just have that other guy.
Right,
for
there's just
20.
one extra guy. It's whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. I love that, yeah, you can't go to the next town if you try to take the bus because of the fucking ghosts. So you have to like their van is just too loud for the ghosts. Like how does that even make sense? But I love
I
it.
just get annoyed. Yeah, the whole zombie ghost thing, like you have to stop them with sticky paper or whatever. Like,
Everything in 3 is so strange. The zombie paper.
yeah, it's you have to fight that stupid like tent, the evil tent. Like
yeah,
yeah,
it's such a
3
strange
is definitely
fight.
the weirdest part of the game.
It is a very strange part of the game. I like it a lot. Honestly, 3 does a good because like 3, I really like Saturn Valley, and that's like that part of the game in my mind. So yeah, 3 has like so much good iconic moments because all the winter stuff, that's all part of 3, sort of. I mean, 3 is just 3, but you have to do a lot of stuff before you get to the next sanctuary for sure. It's also funny that in the Japanese version it was Threek, like 3 with a K at the end. And I guess they changed it because 3K is just too evocative of the KKK, which is just it's just an unfortunate coincidence, I guess.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I mean, they did that. Maybe they did that.
Who knows?
I mean, I could see that because the happiest changes.
Right.
Also, they wanted to.
Yeah, there's
they didn't
already
have
a weird KKK similarity in the game. I guess they're like,
that- yeah, they didn't want to have the. Yeah, have them.
They
look too
added the
much
little
like
Santa ball at the end of their hat in the
the Santa ball makes it look a little
Santa
bit
ball.
less like
Right.
bullets and stuff like. I like one guy says Threed's feed and seed.
exactly. Threeks, Feek, and Seek. I love 3 just as the whole atmosphere too. It's like the spooky nighttime zombie town. I don't know why. I just love the vibe of it all.
It sounds like Freak. Maybe that's one of the reasons they had it like that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons. I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint one.
You know, actually, now that you say that, I do really like the way this town looks. I like the colors they use for it a lot.
Yeah, the 3D after you like save it and it's all daylight. It's not nearly as interesting.
So, Cock says, "Fuck that stop sign." What's the stop sign saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by that.
Maybe we passed it up. Stop.
I'm trying to remember, what do you have to do? You have to go talk to the guys in the thing.
I get why he thinks it's funny. Is that no one will be able to read that stop sign.
Right. Yes, it's at a 90-degree angle. Also, the fucking guys have paid no regard to fucking traffic laws. Okay, I'm trying to remember, what's the sequence of events you have to go to the graveyard and talk to the guys blocking Belch, and then you can go to the hotel and get God.
Graveyard, yeah. Fuck it, and then you see the lady at the hotel.
Right. I'm trying to remember if there's anything before that. Maybe not. Either way, whatevs. I guess I forget. I know that there's zombies and ghosts in the graveyard, so I think this is the right track. Oh my God, look at all those fucking guys.
Do you have a stopping point in mind for this, or are you just
I
gonna go
don't. I might stop pretty soon after we get to Jeff. Maybe when Jeff gets back, because that's pretty close to where we are.
That'd be good.
That'd be a good stopping spot. Yeah.
The whole trio all there, and then you can kind of tackle Belch and all that.
Exactly. And it'll be like I'm finally in the swing of things. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause like I said, as everyone clearly saw, when I had a little bit of a rocky start transitioning into my Earthbound playthrough, where I died a bunch of times in Onett and also at the mole. But no more deaths. Definitely not gonna have any more deaths. I mean, I'm sort of memeing, but like, most of my deaths in Earthbound really do come earlier on. Like, it's not that hard of a game. Like, it's not. If you're like watching me play this for the first time, you're like, this game looks hard or something. It's not hard. I'm just playing like shit. It's really not a hard game.
It's not that bad. It's also a thing where you get more control over the pace of the fights as it goes on, kind of like as we said. And this is kind of around that point. These ghosts can still give you a hard time. The status effects are a bit annoying, but like, especially when you get Jeff soon, it's all gonna come together and it becomes a really
oh my God, I forgot about this status effect. You can get possessed. How do you even fix this?
Yeah, and then they kind of like hurt you. They'll do weird things where like they'll hit the party member, or I
remember this one because it has such a strange looking like overworld sprite. There's like a little ghosty that like follows you around. It's so peculiar. Yeah, look at that. It looks so weird. I'm just gonna try and ignore it and power through because I'm almost at the fucking guys.
Yeah, you're almost there, and I think once you get there, you're pretty good. Like, I'm pretty sure you can even die, and it'll still be triggered. Yep, he stares into your soul.
Yeah, I should be good now. I'm not too worried. Wait, is that an actual trash can? I forget. Some of those trash cans are enemies, and some of the trash cans are trash cans.
I like that little bit about the game. I like how it's like, yeah, sometimes you just get nothing.
Yeah, I think it's cute that, like, yeah, instead of just treasure chests, there's, like, trash cans. And then you dig in the trash can, and then sometimes a trash can is just trash.
Sometimes it's just trash. There's nothing special.
I'm pretty curious. I like to see am I going to get Paula... When Jeff rejoins the party, is Paula still going to be, like, cursed?
Also, check that out. I love that kind of stuff. I used to never try stuff like that in games, but now I always want.
It has the fucked up like hotel music. This used to creep me out a lot as a kid. I don't even know why. It's like all off tempo and like sped up and slowed down.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think it slows up and.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I say slow. It speeds up, slows down based on like her position on the screen or how close you are to her or something.
It's definitely strange. This is just a funny like thing. She just gets you, and you never like see her again after this. You never like. It seems like you should like have like revenge on this character or something, right? I guess you just. I guess you just sort of.
Yeah, you never get like.
It's not like she's a character. She's almost more like a plot device, right? It's strange. What could be the fate of Ness and his friend? What was that? Who is that? Like the narrator speaking to me? When else is there like the narrator almost never speaks unless you count the coffee break?
Actually, yeah, you never really do get.
Look, like, they decursed Paula. I guess they're like they don't want you to like be like have sniffly noses in here or something and like get stuck at 1 HP.
I think there's like let's reset it because we just don't want to risk that they could get stuck. Any place where you're like you can possibly get stuck, you want to remove as many variables as possible.
Definitely. Calling out to our friend who we've never met. I love Winter's part of this game. I don't know why. It's
Dude, yeah, the music in this is some of my like favorite in
classic.
the game. I think is the Winter's theme. Great graphics in this area too. I always feel kind of silly when I say stuff like that. Like, oh,
It is. It's very. I mean, like,
it's on like it made like way long time ago, but it really is. It's awesome.
It really captures the mood of Winters perfectly, honestly, and being in this like boarding school with Jeff's gay friend who like he's like obviously gay, but they don't like explicitly state it in the game. And then like years later, Itoi was like, oh yeah, he's gay. He's gay.
Yeah, and it's not like it's not one of those like J.K. Rowling like just kind of out of nowhere.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, I mean,
it's very clearly he's a little flamboyant.
Right.
You know?
He's clearly like really good friends with Jeff. I just think it's so funny to mention it because Jeff like says nothing to him and like shows no emotion to Tony ever.
Yeah,
I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like he's like, I'm ditching you to go be with my other friends who I've never even met. I don't know. Poor Tony. I like him. He's such a good friend. He like helps you out and everything, and then you can talk to him at the end of the game too.
Yeah, he's a huge bro.
So he's dreaming about Jeff. Where are you going in the middle of the night? And he's one of those temporary party members.
That's one of the things I guess you could say that's kind of a thing about Earthbound is that you can kind of play it like you can kind of make your own characterization for the characters.
Right. I can see why so many people like latched onto these characters and got like really attached to them, despite the fact that they have very little characterization in game technically, because it's just everything else around them. You know what I mean? Oh, I love Tessie. Tessie's such a great, not even character really, but like
just the sprites. Like there's this thing about like the sprites are just abstract enough that like you can kind of design the character. You can kind of like if you're doing art or something, you can kind of draw them out. Like
yeah, I love the Earthbound sprites. They're very evocative. Like I'm not even evocative in that they like display so much emotion, but they're just cute and like they're just perfect. I don't even know how to explain it. I just love them. They're great.
I always like Jeff's glasses because like the little green, it's obviously supposed to be reflective, but it kind of looks like he's looking down.
It does look like that, honestly. Yeah.
Like googly eyes.
This is funny where he has all these cookies. Tony's birthday party is where I hand decorated each cookie, and then if you can just open all of these and take them.
Yeah, and then I think if you do, you talk to that guy again, it triggers a flag, and he's like,
sad.
Dude, you're a piece of shit. Why'd you do that?
Does that? Let's see. Does that happen after one cookie? Yeah, I can't believe you could do something so nasty, just stealing the cookies right in front of him. Hey, they're for Tony's party. He's right here. I don't even need all of them, but
hanging out with us.
Couldn't hurt to have a few healing items.
Love Tony's face. He's like, oh, he's got
right. Is made of B says your brain fills in the blanks with sprite work like this, and I do agree.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Yarhar Cannon? What's up, my dude? He's cool. Animator guy from Twitter, I know. Yeah, I agree. The bold black outlines with anti-aliasing, it is a very distinct visual style. Like it's so easy to see Earthbound and be like, yep, that's Earthbound. Like that's why Mother 3, like it looks like Earthbound, you know what I mean? Even though it's, I don't know, it's for the GBA. It should feel different, right? But it doesn't. I don't know.
The only real difference is that it's a much brighter game because they're kind of compensating for, you know, you may be playing on one of those shitty GBAs with no backlight, you know. Right.
What's up, Valiant Link? How's it going? No, I'm using my hands to play. Don't worry. This is such a strange little thing the game makes you do, whereas he gives you the key and then the key doesn't work, and then you get the bad key machine, which is what lets you free Ness and Paula.
There's so many little like invention jokes in this game, like where like just there's a lot of gags where it's like you get shit that doesn't work.
Right, and that is kind of funny. Like you don't usually see that kind of shit in RPGs. Usually you get an item and it just works.
Space in your inventory, like just to annoy you. Like I don't know, I love it's so funny.
Right, the machine that opens doors.
We definitely like. I wish I could just have like infinite items, but I really do like. I think
it's not like it ruins the game or anything. I have bitched about it quite a few times, but it's really not that big a deal. Like it's not convenient.
Yeah. I feel like there's not as many like key items you need in that game where it's like they take up space that just kind of could be used for something better.
Right. I definitely, I don't know. It is one of the few things I would say is like not a great thing about the game, but I don't know. I definitely have heard people sort of over-exaggerate it. Not that like if it really legitimately bothered you a lot, then I'm not saying you're not allowed to complain about it, but I don't know.
I think the biggest issue I have with it is that Escargot Express is pretty tricky. Like not tricky, but like it's tedious.
You can only deposit 3 things at a time. It's like very clunky. It's not.
I do wish that there was a thing where it's like, okay, you could at least select like one, and even if it went through the thing, okay, do you want me to?
Would have been nice. There's a little bit of wiggle room, honestly, but yeah. If you have good, if you're like are aware of the inventory system of this game and you can kind of play around it, you know what I mean? It's not like, I don't know. It's kind of annoying. The one thing I think is annoying that like equipped items still have to like take up space in your inventory, but you know.
Yeah.
At least that's one of the reasons Pooh only has a few items and they're hard to get, like the Sword of Kings, like 1 out of 200 and It's 1 out of 128, I think, which is still it's
Yeah,
pretty fucking rare. It
128.
feels a lot
And
rarer than that. I'll say that much.
From, like, you can only get like the really you can only get them from the Golden Star Men, so you have to like
Right.
really be, and they're only
It's just
in
that
one
one
area.
spot. Yeah. Wait, I'm
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
using the
there's a
wrong fucking thing. Broken.
thing that happened with this game where I was where like the first time I played Earthbound, you fight that Kraken in the last area of the game.
Yeah.
That super Kraken or whatever in Gygas's area, and it's where Ness can get his like big weapon. It's also
Yeah,
like
you're
1
right.
in
There is a rare drop
1.8.
there. I almost forgot about that.
And I got it. It was my first time playing, and I got the
Nice.
bat from that thing. And I took a screenshot. I still have it all these years later of me getting like that bat. I'm like,
That's
holy
dope.
shit.
I'm sure there's someone out there who got like the Sword of Kings on their first Gold Star Man fight, and they didn't even realize it was like rare.
It was super rare. Yeah, it's weird. It's not even really useful, that bat though, because you get to Gygas and then the damage doesn't matter. It's about
Yeah.
the praying and endurance and
Well, you have
stuff.
to do a bit of damage, but yeah, it doesn't matter that much for sure. So like, this is like one of the only times you can call someone besides your dad to fucking save the game for you. Maxwell. I was
Yeah.
never even fully sure, who is Maxwell? Is he like an older student or is he a teacher?
I
Is he
always
your
imagine he's
senpai?
like a person working there, like some
Right, that's sort of the vibe I was getting.
He's your PI or whatever. These guys are already in graduate school.
If you buy a pack of bubblegum, you can have the monkey for free. No, absolutely positively should buy
Actually,
it.
like worse than like just not having any monkey at all. Like it's it's
Right.
like negative value to bring some.
I've
fucking
seen
monkey
some
into
people
it.
will
Like,
it is funny, that monkey, they're like trying to get rid of it. It's you can like grind for like ages in winters off these shitty goats, and then you can buy the T-Rex's bat, and then you can like bring it to fucking Ness and Paula, you know what I mean, and like equip them with later game items early.
crazy stuff. Yeah, no.
There's no
it's
reason to do that though, but yeah.
worth it. Yeah, it's way better to just come back here later.
That is funny that if you like say I don't want the monkey, the game basically tells you you can't beat this part of the game without the monkey.
Sorry.
Please take the
Yeah.
monkey.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you need to get the monkey to bring this monkey. with
He's
you.
called the bubble monkey, but like in Japan he's called the balloon monkey. And I swear there's one place in the game where it says
Where they
balloon
actually
monkey
pick
instead
balloon
of
monkey.
yeah.
We should look out for that then.
Oh my gosh, is this? See, there we go. If you examine the pack of bubblegum, it says pack of bubblegum. This is the balloon monkey's
Balloon
favorite.
monkey's favorite.
But
Man,
like you
that's
never
not-
need to examine items practically. So again, it is what it is. And then there's such a funny, stupid thing where like he'll follow you, but he'll get like distracted and then walk off.
I never noticed that he gets distracted like that. That's so cool.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those weird little things where like there aren't that many not optional followers, but like temporary followers. But I really appreciate all the cute little things they'll do with them. It's funny that they're making you fight these crows again. Like
Yeah, you have to fight the crows again.
relevant
I think I just
again.
like it because they didn't need to do that at all. The game wouldn't be any
mhm.
worse had the monkey not, gotten distracted sometimes. This little
Right.
thing. It's like, I don't know, little details like that matter. They pile up after.
That's
a
what.
bit.
Well, we were sort of talking about this earlier with Metal Gear Solid. It's just like the little details go like a long way when you're making a game like this. You know what I mean? It's just so funny to me that like the bubble monkey is also like he's like Pokey, and that'll like sort of he like exists in like the fights and stuff. And actually he helps. I guess he helps more than Pokey ever did.
Yeah, he'll do like he just did 9
He does a
damage
little
to the
bit, you know.
dogs.
It's like he's really there with me. I get to level up Jeff all the way from level 1, and then I have to like spend the night at one of these tents or something to make it the next day. I know it's not this one. Yes, here we go. Like even the animals aren't they're not just like evil animals. It's all Gygas's influence or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not just like crows being assholes or something. It's like a huge. It's Gygas just influencing everything. I've been wanting to say that. Like, I really like that as like a factor because it really just allows you to fight anything.
Right, yeah.
Like,
Well, you can have like
anything
random
in-
townfolk as like enemies. Like you can do all sorts of crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
Fighting hippies and stuff, just random people. Like the police aren't even just have the
Police.
they're under Gygas. You
Right.
know, like everything's under Gygas that's trying to fight you. It's great because they don't need to take too much time to make sense of why it's happening.
Exactly. Bimmer asks, sorry if this has already been asked, what is the purpose of tomato? I might as well explain it one last time. I'm just trying to beat the game with one-handed, and I figured that holding up something with my other hand would be an efficient way of showing that I'm doing it with one hand. And then I just picked a tomato as a tribute to the guy Tomato, who's a cool mother guy. I was gonna pick something else. The tomato was just a placeholder idea, but then I couldn't think of anything better than a tomato. If you can think of something better than a tomato, well, I was gonna say tell me, but it's too late. We already started the tomato run. People would be furious if I considered not holding a tomato for the next part.
What did Tomato do? I know Tomato did some things before Mother 3. I think he was like an official translator for a couple of companies.
You know, honestly, I guess I'm not too familiar with the stuff he's done outside of Mother, to be honest. I know it's funny because he's done other stuff too.
Professionally.
He has another book. I mean, this is Legends of Localization, book 2. The first one is Zelda, the first Zelda game. So if you really like Zelda and you want to know about like some shit about how that game got translated, there's also another book for you there. But I don't know. I'm way more of an Earthbound guy than a Zelda guy. Sorry, Zelda fans. I like Zelda. I'm not like shitting on it or anything, but I don't know.
No, but I can understand that because it's like the Legend of Zelda's translation is probably not super interesting because it's not.
It's an RPG. Just inherently will have way more like dialogue and stuff.
An RPG is gonna have way more dialogue and changes and different kind of cultural things. Whereas Zelda is Zelda. You know, you go to dungeons. You fight Ganon,
It is strange how there were like weird Christian overtones or undertones in the first Zelda, like with the cross on the shield and stuff. But like, you know.
Yeah, I do really like that kind of stuff. Like I feel like that. Like in Mother 1 too, they have the same thing. They got rid of the religious iconography, and I don't know. I've never really liked that. I kind of like when a game actually acknowledges that.
It seems like totally harmless.
Religion. It kind of.
It is weird, yeah. Like they want to pretend like religion doesn't even exist, and like a lot of early Nintendo games, you couldn't even say like hell or mention you couldn't even have the devil. Like they never really said Devil World game.
Like purely like every single person is like some YouTube atheist or something.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly do I need to do to... Oh, here we go. There we go. Head south. Ooh, I fixed the broken spray can. I do love that Jeff has like weird things that just make him different from the other three. Like he doesn't have psychic powers. He's a mechanical guy and he'll fix all this mechanical shit.
I like how they introduced that to you here also. Because you get to kind of...
It just makes sense. Like, yeah, like even in like one of the very first things you do is dealing with like inventions and stuff like the bad key machine. Here we go, Fuzzy Pickles.
Oh, Get More Cabbage has your thing. He says, well, apparently the quest log on Breath of the Wild is written from Link's POV.
Interesting.
But they changed that in the localization. That's actually super cool.
That's very strange that they would change that. Like, that's just very strange. It's kind of interesting because like Link has he doesn't have a voice. Like he has a voice, but like he doesn't talk. So just getting to hear his like diary entries would be very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird that they would get rid of that.
But yeah, it is very strange. Like I don't know. I don't know. I always wish that. Yeah, we're like off sync too. I'm not doing like the low latency streaming thing. I didn't bother figuring out any of that shit. Look, he's speaking the monkey language. I love the Tessie sprite. It looks so silly. It's just like big derpy face. I don't know why. It's just classic Earthbound.
I love Tessie. Yeah, they got like this big like ear to ear grin. And I don't think they have any other sprites. I think
it's literally just like one solid object. It's like an object more than a character at this point, but it just looks so funny. It's perfect. It's perfect.
It's so cool.
Again, it's like I don't even know why. It's like I don't know why writing this stupid thing makes me like it's like this was such a memorable part of the game for me. I'm just like, wow.
This whole part of the game is really cool. It's like a little mini adventure in the whole thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice pace breaker because you really were getting in the groove of playing as Ness and you're like getting the hang of it and it's like, oh yeah, now this is what it's like all the way over here and then like getting to get all the way down there and meet up with him and join your party.
When you finally meet up, it's really
it is satisfying. And again, you spend a lot of time as Ness and then you get Jeff and Paula pretty quick and then it's like a while until you get Pooh. Like you don't get him for a while. Like
yeah, that's kind of why he always feels like
after Forside. Yeah, I mean because it's in Summers.
Like a third wheel or something. Because it's like
I was never quite as attached to Pooh just because he's not as relevant. You just don't have him for so long.
Yeah, you don't have, and even when you get him, he leaves again.
Yeah, there's this weird part where he has to leave again just so he can learn Starstorm. Which again, Starstorm is fucking dope. I love having Starstorm, but yeah, it's strange. It's strange. I also love that the balloon monkey / bubble monkey will like leave your party. Oh yeah, we're also about to meet one of my absolute favorite characters in the whole fucking game.
So cool.
Dungeon Man. First of all, how did that get to be a preemptive attack? Like some of the preemptive attack detection system is a little wonky. I'll admit that much.
It's a little weird. Yeah, it's probably based on like where they are on the map. And
I'm sure there's some reason if I could see the exact code or whatever, like it makes sense. But you know.
It like works. I'd say like 90.
It usually works. Like the fact that I've had 2 clear like mistakes so far is almost unusual. So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to shit on that part of the game too much. But yeah, everything about Dungeon Man is so funny. The way he's just obsessed with dungeons. See, I knew there was another situation where you can use the pencil, but I don't think this is ever like super like worst case scenario. You just have to walk through Brick Road again, which is nothing.
Yeah, I don't think you ever need to use that in the game ever.
The idea of a guy who wants to become a dungeon is so funny to me. And he leaves all these little signs.
It's such a funny concept. And the fact that he actually does it, the man does it, like...
It's great. And you can get him to join your party. Like, he follows you around for, like, so brief. It's such a small period of time, but if you get into, like, a battle, like, he'll, like, fight guys. He's such a cool fucking guy. And I love that you can see the bottom, or the top of his head in the Magic Hand stage of Smash 3DS. It wasn't in Smash 4, but the 3DS version. I guess it's in Ultimate too, because that has like every stage.
I like Serial Man Brand is saying, like, don't they want Link to be a conduit for the player? It seems like overseas they're more interested in him being his own character and cool and whatnot. I could see that being why they changed the localization. Yeah, that's what's so weird to me. I do feel like people want they like when, like, Link isn't just generic.
Yeah, people like Link having character. Also, yeah, this you have an enemy in here called a worthless protoplasm.
The worthless protoplasm. Yeah, this stupid thing. It's just got eyes.
He's not even that worthless. He's doing more damage than some of these other fucking guys were. But like, it's such a funny title for an enemy. I love it.
It's just some weird jelly thing.
Yeah, I can't even truly like comprehend what it is. It's so strange.
Well, I love the music and Dungeon Man being super shit because he apparently made it himself. Insane. I didn't know he made the music. See, this is like things.
I think he mentions that like one of the signs is like I made the music here, which is so funny. Also, yeah, I love that one of the Duck's abilities is he disables your ability to use side attacks, which is funny because Jeff doesn't have any, but it's like foreshadowing. Like in the future, you might be able to fight guys like this. You really will disable your side attacks.
But there is something kind of cool about that. I don't know. There's been a couple of little bits in this game where it's like they're clearly setting things up in an environment where it's not going to hurt you. Mm-hmm. It's where the game can be very punishing at some points, and then it's like totally like the design is actually like
the game doesn't like want to be punishing. You know, it tries to be fair, and it is fair like almost all the time. It really is.
It's kind of rough around the edges at the very beginning when like the scale hasn't really caught up yet.
Almost every RPG is like when you're just the very beginning part of the game. You know what I mean? And you have one party member. It's a little rougher, you know.
Well, I feel like I don't even know if it's more challenging. It's a little more challenging, but it's just more tedious because you don't have the options. You don't have a lot of what makes the game fun, which is when like you can actually start like solving problems in the battle and thinking on the spot and those kind of things. Like you can just kind of attack and heal, and
right. So this is why I love this joke. Watch for falling materials, and then the guy comes down. I'm trying to remember. There's like, I'm sure speedrunners have to actually think about this. Like I'm trying to think of like, cause like some of these fuzzy pickles are optional. Like this one is obviously optional. If you don't expect the sign, what happened? So I'm sure that they have to like route their game around interrupting the gameplay the least amount of times, because it's not even like that much of a time loss. But if you're doing like a speed run, you don't want that shit.
I've seen a speed run of this game, but I think the way it's one of those speed runs where they mess with the memory or something and just like walk through.
The any percent, is like 3 hours long. You get to like a certain point, and you just straight up like walk through the whole map. Speed running an RPG like this never really seemed like the most satisfying type of speed game.
It never really is.
I'm not trying to shit talk anyone out there if you are the guy who runs this game, but like I personally wouldn't want to do it.
I've seen a couple fun like RPG speedrun, like some of the most fun ones I've seen are like Mario RPG. Like that's really cool.
Mario RPG is cool.
To break things up in an interesting way. Like Paper Mario has some crazy clips.
Oh, so, I bet. I can see the Mario RPGs being pretty good.
Seem to have more. Yeah, so 8-hour Final Fantasy VIII speedruns.
Like, oh yeah, I guess people are subjected to them from like AGDQ and stuff. You know what I mean?
AGDQ. That's kind of most of my experience. I used to follow a couple of speedrunners, but I haven't really like kept up with it too much. So like GDQ is where I get most of the exposure.
God damn it. See, already back to the one inventory system of shuffling everything around is very obnoxious.
Gotta get rid of that defense spray. What do you need that for?
Yeah, you're right. I really don't. I never use battle items like that. I guess I could sell it, but fuck it. I don't need them. I don't need the defense spray. If you had to fight up like a big boss as just Jeff, I'd probably hang on to it, but you don't. You just have to get through this little tiny mini baby dungeon, and then you basically talk to your dad, and then you get to go back and meet up with Ness, and it's nice. It's a nice little sequence. I love the Skyrunner part because there's a lot of foreshadowing. It shows you a bunch of areas you'll get to explore later.
Yeah, I love that. And the music is so good too. I know it's like very much like kind of referencing like the Who synths or whatever, but it sounds great. It's like one of the coolest songs in the game.
Yeah, I love the Earthbound soundtrack so much, and I know it does use like a lot of samples, and it's like some songs are heavily inspired by other songs, let's put it that way, but I still love it. I was introduced to almost all those songs through Earthbound.
In a way, I don't care because at this point I kind of feel like everything that's music related is already kind of been done in a lot of ways. I feel like you like a lot of modern, not even modern music, even stuff like I'm watching old documentaries about like some stuff like bands in the 60s and everything. They're like, oh yeah, we just liked like Beach Boys are like, oh, I liked this one Phil Spector song, so I just try to remake it, you know, kind of just try to basically
all art is like collaborative and like based on previous iterations, and especially music too. Like it's insane to be like, I'm gonna make art and music that is influenced by nothing. It's completely on its own and it stands on its own. Like you can't do that. It doesn't even make sense to think like that.
There does exist totally original stuff, but they're usually made by like scientific. Like
you're right. There's like outsider art stuff, and like there's stuff that's so avant-garde that it actually is like nothing else that exists. But for the most part,
yeah, nothing else like it. Like the guy that made FM Synthesis, he did like a whole album, and it sounds like, I mean, everyone knows the sound of that. It's like it's what the Sega Genesis is, you know. But like the guy that made that whole entire way of synthesizing sound, like his whole album for it is just super weird, ambient. Like
it is weird to think like there was a time when synth music just was new, like full stop, like, and then like in the 80s they had to just cope with how this was going to affect the future of music and stuff. Like I don't know, I guess it's been a while since there's been quite a paradigm shift like that. I don't want to sound like I don't even know that much about music, so I don't want to pretend like I don't want to over pretend like I know what's going on. But yeah, from my perspective, that's what's up. This is another interesting part where they let you see one of the Ness sanctuary spots, but like early.
There's little things to kind of like slowly get you hyped up. It's like, oh, I'm gonna be able to come back here at some point. And
I got snuck up on, but only because the stupid bubble monkey, he extended my like hitbox, you know what I mean? Like he swung around me. I don't know. It is what it is. I could have avoided it if I was paying more attention. And it wasn't a big deal. I was worried at first, like, oh god, are these two ants? But they're just slugs. They're just slugs. Don't worry about them.
Somebody's asking, some unicorn dude says, what's your favorite musical artist or band?
You know, I have kind of a weird eclectic taste in music. I really like Nujabes, if you've heard any of Samurai Champloo's soundtrack. He's just got such a chill, cool style to him, and I was so sad when he died. I'm still sad about that.
Dude, Japanese that guy made a whole genre. Like the lo-fi hip-hop genre is just basically people trying to do his music. Like,
totally. Oh yeah, Aphex Twin is a very cool. Aphex Twin is some very nice music videos, I'll say that much.
Dude, Aphex Twin is legit. I was so obsessed with Aphex Twin and Boards of Canada when I was like, especially like 15.
Yeah, Boards
of
Canada has some great stuff.
Like, all I listened to was nothing but Aphex Twin.
I got introduced to Boards of Canada and possibly Aphex Twin via David Firth, and it was just like in the background of Salad Fingers or one of those cartoons.
Yeah, he would use a lot of Boards of Canada.
Yeah, he used a lot of that stuff, and I remember being like, oh, this is cool. Oh god, you can't fight those. I don't want to fight a mushroom as Jeff. Okay, good. I was worried I was going to try and sneak up on me. I don't mind fighting some of these guys. Oh yeah, I almost forgot that Jeff has like Spy. It's like his special ability or whatever.
Oh yeah, it lets you kind of see information. It's kind of like
it's mostly useless, sadly, unfortunately, but it's cool. I like that it exists, and I like that like if you're ever having like trouble with a specific enemy, you can find out weaknesses and other things.
Okay, I'm happy. So I wanted to ask. I feel like we were in the middle of a conversation, but is made of best said like that Paper Mario speedruns made stop and swap real. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? That's amazing. How did they do it? And I guess arbitrary code execution for Paper Mario speedruns is achieved by placing an Ocarina time card into the N64 in certain locations of the game.
That's so fucking bizarre, but I love it. Yeah, arbitrary code execution is like the final frontier of speedrunning. You can like beat a game. Yeah, the millisecond you can access that.
Like, you don't even play the game anymore. Yeah. You just do like a series of inputs.
So funny.
And then like, it's like, oh, I'm in Kokiri Forest now. I'm at the credits.
Hello, it's your dad. What, Andonuts? Hey, this is breaking the fourth wall here. We're not supposed to talk to him yet. Fuck you. I don't even have a receiver. Oh yeah, there is a line where he's like, oh, this isn't even Ness. Cute. Good luck, whoever you are. That. I appreciate that. That's, again, the attention to detail that I very much appreciate.
Yeah, because again, if they didn't have that, it would just be like, oh, funny little thing. They didn't consider that, but it's like the fact that it is in there. It's like, well, there are times where you're
I
only playing as
appreciate
Jeff.
again, yeah, like
Yeah, that makes me
probably
wonder
a pain
what
in
if
the
you're
ass to
playing as
notice that.
Pooh. They probably have a special one.
Yeah,
for
they
when
must
you're
have one
only
for him too.
Pooh.
It's probably almost the exact. It might even be like the exact same dialogue. You know what I mean? But fuck it.
Yeah, this is. Oh yeah, because they don't say like, oh, like
He
your
just said
name's-
you're someone who isn't Ness. Ooh,
Yeah,
bottle
you're
rocket,
not
that'll
Ness,
be good.
so they can probably use that for both of those situations. I like this. This is cool. Some people are like, well, I've never seen that before. LOL. That's cool. That like some people just.
Yeah, I'm glad that someone learned something new about Earthbound. Honestly, I really am glad.
It really is like a big game. Like there's a lot of like just like you've been saying, like little attention to detail, little things.
I
like
love
that.
just learning things about games like that I just thought I knew everything about. You know what I mean? Just any little detail that I didn't know about Earthbound. You know what I mean? I feel like Earthbound in particular is a good game. It's like a very dense and wide game. Like there's a lot of room for little things. Like I pretty much know almost every goddamn thing you can know about like Sonic 3 and Knuckles. You know what I mean? Like there's only so much
Earthbound's so
possibility
big that there's
space
always
there.
New little things you can kind of figure out on new playthroughs. I think it's a good example. Like man, even back in the day, like a lot of people can do a lot of these things nowadays, like on Godot or Unity, like their own engine, even Game Maker and stuff. Like I know Undertale was made on that, but it's like you can still see that like this is very much a AAA game. It had like a big team working on it because they can afford to like add in those.
This is what
tiny
AAA
little
games
things.
used to look like. It's just kind of funny, yeah.
Exactly. It's a thing where it's like you can see it's not just the graphics or the music. It's like the
attention to
details. It's
detail,
like,
yeah,
oh,
exactly.
how
That's
can
the
that
crucial
be
part. That's the part that's really hard to do if you're making a game like this by yourself. Are you gonna remember to put in the extra line for Jeff and Pooh or whatever?
The Bubble Monkey, I mean, that probably at least took like a whole day to figure out for one of the programmers to do. Obviously, if you're working by yourself, it's not efficient. Like it doesn't make sense to take a whole day just to have that one little thing. But if you've got 10 programmers who are on a good schedule and you have some extra time, you can just get that guy to do that.
For sure. Yeah, because it's not even like super complicated. It's just like there's so many things you have to do when making a game. Like there's so many little things you never even think about. That how do you find the time to add all these little details? That's why all these details. That's why I appreciate them so much because they feel like such a luxury. Oh Jesus Christ! I don't want to fight one of these cavemen. I'm pretty sure these can like one-shot me.
Yeah. You want to. Thankfully, they don't chase you, but yeah, don't.
Oh, they don't chase
interact
you.
with-
Interesting. Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Or like if they do, they're very slow, which is like unusual for Earthbound enemy. You kids don't look. Kids.
Okay, I guess they do kind of
Nice
chase you a
little
little. That
missing
kind of
attention to detail there. I love that there's just Stonehenge or whatever. Yes, that Stonehenge. Here we go. Finally at Dr. Antonet's lab. Interesting character. Very strange. Spoilers, but one of the only characters from Mother 2 that's also in Mother 3.
That's so cool. Oh yeah, he is in Mother 3 in the trash cans and
And at the very end of the game, he explains the absolutely safe capsule about the one that Porky gets stuck in.
pushes him around. I love
Such
that.
a strange ending, but I love it. God, Mother 3 really is such a good fucking game too. Maybe I'll play through that game with the tomato too. No promises. I'm not promising that, but maybe.
I think it does have the feature, right?
Yeah, I think it is the exact same where you could play it with one hand. Have you already checked? I mean, yeah, I guess.
I wonder how many people actually in the chat have seen that Navigator video that this is all kind of referencing from.
Right, I fucking love those Navigator videos so much.
You can play with one hand and eat
Right.
pizza with the other. And they had a recording where he's holding a pizza
I know.
and chewing on it. Like it's
So good. Right, I think the Sky Runner is called like the Skywalker in Japanese. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, they want to have a Star Wars reference.
But it's like a
But
cute little
it's
Star
just
Wars
a thing
reference for
where
sure.
it's like, George Lucas may come after us, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things where I get George Lucas, LucasArts in particular. They're very stingy about things like you can't use lightsabers in your game, and if you have a beam sword in your game, don't call
Has
it a
to be called-
lightsaber. Don't call it any kind of saber. Basically, it has to be called a beam sword or some bullshit. You know? what I mean?
Yeah, they have it in like in No More Heroes. It's the beam katana, you know, even though
Right.
it doesn't really look like a katana until the
Right.
last upgrade.
That's what you have to call it, though. Here we go. Skyrunner. Oh wait, do I have to talk to him again to enable it?
E equals MC square. I like that.
We
Like
just
that's
walk
so
into it.
just.
Oh yeah,
generic
that's
and-
just the one thing he has written on the fucking.
Yeah, he just
like,
has
E equals MC
square. More- it's
the
the only thing.
one like equation. Yeah, and this whole sequence, I love this. I love this part. Oh yeah, it doesn't work at first. I love that. Yeah, this is the first time Jeff has seen his dad in 10 years, and they talk for like 2
Yeah,
minutes,
and
and then he
it's-
just
I like
lets
how
him
they
fly
do it,
away in a
yeah.
fucking UFO that he built.
And he's like, oh, I guess we'll see each other, you know. in
We'll
another
see you
10
next
years.
10 years. Yeah, see you in another
Yeah.
10 years. It's nice that you do get to see him again at the end of the game, and like, he's not like a hugely important character in this game, but he does build the phase distorter and the time machine that you need at the end.
He's definitely a cool guy.
Definitely.
Everyone enjoy this part of the game. It's really fun.
Again, just like the Runaway 5 sequence, where it's just like a nice, cute little part where you get to watch a little movie or whatever. And this part in particular, you get to see Forsyth, it's a little foreshadowing in the desert too. It's cute. It doesn't show too much. It's not like it shows you fucking Summer and Harlem and all these other places.
You
Basically,
get to see Forsyth, and that's the big.
You just get to see, yeah. Ooh, I want to be in that town soon. Because yeah, they show you that we're not even done with 3. We have all of 3 to get through still. So it's like that is a little bit of like an appetizer. Like you want to see where this part of the game is.
You want to see where this goes. Deal with these zombies a bit.
And they show you like the presents too. So that's like teasing you. Like you better remember that there's a present on the right side of the fucking desert and also in the middle of the desert.
Muffin Time the Second says the translator for this game worked day and night on this game's translation to be the best it can be. I've never actually seen any interviews or anything with the translator for Earthbound, but like I can definitely buy it because it is a really good translation. I've seen like some people have done ROM hacks like Interlude where they try to make it more accurate to the Japanese one. But
some people get a little too obsessed with translations being accurate to the Japanese one.
Yeah,
when it's like
a little
part of translation is like localizing things and making references and just things in general understandable to a Western audience, keeping the tone and everything. Oh yeah, this is also funny how it locates Ness and Paula, but like it can't figure out how to get to them, so it just like slams through the ground.
Slams through the ground, yeah.
It's also a nice little tour of 3 that I forgot that it like takes you around the whole town.
Yeah, this is definitely like, I think Earthbound is up there for like, if you're going to do a localization or you're going to like translate your game, this is probably like a good reference to look at for like how to do it. It's like you change a couple little things here and there, maybe for some copyright and a couple of things, but you try and keep the tone of it, and you try and keep kind of that whole entire aspect.
Yeah, and Mauricio Game Dev says compared to other SNES RPGs with bad translations, like this one is great. And yeah, exactly, like because this is like a legit good translation, and there are many. Well, we were just talking to fucking Kenny about some of those ridiculous shit, and so yeah.
They'll just have like translations where you're supposed to go right, but they tell you to go left, and it's just totally. There's nothing like that in this game. It's all very solid.
This is one of the few times you actually get to hear Jeff speak, but not the only time. You do get to hear him at the end. I don't want to say no to him. It's like sad because he's like, why did you call me here if you don't want to be my friend? Yeah, this guy Arstic, even into the PS1 era, translations were pretty rocky, pretty iffy. You know what I mean?
It took a long time for them to really get to. I mean, it's tough because you have to get like, either you have a Japanese guy that knows English that's doing it, which obviously, as a second language, there's going to be weird issues there, but also you have to have, even the other case, you have like an American studio or the Japanese studio, and they need to communicate with each other, and that can be a pain in the ass. So
right, there's all sorts of shit.
Take it seriously, I think, to really get it to be something good. Nice, you got the whole crew here.
I got the whole gang, minus Pooh. But this is like most of the game's gang. And I am going to call it here, guys. I'm going to close off the stream in a few minutes.
We've been streaming for a while.
It's been a while. I started at 3, so like about 5 hours or so.
Nice. I feel like whenever streams happen, it's always 5-hour streams. It can't stop.
It happens. Well, I didn't want to like do 1 hour and get like get to Frank and then stop. You know what I mean?
No, this is a pretty solid lengthy amount of time.
I'm glad. I feel like I'm into the main game. Yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by, chat. Really do appreciate it. And thanks for Mello for talking to me and making it so I didn't have to be just talking to myself the whole time. You can watch like the beginning half hour of the stream if you want to see what that was like. Not too good, but it is. Also, this is such a minor thing. It doesn't matter, but like an RPG where the characters don't walk into your body, they like follow you around. Like I like that.
I do like that. There's a lot. They actually probably, again, another thing where they put a lot of effort into the finding of it to make sure that they don't intersect too much, that it looks pretty good. And it is really fun. It's mesmerizing to just like watch them go in circles and stuff like that.
It's very fun when you get Pooh too. And it's funny because like having more players means it's like easier for enemies to attack you. So it's sort of like almost a disadvantage, but not quite. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take a bite of the thing. Relax. Thank you very much, Logic Mage. 06 stream. I can't play Sonic 06 while holding a tomato. Sorry, but I promise 06 will happen someday. The legendary Sonic 06 stream. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Thanks, Arcade. Just thanks, everyone. And you know what? Like, for once, I actually figured out how to have the chat on the screen, so in the future, people will know I wasn't just talking to no one the whole time, like I do sometimes. It looks like. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna call it here. I don't really know like how to appropriately end. So thanks for watching, guys. Look, I'm looking at the camera for like the third and final time
Whoa!
ever.
See, it's always awkward. See
It
you
is
guys.
awkward. It's so weird to look at the camera. So thank you for watching, and goodbye.